Good morning. Please, we will start shortly, so please, we would like if you can take your seats. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The meeting is open. I hope you all had a very restful evening and are ready for today's work, which will continue with the opening statements this morning. I hope we can begin our substantive discussions also this morning before we break for the afternoon meeting devoted to the stakeholder dialogue. Yesterday, we had a very productive start of our meeting. First, the President of Uruguay, UNEP's Executive Director, and Uruguay Environment Minister set the scene for us and emphasized the need for us to have a high level of ambition in our ongoing work to develop an instrument. I am honored that you elected me as a chair. As it was not possible to elect a full bureau, I propose to conduct consultations on the matter of the election of the 10 vice chairs and to report on the outcome of those consultations at the end of the week. We were able to have a preliminary discussion on the draft rules of procedure that had been forwarded to us for consideration and adoption by the then ad hoc open-ended working group that had met in Dakar. But it was apparent that further deliberation was needed to be able to remove the square brackets around draft rule 37. Accordingly, for this morning, and to allow us to move forward, we have agreed to apply the rules of procedure on a provisional basis. With the exception of Rule 37, on which I will conduct consultations today at 1:15, we already have the room. This room is called Auditorium number 3. All interested delegates should endeavor to join us at that time in this room. Hopefully, when we return to this item later in the week, we will be able to adopt the rules of procedure. You also agreed to the agenda and proposed organization of work as set out in the meeting documents and outlined by the Executive Secretary. We then moved to substantive item of our agenda and heard your opening remarks. I will not attempt to summarize them as I could not do them full credit, but I heard clearly urgency, ambition, and willingness to build the comprehensive instrument that was called for by UNEA. I also heard offers from several delegations to contribute financial or other resources to support the negotiations moving forward. So let us now continue with our speakers list. Once again, I urge you to keep your interventions brief and within that set time limits so that we can hear the view of all members and move quickly to the elements and other issues of our agenda. Thank you very much, colleagues. So now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, the United Republic of Tanzania wishes to congratulate you first for assuming the chairmanship of Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee. The United Republic of Tanzania is advancing our appreciation to the government of Uruguay for hosting this the United Republic of Tanzania advancing our appreciation to the government of Uruguay for hosting this first intergovernmental negotiation committee meeting and hospitality accorded to our delegation. The United Republic of Tanzania aligns itself to the statement issued by distinguished delegate from Ghana on behalf of African Group. The United Republic of Tanzania also sends congratulations to UNEP for organizing this first intergovernmental negotiation committee meeting to develop international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. Our delegation and the rest of members are aware of the effects of plastic from production, distribution, use and disposal to the environment, including marine. Hence, there is a need to have necessary measures to reduce or eventual elimination of their effects. In this regard, in 2019, the United Republic of Tanzania prepared regulations to prohibit single use of plastic carrier bags. The implementation of regulation has been successful. The United Republic of Tanzania recognizes the global efforts through Inc. to end plastic pollution, which have impacts to the environment, including terrestrial and marine. In achieving this, we recommend the process toward this agreement to be transparent and inclusive, involving all key stakeholders in all stages of plastic life cycle without forgetting informal sector such as waste pickers. The inclusivity of stakeholders will also allow flexibility and ease inclusion of technological changes required during implementation. The importance of plastic in our daily life and our economy cannot be denied. Hence, through scientific proven research, and the instrument that is going to be developed should highlight the plastic products, hazardous additives that could be identified as potential hazard to the environment, pollution. Our delegation reaffirms its commitment to participate effectively in Inc. so as to reach an agreement by 2024. We will continue to take part in global efforts towards ensuring that the objectives agreed upon UNEA's resolution number 5/14 are realized. Honorable Chair and dear delegates, thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Tanzania. And ahora le doy la palabra al distinguido representante de Panamá, seguido por representante del Reino Unido.
Gracias, señor presidente. En nombre de la República de Panamá, queremos agradecer al Gobierno de Uruguay y al pueblo de Punta del Este por su cálida bienvenida, felicitar al embajador Mesa Cuadra por su posición como presidente del comité y al Programa de las Naciones Unidas del Medio Ambiente por la organización de esta primera reunión del INC. A la vez reiteramos las intervenciones realizadas por el GRULAC y la HAC to End Plastic Pollution. Este proceso de negociación requiere esfuerzos colaborativos para abordar la crisis global y local que ocasiona la contaminación por plásticos. En este sentido, queremos compartir algunas consideraciones, principalmente desde nuestra perspectiva como país latinoamericano en desarrollo. Debemos asegurar un proceso de negociación participativo, donde todos los representantes sean escuchados y considerados, a la vez que sea un proceso inclusivo con todos los actores claves posibles, especialmente con la participación de la sociedad civil, la investigación científica y la academia. Trabajar desde el enfoque completo del ciclo de vida del plástico, para implementar acciones desde la extracción de materia prima hasta la disposición post-consumo. De esta manera, incluir a todos los actores pertinentes en la cadena de producción y consumo, principalmente al sector privado. Desarrollar estándares y criterios globales de producción y comercialización de plásticos, con base en estudios científicos para eliminar aditivos y químicos tóxicos que generan impactos negativos al ambiente y a la salud humana. El ecodiseño es un componente clave para la aplicación de un modelo de producción y consumo sostenible del plástico. Para minorar la contaminación de plásticos es necesario una reducción significativa o simplemente el cese del uso de ciertos plásticos, con un enfoque prioritario hacia la eliminación y el reemplazo de los plásticos de un solo uso, al igual que el sector de empaques y envases. La protección de la salud humana debe incluirse entre los objetivos del convenio, especialmente considerando a los trabajadores que están expuestos en actividades relacionadas a todo el ciclo de vida del plástico. Debemos desarrollar metas globales alcanzables, con miras a reforzar los marcos legales nacionales para facilitar, regular e implementar una gestión integral del plástico, incluyendo acciones para reducir la generación de basura marina y microplásticos. Debemos trabajar de manera mancomunada con otros acuerdos y convenios internacionales que cuenten con marcos en la protección de la salud humana, el ambiente y alcances en las temáticas de la gestión del plástico. También promover el acceso a un financiamiento multilateral para países en desarrollo, donde sea necesario el mejoramiento de la infraestructura, la capacidad tecnológica y la conciencia ciudadana. Por último, reiteramos la importancia y necesidad para facilitar financiamiento para al menos 2 representantes para las delegaciones de países en desarrollo. Para concluir, exhortamos a todos los países a que continuemos implementando medidas y progresos nacionales de manera paralela al desarrollo de este tratado, trabajando desde el enfoque nacional para alcanzar el cumplimiento de esta prioridad global. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al distinguido representante de Panamá. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you. On behalf of the United Kingdom delegation, I wish to congratulate the Chair on his appointment. We would also like to thank the Government of Uruguay for hosting this meeting and to thank the Secretariat and Bureau for all their work on the preparations. To the Excellencies and distinguished delegates who've joined us today, both in person or online, we greatly look forward to engaging with you over the coming days, weeks, and years. The UK is delighted that the world came together at the UN Environment Assembly this year and made a commitment to begin negotiating a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution. It has been a long time coming, and people everywhere want to see this problem fixed. And in the United Kingdom, we have started addressing it by getting rid of the single-use plastics that litter our beaches and that most of us can do without: straws, drink stirrers, bags, cotton buds. Our goal is to maximize resource efficiency and minimize plastic waste by following the principles of the waste hierarchy: reduce, reuse, recycle, and create a circular economy for plastic. We will legislate to design avoidable plastic waste out of the way we do things and make producers more responsible for the plastic they produce, and by introducing a tax on plastic packaging with less than 30% recycled content. But with the rate of plastic pollution projected to increase threefold between 2016 and 2040, this is far from enough. We need to take a global, concerted approach that addresses the issue across the whole life cycle of plastic with the urgency that it demands. The UK believes the treaty should restrain the demand for plastics and increase the supply of recycled plastics for use in new plastic products. It should ensure plastics are designed to ensure durability, recyclability, and safety, enabling a circular economy for plastics that protects the environment as well as human health. And it should ensure the plastic waste that we do produce is collected, sorted, and recycled so that we keep plastic in circulation as long as possible and avoid leakage to the environment. We are delighted to have joined the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution by 2040 as a founding member. The negotiations this week will be critical to set us on the path to a new treaty by 2024. There is no doubt that the next 2 years will be challenging, but the eyes of the world are upon us. We are confident that everyone will bring the ideas, leadership, and creativity required to solve this issue. We look forward to engaging with all of you to turn the tide on plastic pollution and make the change that is so desperately needed a reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. And ahora quisiera dar la palabra al distinguido representante de Guinea Ecuatorial, seguido por Armenia y Trinidad y Tobago. I will give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Distinguished Chair and Delegates, I will try to be very brief. On behalf of the Government of Armenia, let me express our gratitude to UNEP and the Government of Uruguay for this opportunity to participate in this excellent organized meeting, and also we congratulate distinguished Chairman on his appointment. Plastic impacts everyone at every stage of its lifespan. Many impacts of microplastic and plastic exposure are not well known yet, and it is essential to join international efforts to address the global plastic pollution crisis. And how can we make this large-scale transition quickly enough? This is a difficult question. According to the government program of Armenia, among the priority areas in the field of environmental management, a phased reduction and ban on single-use plastic products are fixed. As the first step of this process, plastic bags were chosen as the target group. From January of this year, the use and sale of plastic bags are prohibited. This ban can be considered the first step aimed at reducing the volume of these products that have a negative impact on the environment and human health. On behalf of the Government of Armenia, let me highlight some aspects regarding the important legally binding instrument from our perspective. The first and more complicated issue will be a selection of plastic types, which will be driven by this instrument. In this regard, we consider single-use plastic and microplastic as the more important types that should be regulated by this instrument. The second challenge, we consider the equal opportunities for participation and implementation of developing countries, as most developed countries already have a large spectrum of plastic pollution reduction tools and capacities. Some countries have the big progress, and some countries have few steps toward the reduction of plastic pollution. and it is very important to create appropriate mechanisms to effectively join the instrument with the baggage or without it. As from different starting points, we will go to the same finishing line. During the development of legally binding instrument, it is very important to provide also linkages with CDG agenda, particularly with CDG indicators 11.1, 12.4, and 12.5, and also identify all cross-cutting and synergic processes and sources. And we consider that potential elements of the instrument should cover the following aspects: main strategic targets, main types of plastics, main actions, which will include preventive actions, eliminating the hazardous chemicals and plastics for lifestyle plastics, management actions, recycling actions, banning actions, also identification and engagement of existing supportive tools like EPR toolbar and other instruments. Armenia is actively engaged in the ongoing international actions on plastic pollution, and we express our willingness to join the high ambitious coalition to end plastic pollution and become a part of the collective power and joint resources of the international community. The goal is very ambitious, but we hope that implementation will become more successful. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Armenia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the first time that Trinidad and Tobago is taking the floor, we would like to thank the Secretariat for not only convening this pivotal meeting, but also for the preparation of the numerous working documents to assist with the groundwork leading up to this INC1. And to the government of Uruguay, we extend many thanks for being a most welcoming host. We also take this opportunity to congratulate our esteemed GRULAC colleagues, His Excellency Ambassador Meza Cuadro Velasquez of Peru and His Excellency Ambassador Valles Valdivieso of Ecuador for assuming the alternating chairmanship of this INC. At the outset, Trinidad and Tobago aligns itself with the statements made by His Excellency Ambassador Andre Duque Solis on behalf of GRULAC and Ms. Asha Challenger on behalf of AOSIS. Trinidad and Tobago, as a small island developing state, prioritizes the development and adoption of a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, an issue that has wide-reaching impacts and is of increasing importance within not only our twin isle, but globally. Trinidad and Tobago's social and economic development is firmly anchored within the context of the UN SDGs, placing the environment at the center of our development goals. As such, this instrument will form an integral part in addressing the many cross-cutting issues that we face associated with plastic pollution, and in particular, efforts towards developing a circular economy. Plastic pollution and the resources for plastic production are known to exacerbate not only the causes, but the negative impacts of climate change, which further highlights the complementarity of the ambitions of this future instrument to those of, say, the Paris Agreement and the broader SDGs. We therefore support expanding action against plastic pollution from solely a waste management perspective to now encapsulating its full life cycle and progressing to a more circular economy overall. We stand by our GRULAC region when we call for this instrument to provide remediation pathways for existing pollution, to allow flexibility taken into account national circumstances and respective capabilities, and to prioritize additional, predictable, and adequate financial resources, capacity building, and technology development, access, and transfer. As a developing country, we also call for allowances for financial support of at least 2 participants per delegation to reinforce our participation in this process. We look forward to engaging constructively and continuing this journey and the work that lies ahead in developing this very critical instrument. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago, and I now give the floor to distinguished representative of Turkey, followed by Colombia and Bangladesh. Could you get the floor to Turkey? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank to the UNEP and Uruguay for the great effort in organizing this meeting. Honorable delegates, we would like to stress our appreciation on the adoption of decision on end of plastic pollution and the relevant process. Turkey gives particular importance to the policies and actions in order to reduce both land-based and marine plastic pollution. In Turkey, the Zero Waste project is carried out under the auspices of our First Lady, Her Excellency Madame Emine Erdoğan. Turkey urged member states of the UNEP to support the goodwill document signed by Mrs. Erdoğan and Mr. Antonio Guterres in UN General Assembly 77 in order to extend the country's zero waste project around the world. We will pursue our endeavor as the country which established Green Deal Action Plan and still prepare its own national action plan on circular economy, including plastics. Regarding the management of single-use plastics, charging of plastic bags were started in 2019 and we achieved 65% reduction. We are an eager country for the elimination of plastic pollution. We also support and contribute to the ongoing work under EU, OECD, and Basel secretariats. We put into force provincial marine litter action plans for all coastal provinces, and 180,000 tons of marine litter has been collected from the coast and the sea since 2019. The COP22 of UNEP Barcelona Convention took place on December 2021 in Antalya, and Turkey has been conducting the role of the President of Bureau for the current biennium. Based on the phrase, pollution does not have border, a memorandum of understanding between the Barcelona and Bucharest conventions were signed for effective management of marine litter during our 2016 term presidency. I would like to express that Turkey is ready to take a leading role in providing cooperation at regional level within the scope of the new instrument. Regarding climate change, which has a great connection with plastic pollution, after ratification of Paris Agreement, Turkey shares more eager than ever to combat climate change. Our 2053 net zero target and green development revolution has been announced by President of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan in UN General Assembly. We prepared more ambitious NDC and increased our emission reduction target and that we announced as 21% from business as usual by 2030 to 41%. Plastic pollution is caused by many factors and needs to be agreed upon for each component. We expect the new instrument to consider providing financial mechanisms and technical support to developing countries such as Turkey. We expect the new instrument to consider this situation. I would like to end my remarks by underlining our endeavor to reach United Nations decision and plastic pollution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. Ahora le doy la palabra al distinguido representante de Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Colombia se suma a la intervención realizada en nombre del GRULAC, así como a la intervención de la Alianza de Alta Ambición para poner fin a la contaminación por plásticos. Agradecemos la hospitalidad de nuestro anfitrión, Uruguay, y felicitamos su elección como presidente, pruebas ambas del compromiso de la región en este proceso. Colombia, como país megadiverso, bioceánico y potencia mundial de la vida, otorga gran importancia a la protección de los ecosistemas, incluyendo los marinos y costeros, y a la conservación de la biodiversidad en todos sus entornos. Los impactos de los plásticos abarcan todos los tipos de ecosistemas, por lo que el enfoque de este instrumento debe tener un alcance amplio que cubra la contaminación en todos los entornos, incluyendo a los marinos y costeros que tienen un papel crítico como sumideros de carbono. Reconociendo la triple crisis planetaria y los severos impactos de la contaminación por plásticos en los ecosistemas críticos para la mitigación y adaptación al cambio climático, así como su contribución a la pérdida acelerada de la biodiversidad, Colombia ha recorrido un largo camino a escala nacional hacia la prevención, reducción y eliminación de la contaminación por plásticos, incluyendo políticas y legislación para la gestión integral de residuos sólidos y la reducción gradual de la producción y consumo de ciertos productos plásticos de un solo uso. Es sobre una sólida base normativa que encaramos este proceso multilateral, subrayando que la implementación de las disposiciones del eventual tratado debe a su vez incentivar y fortalecer el desarrollo de programas nacionales y locales de consumo y producción sostenible, para promover la gestión integral de los plásticos a lo largo de su ciclo de vida, reducir la utilización de los plásticos de un solo uso, disminuir la presencia de residuos plásticos en los ecosistemas y prevenir la contaminación por microplásticos. Adicionalmente, tales disposiciones deben ser el reflejo de una transición global hacia la descarbonización y disminución del uso de combustibles fósiles, muchos de los cuales son utilizados en la producción de plásticos y a lo largo de su ciclo de vida. Los principios de prevención y de precaución, rectores de nuestra legislación nacional de plásticos, pero centrales también en otros acuerdos ambientales multilaterales, deben ser debidamente incorporados, desde la formulación del objetivo general del instrumento hasta la consideración de medidas como la reducción en origen, las medidas que incentiven la circularidad, el aprovechamiento de los residuos plásticos reciclados y la sustitución de materiales plásticos. Un actor de particular relevancia para el mundo en desarrollo en general y para Colombia en particular son los recicladores de oficio, que desempeñan un papel fundamental en las etapas finales del ciclo de vida del plástico y que constituyen un eslabón prioritario en políticas de gestión de residuos y políticas de desarrollo social. Su participación e intereses deben ser contemplados e incorporados en varios niveles. 1. Transversalizando el enfoque de ciclo de vida del plástico. 2. Incluyendo su perspectiva en la definición de medidas de control y obligaciones internacionales, en particular en lo que hace a las alternativas de sustitución, las medidas de transición y los estándares mínimos para la gestión de residuos plásticos. Y 3. Incorporando sus necesidades de construcción de capacidades y asistencia financiera en las discusiones sobre medios de implementación y mecanismos de financiamiento. Finalmente, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso para concertar a través de este proceso acciones vinculantes y coordinadas para transitar hacia patrones de producción y consumo responsables y abordar las fallas en todo el ciclo de vida de los plásticos que permiten fugas y descargas al suelo y los océanos. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al distinguido representante de Colombia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, respected INC Secretary, UNEP Secretary, and distinguished delegates. I feel honored to be here and to say something in front of this event, which is held in Punta del Este, such a stunning city. First of all, on behalf of Bangladesh, I, Mohsina Akhtar Banu, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, would like to congratulate you to be a able leadership as a bureau chair of this committee. I convey the message on behalf of Bangladesh that Bangladesh appreciates and supports the ongoing discussion on framing a new global agreement in order to prevent plastic pollution and marine litter. And Bangladesh government has proactively responded to this challenge by issuing bans and regulations on plastic pollution. For this reason, in 2022, Bangladesh banned plastic carry bags as one of the leading countries in the world. And also, Bangladesh has adopted national 3R, that means reduce, reuse, recycle strategy in 2010 for ensuring environment-friendly plastic waste management. Also, Bangladesh government, with the support from the World Bank, has published a 10-year multi-sectoral action plan for sustainable management of plastics. This Sustainable Plastic Management Action Plan sets a target of recycling 50% of plastics by 2026, phasing out targeted single-use plastic by 90% by 2026, and reducing plastic waste generation by 30% by 2030 from 2021 baseline. Also, Bangladesh formulated a roadmap on plastic with the aim of functionalizing the plastic action plan as well as the phase out of single-use plastic at coastal belt. We fully recognize that the current level of plastic pollution has become a common concern of humankind and requires appropriate global response. And this response should be included global transboundary issue. Otherwise, the marine litter will not be considered. To what extent global consensus could bring common platform to act, as for example, itemized ban on single-use plastic globally, promotion of suitable alternative, global market promotion of recycled plastic goods, harmonization and synchronization of the plastic data to verify and track the progress, creating knowledge and information hub globally and nationally. A new global framework on plastic pollution, a hybrid approach in combination of voluntary and binding obligation with built-in flexibility for the countries in need. Here, binding obligation could be submitting as national reports by the countries or parties at agreed regular interval. The notion of the implementation could be think globally, act locally. Finally, downstream countries like Bangladesh could be supported with a special fund to manage the cumulative plastic pollution. However, to ensure traceability and transparency, support would be given to develop common methods, definition, and standards as a reference for implementing domestic policy. Wish to success of our first meeting of the INC. That's all for the time being. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bangladesh, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic, followed by Singapore and Congo.
أيها السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم. أحب أولاً أن أهنئكم سيدي الرئيس بانتخابكم رئيساً لمجموعة INC، وأتمنى لكم التوفيق في الوصول مع هذه المجموعة إلى سك دولي ملزم يرضي الجميع. نحن يا سادة أمام مشكلة كبيرة تزداد يوماً بعد يوم بسبب الاستخدام الواسع للبلاستيك، والذي دخل كل حيز في حياتنا. فمن يعمل البلاستيك أطراف متعددة، فمنهم المجمعون، ومنهم أرباب العمل، ومنهم رؤوس الأموال والصناعيين. لذلك فهم يمثلون طيفاً واسعاً من الناس، وهذا ما يزيد المشكلة تعقيداً. لذلك علينا يا سادة أن نعمل بخارطة طريق واضحة وسليمة، وأن نذلل كافة العقبات للوصول إلى الهدف المرجو، وهو التخلص من التلوث في البلاستيك بحلول عام 2040. وهذا يتطلب منا مجموعة من الخطوات أوجزها بما يلي: أولاً، وضع الخلافات السياسية جانباً والعمل من أجل البيئة والإنسان. ثانياً، نشر الوعي وعلى كافة المستويات لمخاطر التلوث بالبلاستيك. ثالثاً، تقديم الدعم المادي والتقني للبلدان النامية ودون ما تمييز. رابعاً، تنمية القدرات الفنية للشعوب النامية وتقديم التكنولوجيا الحديثة في مجال الإنتاج وإعادة تدوير البلاستيك. خامساً، تشجيع العلماء على إجراء الأبحاث العلمية في مجال صناعة البلاستيك وإعادة التدوير للتخفيف من التلوث. سادساً، تقديم البدائل للعاملين في البلاستيك للتقليل من نسبتهم الكبيرة. أخيراً، إن حكومتي حكومة الجمهورية العربية السورية التي بدأت تنفض عنها غبار الحرب على الإرهاب يسعدها أن تعمل مع هذه اللجنة الموقرة من أجل تحقيق الهدف المرجو، وهو منع التلوث بالبلاستيك وبما في البيئة البحرية. في الختام، أتوجه بالشكر إلى الأمانة العامة على جهودهم الكبيرة وحكومة الأوروغواي وشعبها على كرم الضيافة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Shukran Yasila. I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic, and I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, distinguished delegates and colleagues. First, Singapore would like to thank the government of Uruguay for your kind hospitality and smooth logistics arrangements for hosting this meeting. We would also like to thank the INC Secretariat for the heavy lifting for preparing for this meeting. We have an ambitious timeline ahead of us for the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. Given the short time frame for us to develop the legally binding international instrument, it's important that INC1 lays a strong foundation and provides sufficient momentum to ensure productive negotiations over the next 2 years. Singapore stands ready to participate actively in the INC and to work with all member states towards a constructive, collective outcome. We also wish to express our alignment with the regional statements delivered by the Asia-Pacific Group and the small island developing states. The instrument needs to be ambitious in galvanizing global action and international cooperation to address plastic pollution, particularly in the marine environment. Plastic pollution is a multifaceted issue, and addressing it will require a collective and holistic response. At the same time, we need to recognize and acknowledge the diverse circumstances across different regions and countries, and recognize that effective solutions for one context may not apply to another. To this end, the instrument needs to be designed in a way that facilitates universal participation from all countries, while providing the space for countries to develop and put in place appropriate measures relevant to the national context. The instrument should thus take a pragmatic approach to addressing plastic pollution. We should acknowledge that plastic as a material can continue to play a useful role for economies and societies, given its qualities and characteristics. The question at hand is how, together, we can make sure that it is used responsibly without damaging our living environments. The instrument should thus promote actions and approaches that enhance proper management of plastic waste, as well as enhance the recyclability and circularity of plastics. We should also bear in mind the need for sustainable alternatives that do not create new environmental problems. While we focus on plastic pollution on land, it's also important that the instrument places emphasis on addressing the marine aspect. Plastic pollution in the marine environment is transboundary in nature and requires collective action to address, even more so than the land environment. This is why we believe that the development of a comprehensive waste management approach is fundamentally crucial for the instrument to prevent the leakage of plastic waste into the environment. Given its impact, the instrument will need to provide time for economies and societies to adjust. This also gives time for industry to develop alternatives and to offer better solutions. Once again, Singapore looks forward to contributing actively at the INC and to developing a global instrument that is universal, practical, and substantial in addressing the important issue of plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole que vous m'accordez. La République du Congo vous félicite pour votre élection à la présidence du comité. La République du Congo remercie également le PNUE et surtout le secrétariat exécutif du comité pour cette organisation réussie. Nous remercions les autorités uruguayennes pour avoir accepté d'abriter cette réunion et leur population pour l'hospitalité accordée. Nous remercions également tous ceux qui, de près ou de loin, ont contribué ou continuent encore à contribuer à la réussite de cette présente réunion. Monsieur le Président, la préservation de l'environnement et de la santé des populations figure en bonne place dans les documents stratégiques de la République du Congo, sous la haute autorité de son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, président de la République, et sous la coordination de Mme Arlette Soudan-Nono, ministre de l'Environnement, du Développement durable et du bassin du Congo. La République du Congo, je vous l'informe, Monsieur le Président, est un pays du bassin du Congo. Ce bassin du Congo est caractérisé non seulement des grandes étendues de forêts denses, qui constituent d'ailleurs le poumon écologique de l'humanité, mais aussi des réseaux hydrauliques d'envergure internationale, à l'instar du majestueux fleuve Congo et de l'océan Pacifique. Monsieur le Président, tous ces réseaux hydrauliques, hydrographiques, bordent les agglomérations du pays et sont aujourd'hui vulnérables à la pollution plastique provoquée par l'action humaine. Dans ces conditions, Monsieur le Président, la pollution plastique constitue un fléau, un danger global et un ennemi de la planète en matière de biodiversité. Contre cette pollution, le combat est loin d'être gagné jusque-là, ce qui rend nécessaire les temps de mobilisation tels que celui de cette première réunion du comité de négociation intergouvernementale chargé de créer un instrument juridique international contraignant contre la pollution plastique, y compris dans l'environnement marin. Cet accord devrait permettre aux États de mettre en œuvre des plans d'action pour prévenir, réduire et éliminer la pollution plastique selon une vision claire et commune, avec des objectifs ambitieux et mesurables et des indicateurs appropriés, et ce, avec l'implication de tous les acteurs, avec l'implication de tous les acteurs, où est-ce que je suis? Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît, je me retrouve. OK? Avec l'explication de tous les acteurs, informels et formels, tant économiques que politiques et sociaux, privés ou publics. Ces plans d'action devront constituer la priorité pour la mise en œuvre de ce prochain accord. Nous souhaitons qu'il soit recommandé à tous les membres au lancement de cet accord. Et le comité devra donner le temps aux négociations à venir en mettant l'accent sur les questions de procédure, de définition des concepts et les discussions sur la portée qui pourraient fournir une boussole directrice pour la conception d'un accord ambitieux et efficace qui devra comporter des dispositions facilitant sa mise en œuvre telles que le renforcement des capacités techniques, scientifiques et financières des États en développement, le suivi de la gestion des plastiques à toutes les étapes de leur cycle de vie, des mesures contraignantes envers toutes les initiatives contraires aux objectifs de cet accord qui devront être réprimées non seulement par des législations locales, mais aussi par la mise en pratique des principes de pollueur-payeur et de responsabilité élargie du producteur. Monsieur le Président, cet accord devait également comporter le contrôle et la surveillance des mouvements transfrontières en synergie avec les conventions de Bâle et de Bamako. Une échéance respectable par toutes les parties de l'élimination des plastiques à usage unique, un système de production des rapports sur un cycle bisannuel par les États partis sur l'état d'avancement de la gestion écologiquement rationnelle des déchets plastiques. Monsieur le Président, la République du Congo, pour terminer, vient donner une information à la communauté présente ici sur l'existence au niveau des États du bassin du Congo d'un instrument de gestion des économies bleues appelé Fonds bleu du bassin du Congo. Il est créé, ce fonds-là, il est créé pour participer à l'amélioration des voies de navigation et de transport, à l'appui de l'installation des projets hydroélectriques, au développement de la pêche et de la pisciculture, ainsi qu'au renforcement de l'irrigation en vue d'accroître la productivité sur les terres arables dans les savanes. Toutes ces activités, Monsieur le Président, sont aujourd'hui vulnérables à la pollution plastique. Dans le cadre de cet accord que nous sommes en train de négocier, ce fonds pourra servir de source des financements des contreparties pour la réalisation des projets à venir relatifs au plastique. Mais il faut, Monsieur le Président, pour cela, que ce fonds soit soutenu, qu'il soit renforcé par des institutions de développement et les donateurs. Cette information, Monsieur le Président, vise à rechercher les partenaires pour le fonctionnement de cet outil nécessaire pour la lutte contre la pollution plastique au milieu aquatique. Monsieur le Président, la République du Congo salue la création de ce nouvel accord en négociation et reste solidaire au groupe africain des négociateurs et à tout le comité de négociation intergouvernementale. Nous vous remercions, Monsieur le Président, pour votre attention à notre déclaration. Merci beaucoup.
Je remercie les distingués représentants du Congo. I now will give the floor to the representative of St. Lucia, followed by Kiribati and Libya. I also have to remind you that for an effective use of time, please stick to the time limits we fixed for this meeting. Thank you very much. I give the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. St. Lucia wishes first and foremost to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for taking over the leadership of the first 3 INCs. We wish also to congratulate the Ambassador of Ecuador, who will presumably take on after your reign has been completed. Mr. Chairman, St. Lucia wishes to thank the government and people of Uruguay, particularly the Ministry of External Affairs, for making it possible for us to enter the country seamlessly, and we thank them for that. We wish also to thank the INC Secretariat for their funding, but at the same time, we wish to draw their attention that in future, that they secure some sort of funding so that we don't have to choose between our 2 delegates for priority funding. So that we hope that in the future that we will have a secure source of funding for both delegates. We wish also to thank the United Nations Environmental Programme Sub-Regional Office out of Panama for their sterling efforts, and that is Ms. Andrea Brusco and Mr. Eduardo Visueti, for their sterling efforts in assisting us and getting us here to this very important discourse. Mr. Chairman, St. Lucia wishes to align itself with the formal statement made yesterday by Ms. Asha Challenger from Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of the Small Island Developing States, OASIS, as well as the statement made by GRULAC. We wish to say that St. Lucia will work together with those regional groupings over the next coming years and also to ensure that we come up with an agreement that is reflective of the aspirations of the people of the region, yet at the same time takes into consideration the complexity of plastics. Mr. Chairman, I do not wish to go into what sort of structure that we are going to have today because we have our working groups to deal with that, except to say that St. Lucia would love to see a good compliance mechanism as part of the agreement. We would wish to see a sustainable financing mechanism that will sustain that agreement over the years. Mr. Chairman, we would also like to see the agreement stick to the principles of human rights, as well as have a gender perspective. We know that there is enough intellect in this room, and over the coming days, we look forward to the discussions that will set the baseline for us to create this agreement we so dearly need. Mr. Chairman, St. Lucia thanks you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Kiribati.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, since this is the first time that Kiribati takes the floor, please allow me to share with you warm greetings and blessings from the President, the government, and the people of Kiribati, on whose behalf I am pleased to be here. I wish to begin by greeting you all in my Kiribati language. Amnabenin Maori. Kiribati aligns itself with a statement made by the Pacific Island Developing States and AOSIS. Mr. President, like other delegations, allow me to congratulate you as you take this important role of leading our deliberations and assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation. I wish to convey with deep gratitude our appreciation to the government and people of Uruguay for the very warm hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this country. Kiribati greatly appreciates this opportunity to participate at this first substantive session of the Plastic Pollution Intergovernmental Conference, which we believe is not only timely, but also critical, particularly for small island nations like Kiribati, who are increasingly threatened by the ever-increasing amount of plastic being produced by land-based industries, and more of such plastics ending up as waste in the world oceans. Our participation in this conference is rooted in our belief that plastic pollution is a transboundary problem requiring multilateral measures. I believe our presence today to address the first session of the INC is testament of our strong will to collaborate mutually in building an effective and practical regime to address plastic pollution. As a small island developing state, we are facing real, immediate, and unique vulnerabilities linked to our geography, our small size, making us susceptible to natural disasters, in particular the adverse impacts of climate change. Marine waste and pollution are among the top priority concerns of the Kiribati government that continue to threaten the health of our ecosystems, marine resources, which in turn affect the health, well-being, and livelihood of our people. An estimated 13% of Kiribati waste stream is comprised of plastic, and recent studies indicate a daily plastic waste generation of approximately 9.7 tons, which have accumulated in landfills and in the environment. This amount is significant for a small island state like Kiribati, with lack of capacity and minimal proper treatment options to trade waste other than landfilling. Despite our challenges in adapting to the severe impacts of climate change and disasters overwhelming our local resources, Kiribati remains committed to address plastic pollution and have important initiatives in place. However, the lack of resources, including land space, technical capacity to manage waste in an environmental sound manner, have severely impeded the ability of government to effectively implement its policy. And this is why we are very committed to be part of this legal framework to ensure that our environment, our oceans continue to be protected from plastic pollution. As an ocean state, our vast ocean provides us with abundant resources. The ocean is the mainstay of not only our economy, but our sustainable lives, our culture, and our future. Kiribati recognizes that while there is an obligation for us to work towards an agreement that covers full life cycle of plastic and promotes circular economy to support sound management of plastic waste, we are keen to see recognition of the small island developing states' special circumstances, who are not major producers but are affected by its impacts. It is also important to ensure that the agreement specifies clear mechanisms for capacity building, technical and financial assistance, technology transfer for equitable sharing among parties involved. As we strive for the new robust and ambitious legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, we should not allow ourselves to depart from the narrative of working together in true spirit of multilateralism to be able to put in place an instrument that is workable, doable, and implementable not only by the few capable and rich states, but by all. Let me conclude by sharing with you all our traditional Kiribati blessings of the Mary de Roya de Tapemo. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative. Sorry. Please. Continue. Finish?
Just indicate, give her the floor.
I give you a floor, please. If you finish, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Libya.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. بداية اسمحوا لي أن أبدأ مداخلتي بتقديم التهنئة للسيد الرئيس على انتخابه رئيسا للجنة التفاوض الحكومية الدولية INC، وبتقديم الشكر الجزيل لجمهورية الأوروغواي الشرقية حكومة وشعبا على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة، وبتقديم التهنئة لأمانة يونب وأمانة INC على هذا النجاح الباهر في التنظيم وعلى الجهود المبذولة طيلة الأشهر الماضية. سيداتي سادتي، لا يخفى عليكم أن البلاستيك أصبح من أهم الملوثات التي تهدد جميع الكائنات الحية على حد سواء، فهو موجود في كل مكان في البر والبحر والجو وبأشكال وألوان وأحجام مختلفة، ورغم ذلك نجد أنفسنا مضطرين للتعامل معه، فهو أصبح موجوداً في كل مكان من حولنا. فأينما ذهبت تجد البلاستيك متداخل في حياتك، في الأسواق، في عبوات التغليف والأكياس البلاستيكية، وفي البيت موجود في معظم الأجهزة المنزلية، في أقلامنا وأجهزة الهواتف والكمبيوتر، وفي كل مكان من حولنا. لذلك لدينا قول نستخدمه في اللغة العربية بخصوص البلاستيك، فنحن نقول أن البلاستيك صديقنا اللدود، وهي جملة تحتوي على مفارقة طريفة، فكلمة اللدود لا تطلق إلا على العدو، وهنا تكمن المفارقة. فهو صديقنا لأننا مضطرين للتعامل معه في مختلف نواحي الحياة، لكنه لدود لأنه من أخطر الملوثات وأكثرها انتشاراً. سيداتي سادتي، نحن في ليبيا رغم كل الظروف التي تمر بها البلاد من مشاكل متنوعة أدت إلى عدم الاستقرار، إلا أننا كنا دائماً ولا زلنا نحاول المضي قدماً في مختلف البرامج البيئية، ولا سيما في جانب الحفاظ على الكائنات الحية البرية والبحرية. وفيما يخص التلوث بالبلاستيك فقد ركزنا على جانب التوعية، ونجحنا إلى حد كبير، خاصة في توعية صغار السن والمراهقين. ومنذ سنوات نقوم سنويا بأنشطة توعوية مختلفة وغير تقليدية لتسليط الضوء على مشكلة البلاستيك التي أصبحت ككرة الثلج تكبر مع مرور الوقت. كنا في كل عام نجمع عدد كبير من التلاميذ وننظم مسابقات عفوا على هذا الخطأ. وننظم مسابقات لجمع مخلفات البلاستيك المتناثرة على الشواطئ، ثم نقوم بتوزيع الجوائز والهدايا عليهم، مع التذكير بالتأثيرات السلبية للبلاستيك على النظم البيئية البرية والبحرية. هذا الأمر نجح إلى حد كبير في تشبيع عقول الأطفال بخطورة البلاستيك وأهمية مكافحته والتقليل من استخدامه وإعادة استخدام المتاح منه. لقد أصبحنا نرى نتائج هذه التوعية بوضوح من خلال تزايد عدد المتطوعين سنوياً في برامج حفظ الكائنات البحرية مثل السلحفاة البحرية ضخمة الرأس والحوتيات وغيرها، وكذلك تزايد عدد المتطوعين سنوياً في الحملات التطوعية التي ننظمها لتنظيف الشواطئ البعيدة عن التجمعات السكانية من البلاستيك. فليبيا دولة تقع في جنوب البحر الأبيض المتوسط، وعدد سكانها قليل نسبياً، وتتمتع بشاطئ طويل يبلغ حوالي 2000 كيلومتر، وهي في معظمها شواطئ رملية، وأجزاء كبيرة منها لا يوجد بها أي تجمعات سكانية ولا أي أنشطة بشرية. ومع ذلك في كل عام نجدها مليئة بأشكال وأنواع من البلاستيك التي ترميها أمواج البحر على الشواطئ. سيداتي سادتي، أخيراً فإنني أنتهز هذه الفرصة لأنقل لكم تحيات الحكومة الليبية، وبالأخص تحيات معالي وزير البيئة في ليبيا إبراهيم العربي منير، الذي كلفني كنقطة اتصال لليبيا في لجنة التفاوض الحكومية الدولية. ومن هذا المنطلق أود أن أؤكد أن ليبيا تود أن تضم صوتها إلى بيان المجموعة الإفريقية الذي تلاه مندوب غانا الموقر، وتأمل أن يؤخذ الوضع الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والأمني لمختلف الدول في الاعتبار، بحيث يتم التوصل لاتفاق قابل للتطبيق في مختلف الدول على حد سواء. فلا يخفى عليكم أن التلوث لا يعترف بالحدود، لذلك نأمل أن تؤخذ الأوضاع والظروف الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والأمنية في الاعتبار، بحيث يكون الاتفاق لمكافحة التلوث بالمواد البلاستيكية بما في ذلك في البيئة البحرية قابل للتطبيق في جميع الدول بدون استثناء. وشكرا لكم على الاستماع.
I thank the distinguished representative of Libya. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Monaco, followed by Ukraine and Iceland.
Monsieur le Président du Comité international de négociation, Madame le Secrétaire exécutif, Excellences, distingués collègues, je me réjouis de prendre part en personne à ces négociations et au nom de Monaco, je remercie le gouvernement uruguayen pour la qualité de l'accueil et les bonnes conditions dans lesquelles nous travaillons. Monsieur le Président, je vous félicite de votre nomination et vous assure de la confiance en votre efficacité à diriger les débats et à nous aider à trouver les consensus nécessaires pour aboutir à un traité ambitieux à la mesure des attentes suscitées. À cet égard, la Principauté de Monaco festionne les objectifs de la coalition de la haute ambition pour en finir avec la pollution plastique et souscrit à la déclaration prononcée hier par la Géorgie. Ainsi, Monaco aspire à ce que les travaux qui ont débuté hier aboutissent à un traité juridiquement contraignant permettant de juguler au plus vite la pollution massive et les atteintes sans cesse croissantes que font peser certains plastiques sur la santé humaine et notre environnement. À cet effet, l'instrument à venir devra instaurer des objectifs concrets de résultats aux différentes étapes du cycle de vie des produits plastiques, nous conduisant à restreindre leur production et leur consommation à des niveaux soutenables en adéquation avec les capacités de chacun des pays concernés. De plus, établir les conditions d'une économie circulaire pour le plastique permettra de protéger plus efficacement la santé humaine et l'environnement. et participerait d'une forme d'exemplarité dans un monde aux ressources limitées. Les perspectives de pollution par les plastiques nous commandent de placer nos travaux à la hauteur du problème à régler et, avec discernement, considérer jusqu'à des mesures de réglementation fortes, en priorité pour les plastiques les plus problématiques. À cet égard, les études et les informations fiables dont nous disposons sur la nature des plastiques majoritaires qui impactent l'environnement, et notamment les écosystèmes marins, devraient nous guider pour définir des mesures qui permettront d'endiguer leur diffusion dès que possible. Avec cette perspective, la coopération internationale et les moyens permettant à tous les pays d'agir avec le plus haut niveau d'ambition doivent être considérés au cours de nos travaux. Monsieur le Président, je terminerai en saluant le travail du secrétariat qui a rassemblé les documents d'études et d'informations demandés à l'issue de la réunion préparatoire de Dakar. À cet égard, le scénario proposé constitue une très bonne base pour structurer notre négociation. Je vous remercie de votre attention et vous souhaite bonne chance.
Finish. I thank the distinguished representative of Monaco. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, dear colleagues. First of all, let me express our gratitude to UNEP ANC Plastic Secretariat and the government of Uruguay for the brilliant organization for the first session of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee on Plastic Pollutions. As we all know, the difficult and long-lasting negotiations, followed by a number of compromises, were behind the successful adoption of the UN Resolutions 514. The same difficult negotiations happened during the open-ended working group meeting in Senegal. We are sure that by the end of the week, we will manage to achieve an important globally beneficial result, an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollutions. Despite the difficulties caused by unprovoked and unjustified invasion of the Russian Federation, the government of my country, Ukraine, is keen of adoption international legally binding instrument of plastic pollutions and makes every possible step to eliminate the problem with plastics waste in Ukraine. Ukraine began very progressive and ambitious steps for fighting against plastic pollutions. In June 2021, President of Ukraine signed the law of banning plastic bags, and from March 2022, it is forbidden to use in Ukraine plastic bags in retailers and restaurants thinner than 50 microns. Also, we forbidden to use oxo-degradable plastic, which, as you know, create a lot of microplastic in environment and cause a lot of damage. We go further and register in Parliament a draft law on banning single-use plastic productions. Now the environment of Ukraine is entire Europe is under serious attack. Russian illegal attack on Ukraine has caused on unprecedented danger to ecosystems and biodiversity of Ukraine, Black and Azov Sea regions. Russian troops' actions show disrespect to the obligation to protect the environment in times of armed conflict. Hundreds of objects in Ukraine, civilian and critical infrastructure have already been destroyed. As a result of hostilities, performed a significant amount of debris, damaged cars, waste of military equipment, and other waste. In addition, Russian troops bring and leave after themselves a lot of waste, especially single-use plastic, and contaminate with them our nature. They also destroyed our capacities to processing of plastic and other recycling products. Right now, our government is searching solution how to deal with all the huge amount of waste that were created because of Russian aggressions and trying to minimize the damage to environment. Dear colleagues, unprovoked and unjustified invasions of Russian Federation did not stop Ukraine from combating plastic pollutions. It should not either stop entire global community from achieving international binding instrument in this regard. During last meeting in Dakar, we witnessed an attempt of Russian delegation to spread ill Kremlin propaganda and fake news. After the atrocities and war crimes committed by Russian criminals in Ukraine. Unfortunately, it is difficult for us to be surprised by actions of this regime. However, we couldn't believe that its representative will dare to try to destroy such an important process for global community. My delegation deeply condemns any attempts of the Russian side to use ANC to spread its propaganda and lies. We believe that UNEP and ANC must not be used for rising political issues. As we mentioned numerous times, the delegation of Ukraine never speaks regarding political issues with UNEP, never discuss atrocities and war crimes of Kremlin regime, and will never do that. We are talking about environment and the ways how to overpass the negative impact of Russian invasion to Ukraine and Europe. Even in Dakar, when we heard the nonsense of lies on Kremlin regime representative, we kept silent as a sign of respect to all esteemed delegates and especially their valuable time.
There is a point of order. The microphone, please. There is a point of order from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the word. There is no translation. It was interrupted. In that case, I think distinguished representative of Ukraine cannot continue presenting his speech because countries will not understand what was said without translations. So we have, and as far as I understand, also limit of 3 minutes is already over. As you ruled that intervention should be not more than 3 minutes on the substantial issues. Thank you.
I thank the Russian Federation. There was a technical problem, and I already remind delegates to please stick to the 3 minutes terms. So I continue the floor to Ukraine. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I repeat again? Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, dear colleagues, first of all, let me express our gratitude to UNEP ANC Plastic Secretariat and the government of Uruguay for the brilliant organization of the first session of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee of Plastic Pollution. As we all know, the difficult and long-lasting negotiation followed by a number of compromises were behind the successful adoption of UNEA Resolution 514. The same difficult negotiations happened during the open-ended working group meeting in Senegal. We are sure that by the end of the week we will manage to achieve an important globally beneficial result as an internationally legally binding instrument of plastic pollution. Despite the difficult, scarce, the unprovoked, unjustified invasion of the Russian Federation, the government of my country, Ukraine, is keen on adoption international legally binding instrument of plastic pollution and makes every possible step to eliminate the problem with plastic waste in Ukraine. Ukraine began the progressive and ambitious step for fighting against plastic pollution. In June 21, President of Ukraine signed the law banning plastic bags, and from March 22, it is forbidden to use in Ukraine plastic bags in retail restaurants thinner than 50 microns. Also, we forbidden to use oxo-degradable plastic, which, as you know, create a lot of microplastic environment and cause a lot of damage. We go through the unregistered parliament draft on law of banning single-use plastic production. Now the environment of Ukraine and entire Europe is under serious attack. Russian illegal attack on Ukraine was cast on unprecedented danger to ecosystems and biodiversity in Ukraine, Black and Azov Sea regions. Russian troops' actions show disrespect to the obligation to protect the environment in times of armed conflict. Hundreds of objects of Ukraine, civilian and critical infrastructure, have already been destroyed. As a result of hostilities were formed a significant amount of debris, damaged cars, waste of military equipment and other waste. In addition, Russian troops bring and leave after themselves a lot of waste, especially single-use plastics, and contaminate with them of our nature. Also, they destroyed our capacities to processing of plastic and other recycling products. Right now, our government is searching solutions how to deal with all this huge amount of waste that were created because of Russian aggressions and trying to minimize the damage of environment. Unprovoked and justified invasion of the Russian Federation did not stop Ukraine from combating plastic pollution. I should not either stop entire global community from having international binding instrument in this regard. During the meeting in Dakar, we witnessed an attempt for Russian delegation to spread ill Kremlin propaganda and fake news. After the atrocities and war crimes committed by Russian criminals in Ukraine, unfortunately, it is difficult for us to be surprised by actions of this regime. However, we couldn't believe that its representative will dare to try to destroy such an important process for global community. My delegation deeply condemns any attempts of the Russian side to use INC for it to spread its propaganda and lies. We believe that UNEP at INC must not be used for raising political issues. As we have mentioned numerous times, the delegation of Ukraine never speaks regarding political issues within UNEP, never discuss atrocities and war crimes of Kremlin regime, and will never do that. As we're talking about environment and the ways how to overpass the negative impact on Russian invasion to Ukraine and Europe, even in Dakar, where we had the nonsense and lies of Kremlin regime's representative, we kept silent as a sign of respect to all esteemed delegates and especially their valuable time. We know that there is no much sense in addressing the dignity and morality of the Russian side, which demonstrated for numbers with time his disrespect both for the well-established Nairobi spirit and to all of us, representatives of member states of UNEP Secretariat. But with the hope that Russian delegation still has moral strength to abstain from spoiling such an important process as plastic pollution negatives. Dear friends, with the hope that this meeting will remain purely technical, the delegation of Ukraine is looking forward to having efficient discussions, consensus-based solutions, and mutually beneficial decisions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. We have still in our list several delegates, so I urge you to stick to the 3 minutes limit time. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iceland.
Thank you, Chair. It is a joyful occasion to be here in Punta del Este at INC1. Our thanks go to Uruguay for the excellent arrangements in hosting this meeting. Iceland's concern about plastic pollution is rooted in our vital connection to the ocean. We note with concern that plastic pollution is accumulating in our seas, killing marine life and affecting the health of marine ecosystems, which will ultimately have an impact on human health. We need to reverse negative trends and halt plastic pollution. We think the best way to achieve this is to establish a truly circular economy for plastic, addressing all parts of the life cycle, from production to the minimization and effective management of waste. An international scientific symposium held last year brought a spotlight to the fact that plastic waste and microplastics are found widely in the Arctic, far from sources. This shows that plastic pollution has a global reach, requiring a global response, which we can and must provide here and now at INC1. We want to see this first negotiation session firmly establish a practical framework. We want to see a start to substantive negotiations here in an effective manner, including on objectives, control measures, means of implementation, and institutional arrangements. Iceland is a part of the High Ambition Coalition to end plastic pollution and supports its vision for the way forward as presented by Georgia on behalf of the coalition here. Iceland supports the active involvement of civil society and business in this process. Let us use the opportunity and the wonderful settings here to create a momentum that will enable us to fulfill our mandate to deliver an ambitious agreement in 2024, and ultimately to end plastic pollution in our seas and everywhere. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iceland. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time Fiji is taking the floor, we'd like to thank the government and the people of Uruguay for hosting the first session of the INC to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and we congratulate you, Chair, on your appointment. Chair, humanity faces the triple planetary crisis: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, and these are interlinked. The triple planetary crisis is a daily reality and directly impacts on the Pacific region's natural environment, prosperity, cultural identity, health, and well-being of our communities and beyond. This is undisputed and well acknowledged in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, endorsed by the Pacific leaders. Fiji strongly supported the UN Environment Assembly resolution End Plastic Pollution towards an internationally legally binding instrument and the formation of an intergovernmental negotiating committee to negotiate a specific globally legally binding agreement to address the full life cycle of plastic pollution by 2024. The Pacific Island members are custodians of the largest ocean that makes up 98% of the region. Our EEZ comprises of over 10% of the world's ocean, which provides vital ecosystem services underpinning economic sustainability in the region. Fiji is acutely aware of the pervasive, transboundary, and persistent nature of plastic pollution and the impact that it has on the health and well-being of our communities and the environment. The accelerating rate of plastic production and consumption is deeply worrying. It is heartbreaking to note that 90% of the current plastic production ends up in the environment. Fiji is concerned about the migratory marine species such as whales, turtles, dolphins, and sharks, as they are highly vulnerable from the impact of the marine plastics. Many of these species are endangered and or are threatened and are also important cultural icons for Fiji and its people. We were at the CITES COP19 meeting in Panama last 2 weeks, where we worked hard to protect some of the species from illegal wildlife trafficking. Here we are at the first INC, prepared to engage with parties to ensure that these species and the marine ecosystems are protected from the impact of marine pollution. Fiji has acted to reduce and eliminate single-use and problematic plastics, prevent chemical hazardous waste and pollution, to protect and conserve our terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. But there is a greater and urgent need for more ambitious actions at global level to prevent plastic and microplastic pollution. Fiji intends to engage with all parties to address the global plastic crisis that is before us, recognizing the urgency and the seriousness of the issue. Fiji is committed to working with you, Chair, in ensuring that we work towards meeting the timelines that has been set before us in the development of a legally binding instrument. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Fiji. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sudan, followed by Nepal and Guinea.
السلام عليكم. شكرا لإتاحة الفرصة. نتقدم بالشكر لدولة أوروغواي لحسن الضيافة والتنظيم، وكذلك الشكر لسكرتاريا اليونيب، ونهنئك سيد الرئيس على اختيارك رئيسا لهذه اللجنة. يتطلع السودان إلى الوصول إلى اتفاقية بأسرع ما يمكن للمساهمة في حل مشكلة التلوث البلاستيكي، وهو تلوث عابر للحدود ويؤثر على الدول الأقل نمواً والجزر الصغيرة بصورة كبيرة، وفي ظل انعدام أدوات الرقابة والتحكم في إدارة النفايات المؤثرة على البيئة البحرية وتحديداً النفايات البلاستيكية. يعاني السودان من تلوث مصادر المياه في نهر النيل والبحر الأحمر، ويشاركنا في ذلك العديد من الدول. مما يساهم في تدهور البيئة البحرية والصحة العامة. لذا يعمل السودان في الاستعجال إلى الوصول إلى صك عاجل وملزم قانونا لإنهاء التلوث البلاستيكي، يراعي أوضاع الدول الأقل نمواً ويراعي نقل التكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات والدعم المالي للدول الأقل نمواً، وكذلك التوجه إلى الاقتصاد الدائري، آخذين في الاعتبار المسؤولية الأخلاقية للدول الصناعية تجاه هذا الأمر، وكذلك الدعم ووضع الخطط الوطنية وتنفيذها. في الختام نتمنى أن يصل الجميع إلى هذا الصك الطموح وفقا للمواقيت الموضوعة من قبل بمشاركة كل أصحاب المصلحة. شكرا جزيلا.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sudan. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Chairman, Excellencies, Secretary, and distinguished delegates. On behalf of the government of Nepal and my delegation, I would like to extend our thanks with appreciation to the organizer, government of Uruguay, for organizing this INC1 meeting and the warm hospitality. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to UN Environment Program for the continued support and cooperation. It is a matter of great pleasure and privilege for me to participate in this meeting. We are in the historic moment to discuss on the need for more strengthened and collaborating effort from all nations to reduce plastic pollution. In this regard, enabling policies and their effective implementation is the responsibility of all member governments to curb the problem hazardous waste disposal, waste containing or contaminated with microplastic waste, and for their disposal. We have to establish, expand, and strengthen functional collaboration among all stakeholders, all the local, national, regional, and global level. Government of Nepal has taken various initiatives with appropriate legal instruments, institutional and financial agreements to control pollution. Government of Nepal had announced a complete ban of the production, import, and sale, distribution, and use of plastic bags having thickness less than 40 microns, effective from July 16, 2021, to reduce environmental production from plastic production. Also, use of cotton jutes or paper bags instead of plastic bags is made mandatory in all business houses, including shopping malls and departmental stores. Billions of plastic waste have been produced by humans so far, and much of it up to the nature, causing harm to both living beings and the environment. A huge amount of plastic finds its way into river system and eventually into the global ocean ecology. Also, microplastic have found their way into the human food chain. In this regard, I would like to highlight the urgency to address the issue of plastic pollution. Personally, I believe that plastic pollution is going on increasing in Himalayas and mountain region. And please give attention and also include it in the INC1 documents. I would like to reassure that the government of Nepal is fully committed towards the protection of environment through the development and effective enforcement of policy, legislation, action plans, and programs in line with the national commitment in the international forums. In this regard, we urge UN Environment and Development partners to focus effort in building national capacities of least developed country and developing member states. Finally, the government of Nepal expressed its firm belief that meaningful support and cooperation from all state members, development partners, UN agencies, and international institutions will be continued to Nepal. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal, and I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Guinea.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
toutes mes admirations pour votre élection à la tête de ce comité. Comme c'est la première fois que le gouvernement guinéen prend la parole, permettez-moi de remercier le gouvernement de l'Uruguay et le peuple uruguayen pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé. Mes remerciements vont à l'endroit du secrétariat de l'INC pour avoir organisé la première session sur l'élaboration d'un instrument international juridiquement contraignant. La République de Guinée s'associe à la déclaration faite par le groupe Afrique. Monsieur le Président, je ne parlerai pas ici d'un cas général. Les déchets plastiques créent de véritables problèmes environnementaux à la République de Guinée et dans le reste du monde. Vous conviendrez avec moi, Monsieur le Président, que la mauvaise gestion et la compétition à ciel ouvert par manque de moyens, qui est une réalité aujourd'hui dans le pays de l'article 5, entraîne un impact négatif sur la santé de la population. Monsieur le Président, une réaction de combustion des plastiques reportée au laboratoire a donné le résultat suivant: des molécules d'anhydride carbonique plus la molécule d'eau et divers gaz à 85% toxiques. Monsieur le Président, pour ne citer qu'un seul exemple, l'une des composantes de ce résultat est le chlorure d'hydrogène qui forme de l'anhydride chlorhydrique en contact ici avec les tissus du corps humain. Son inhalation peut causer de la suffocation et l'inflammation des parois nasales. Il entraîne un œdème pulmonaire, une défaillance du système cardiovasculaire et la mort. Monsieur le Président, eu regard de tout ce qui précède, le gouvernement guinéen est en train d'élaborer une loi nationale sur la gestion des plastiques, y compris le milieu marin. Monsieur le Président, pour trouver une formule, il ne s'agit pas seulement de parler des déchets plastiques, mais il faut aussi harmoniser la production de plastique. La République de Guinée compte sur des travaux au niveau de l'INC pour avoir un accord solide et fructueux pour tous. Je vous remercie.
Je remercie les distingués représentants de la République de Guinée. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Chair, and I congratulate on your appointment. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all of you. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the government of Uruguay and the community of Punta del Este for the excellent arrangements for the first intergovernmental meeting to develop a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Excellencies and delegates, just like other developing countries, particularly small island developing countries, Maldives faces many challenges in the path to preserving our environment and sustainable development. These challenges are intensified by the geographical nature of our island nations. 80% of Maldivian islands are just a meter above sea level. Climate change and subsequent extreme weather patterns pose a threat to our well-being. Human-induced amenities such as plastic pollution puts our vulnerable ecosystem and their services at grave danger. This threatens our health, this threatens our livelihood, this threatens our future generations. Mr. Chair, recognizing the urgent action that is needed to protect our fragile environment, Maldives is doing its part. With the one island, one reef, and one wetland from each atoll, conservation policies, Maldives has been able to assign 79 protected sites across the country. Maldives aims to achieve the net zero emission target by 2030 by installing solar panels and adapting other renewable energy resources. We target to shift the cooling sector from high global warming potential gases to sustainable, climate-friendly refrigerants starting from 2024. Furthermore, to acknowledge the environmental, social, and health impacts of plastic pollution, Maurice endorsed the single-use plastic phase-out plan from 2020 to 2023. This plan is a national initiative to phase out the production, import, and consumption of certain single-use plastics into the Maldives and promote the use of sustainable alternatives in the effort to protect human health and the vulnerable marine environment of the country. Under this plan, Maurice has banned the import, production, and sales of 10 problematic single-use plastics by June 2020. This plan also aims to implement market-based instruments to reduce the plastic consumption and encourage the use of alternatives. It is also one of the key objectives of this plan to promote circular economy by introducing circular economy models such as extended producer responsibility. Furthermore, the current waste management bill sets a legal framework for the consumers to pay a levy of MBR2 on all plastic bags on point of sale. This is to discourage the dependency on plastic bags and increase the use of alternatives in envisioning a plastic-free Maldives. We also believe that behavioral changes will effectively work together with the right policy instruments. Mr. Chair, to support our national efforts, Maldives seeks an ambitious global agreement on plastic pollution across the entire life cycle of plastics, considered within its scope, promoting resource efficiency, circular economy approaches, with a priority focus on addressing single-use plastics. It should also take a central place in the international efforts while facilitating cooperation, coordination, and complementarity among relevant regional and international conventions and instruments. The internationally legally binding instrument should promote the development, dissemination, and incorporation of technology, science, data, and information on plastics, and also incorporate relevant traditional knowledge, knowledge of indigenous people, and local knowledge systems, including from local communities in right-based manner. Research and development should also be forward-looking, seeking sustainable alternatives to plastic substitutes for future production. Mr. Chair, addressing these issues require building human capacity and strengthening institutional arrangements, as well as provision of adequate financing from developed countries to developing countries, especially for small island developing states. If we are to strengthen our actions for nature to achieve sustainable development goals, we need collective action. It is an easy feat neither for one government nor one country. We believe that regional as well as global cooperation is key to sustainable development. As such, let me emphasize the importance of multilateral cooperation to address the environmental challenges that extend beyond national borders. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Maldives, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I bring you greetings from the great people of Nigeria and from the Honorable Minister of Environment, Nigeria. Mr. Chair, plastic is an integral part of our people, but of course, the menace is enormous. Mr. Chair, Nigeria is very much committed like never before in ensuring that our environment is free of plastic pollution and beginning this joint stride from the land base. Mr. Chair, the development of frameworks to address the menace of plastic pollution cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, Mr. Chair, we urge that the issue at hand be dealt with equitably, putting into account regional and sub-regional approaches in tackling the problem of plastic pollution, including the marine environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. Y ahora le doy la palabra al distinguido representante de Guinea Ecuatorial.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por concederme la palabra en este acto de muchísima importancia a nivel nacional e internacional. Y felicidades por su elección. Quisiera dar las gracias al pueblo de la hermana República Oriental de Uruguay y a su distinguido gobierno por acoger este importante e histórico acto de la primera reunión del Comité Intergubernamental de Negociación para desarrollar un instrumento internacional jurídicamente vinculante sobre la contaminación plástica, incluso en el medio marino. Y de una manera muy especial al equipo de la Secretaría Ejecutiva del PENUMA por el éxito de la organización de este evento y muchas gracias. En nombre y representación del Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, me congratula expresar mis agradecimientos en este encuentro, ya que es una oportunidad única para que los gobiernos aborden juntos la problemática global de la contaminación plástica mediante reglas globales y comunes. Un instrumento jurídico eficaz y bien diseñado puede aprovechar el poder y los recursos colectivos a nivel internacional para lograr un cambio sistémico en todo el ciclo de la vida del plástico y revertir la problemática que nos preocupa a todos en estos momentos y que se está viendo incrementado. El plástico ha sido uno de los mayores inventos que ha evolucionado la industrialización, así como también es uno de los mayores contaminantes que contribuyen al cambio climático. No importa dónde te encuentres, de seguro si ves a tu alrededor podrás comenzar a contar con cuántas cosas de plástico te rodeas, envases de comida, electrodomésticos, accesorios, incluso en nuestra ropa. Pues este material ha sido uno de los pilares principales de la economía y de nuestras vidas, pero sin olvidarnos de que su mala gestión en los humanos afecta de forma negativa a las especies faunísticas marinas, el agua de consumo humano y así como los alimentos que ingerimos. Si no se prevén medidas adecuadas para mitigar esa problemática, el ser humano se verá en peligro. Guinea Ecuatorial es un pequeño estado de África Central con apenas 28,000 kilómetros cuadrados y con una población de menos de 2 millones de habitantes. La contaminación plástica es evidente en mi sociedad, ya que un gran porcentaje de la población desconoce los impactos ambientales negativos que producen los plásticos. A pesar de los esfuerzos del gobierno en materia de educación ambiental, adhesión de la nación en múltiples convenios internacionales en materia de sostenibilidad ambiental, construcción de instalaciones de reciclaje, así como gestionar los créditos a los emprendedores de este sector. Pero se sigue evidenciando las prácticas de vertido de residuos plásticos en los cursos hídricos y la quema a cielo abierto de estos materiales, poniendo en peligro la salud humana y medioambiental. Nuestro país no produce el plástico, sino que es importado. El comité tiene que ver el papel que juegan las grandes industrias plásticas, por lo que Guinea Ecuatorial no tiene objeción alguna en la creación y aplicabilidad de este instrumento internacional, ya que es de mucha importancia para la humanidad y lo que nos rodea. Se solicita a los estados más desarrollados estrechar la mano a los menos desarrollados en materia de transferencia tecnológica, así como mecanismos de financiación para el desarrollo de capacidades de cada nación. Pasando de una economía lineal del plástico a una economía circular, garantizaremos un equilibrio ecológico en nuestro planeta, por lo que es momento de decir adiós a la contaminación plástica. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Agradezco al distinguido representante de Guinea Ecuatorial. I thank you all for your very interesting interventions that highlighted the very important work being done, your general observations and aspirations for the agreement. We will, of course, hear more on the elements in the agreement throughout the next days, more focused interventions. We have now completed the list of speakers from national delegations, so I would therefore like to open the floor for interventions, first from intergovernmental organizations, followed by the UN agencies, and finally observers. Once again, please keep your interventions within the time limits of 3 minutes. So I will give the floor to the representative of the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. IUCN welcomes the beginning of these important deliberations and stands ready to support the process. IUCN, this means nature conservation. There is overwhelming evidence that nature conservation works and is an effective and essential contributor towards many of humanity's goals, including towards a circular economy and a systemic shift to sustainable use on plastics. For this first INC, IUCN highlights the following. Guided by namely 2 IUCN resolutions adopted by its members in 2021, IUCN strongly welcomes the ongoing process for a global plastics treaty. We are supporting the partnerships in place. Based on these 2 resolutions, also, IUCN urges parties to adopt clear, preferably numerical and verifiable objectives in order to take priority action by 2025 to prevent further plastic pollution from single-use plastic products in protected areas and in the land and water and marine environment. Also based on this resolution, IUCN strongly encourages parties to start negotiations with the ultimate goal of stopping plastic pollution worldwide by 2030, a zero pollution goal in sight, while considering national and local circumstances and capabilities for implementation along the whole plastics value chain. IUCN calls for inclusiveness in the process and an effective treaty as an outcome. At IUCN's heart is respect for nature and respect for people. IUCN's pioneering work on assessing plastic waste and leakage led to the development of methodologies of quantifying plastic waste and leakage across the plastic product life cycle. IUCN also offers the tools to guide, monitor, and measure action, including the IUCN Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions. These could showcase the contribution of nature-based solutions towards a circular economy. IUCN's foundational, science-based, technical, legal, namely through IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and economic expertise and evidence is particularly well placed to connect the biosphere elements of the SDGs with a commitment to work towards more just and equitable societies. IUCN will build on existing cooperation with other relevant actors and strengthen it, scale up local and regional initiatives, give a voice to traditional indigenous knowledge, also from municipal level, cities and the informal sector, and promote circular economic models to develop synergies and coherence in relation to engaging IUCN and its members in the dialogues on the Global Plastic Treaty. Thank you so much.
I thank the representative of IUCN for the intervention, and I now give the floor to the representative of the International Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Raylene Martin, and it is my honor to address you on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce, the largest business organization representing millions of companies of all sizes and sectors in over 100 countries, including small and medium enterprises that are the linchpin of the global economy. Let me start by extending our sincere thanks to the INC Secretariat for their efforts in preparing this first INC meeting and multi-stakeholder forum, and to the government of Uruguay for hosting us in this beautiful city. We heartily congratulate the Executive Secretary of the INC and the newly appointed Chair of the Bureau for their appointments, and reiterate our full support as the business community to work alongside you all, the UNEP Secretariat, all countries and stakeholders, for the imperative charge and task that lies ahead, and as we seize the opportunity for collective action and meaningful change. We fully commend the Executive Director of UNEP and her team and all countries for establishing a common goal and a critical path for a global treaty to end plastic pollution. We stand at a pivotal point in history for the future of humanity and our planet. The global business community acknowledges the importance and urgency to tackle this critical issue of plastic pollution and is already taking active steps to address it. However, much more needs to be done to leverage the energy, capacities, and expertise of the business community to scale up its actions as a positive actor for change. One key driver in this process will be an ambitious, workable, and effective legally binding instrument with a global framework that would help guide and enable businesses to become positive actors in transitioning to a circular economy for plastics. The right enabling frameworks for the real economy will be key to unlock the potential in the private sector to address plastic pollution across the value chain. This includes research and development, innovation, and sustainable production. Deliberations over the coming days can help us set the stage for a successful outcome, and we urge all countries to seize this opportunity to work with business and all stakeholders to establish an inclusive, efficient, and effective negotiating process to tackle our common goals of ending plastic pollution. A coordinated, concerted, and holistic approach with respect to design, use, and reuse of plastics that is based on a common vision and shared goal will be critically needed. We acknowledge and greatly welcome the recognition of business as a key stakeholder in the process, as well as the implementation of the instrument. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, now more than ever, we recognize that overcoming the challenges and achieving our goals requires a collaborative effort by all stakeholders. We are pleased to be present here as we chart the way forward to create the conditions for an effective negotiating process and stand ready to engage constructively in the discussions that lie ahead to help governments find common ground in achieving the agreement's objective. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the ICC, and I now give the floor to the representative of the BRS Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. Allow me also to join others in congratulating you on assuming this very important task. I would also like to express my thanks to the government of Uruguay and also UNEP for organizing the meeting. My congratulations also go to the governments of Peru and Ecuador for their respective appointments as chair of these very important negotiations. I think we all agree that the task we have in front of us is challenging, yet I'm excited by the very strong commitments expressed by member states, the industry, civil society, and all stakeholders to take drastic actions to end plastic pollution. Likewise, the Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, which are three nearly universal treaties, remains fully committed to contribute to this journey, as requested by the respective conferences of the parties, as well as by UNEA. Taken together, the three conventions provide a bold framework to address plastic pollution through a life cycle approach. In that context, we have already developed excellent cooperation and coordination with UNEP and the INC Secretariat in the preparation of this INC1. In particular, the third meeting of the Basel Convention Plastic Waste Partnership was held back-to-back with the INC here in Punta del Este, which brought together both governments, the private sector, and the civil society in developing areas of cooperation and implementation of the Basel Convention with regards to plastics. The meeting also provided a further prelude to the multi-stakeholder forum, which allowed us to further exchange views and information. As you are aware, Mr. Chair, the Basel Convention provides legally binding obligations to manage plastic waste in an environmentally sound manner and minimizing the generation of such waste and the control of their transboundary movements through the Pre-Informed Consent Procedure, or PIC. The plastic waste amendments adopted in 2019 and the subsequent entry into force has enabled us to move this agenda forward, and we look forward to the possible adoption of updated technical guidelines on plastic waste at our upcoming BRS meetings of the Conference of the Parties in May 2023. Furthermore, work on the Stockholm Convention on persistent organic pollutants, or POPs, in plastics is also ongoing. 33 persistent organic pollutants are listed under the Stockholm Convention, and we note that 15 out of those 31 POPs includes groups of chemicals that are plastic additives or used in plastic manufacture or byproducts. It is therefore important to note that the issue of plastic additives need to be addressed, as those could hamper safe and sound circular approaches. Securing transparency and traceability of chemicals in plastics could also be one of the key elements to be discussed. We have also jointly prepared a number of information documents which I hope will be useful in guiding your discussions over the course of this week. Finally, my team and I remain at your disposal for the entire week to support you and to discuss any matter with you you may so wish in relation to the work we have before us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of the BR's Secretariat. I now give the floor to representative of FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to express appreciation to the government of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, UNEP, and INC Secretariat for hosting and organizing this important international meeting. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I am honored to speak on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The use of plastics in agri-food value chains is pervasive. FAO estimates that 12.5 million tons of plastics are used annually for crop, livestock production, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. And food packaging adds additional over 37 million tons per year. Plastics in agriculture can increase crop yields and production efficiency. However, those increases come with high environmental, economic, and social costs from the increased plastics pollution. To feed a growing population, while addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, ecosystem restoration, agri-food value chains must become more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. This means that plastics used in agriculture must be reduced or replaced, and where there is no alternative, recycled and recovered. FAO promotes a holistic and circular approach to plastics management, including microplastics, within agri-food systems, including in the marine environment. We promote scientific research to understand the global scope of the problem and food safety issues. We're also working with the public and private sector to reduce the plastic footprint of specific value chains. And we support countries in strengthening their policy response for marking fishing gear, developing bioeconomy strategies, and addressing microplastics pollutions in soil and water. In consultation with stakeholders, FAO is now starting the process of developing a voluntary code of conduct on the sustainable use of plastics in agriculture. Together with partners and stakeholders, we will support members to ensure that international legally binding agreement on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, considers the sustainable management of plastics in agriculture as a part of a wider agri-food system transformation. Thank you.
I thank the representative of FAO, and I give the floor now to a representative of the UN Global Compact.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Dear Excellencies, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretariat, and distinguished delegates, and of course, UNEP colleagues, I'm here today representing the United Nations Global Compact, 16,000 member companies, and 70 local networks. A key part of our mandate is to mobilize the private sector to be part of the solutions to climate and nature challenges. The private sector insights and capacity to innovate, invest, and deploy technical solutions will be instrumental for us all to meet the targets. First and foremost, we recognize the need and urgency to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Plastic pollution affects the environment, climate, and human health. The ocean industries hold a special responsibility to not pollute the ocean. Although most waste entering the oceans originate from land-based industries, ropes and fish nets constitute a large and long-term challenge. Under the International Maritime Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization GLOW Litter Partnerships Project, we have convened key industry stakeholders to address marine plastic litter in the shipping and the fishing industries by setting new guidelines and financial mechanisms for companies to comply with the MARPOL regulations. Ropes constitute 7.9% of all plastic waste in the ocean, a universal product utilized in all maritime sectors. Annually, global shipping fleets use and discard about 70 million ropes a year. For each ship owner, each captain and worker, a large amount of plastic ropes being used and disposed of at ports without a sustainable plan is a growing collective concern. To address the life cycle of plastic ropes and other waste originating from ocean operations, we need to reuse, reduce, and recycle. For all these three, we must engage and collaborate with stakeholders across the value chain, and at the same time, understand the legal landscape regulating plastic on board and at land. It is hence important that the Basel and the MARPOL Annex 5 conventions are recognized at all stages when developing a plastic treaty. We are working on developing global business standards and guidances with the IMO and the FAO, addressing the legal and business challenges and opportunities in handling ropes. This must be a science-based approach and become a market mechanism globally. Finally, an international treaty on plastic must send clear policies and regulations that take into account the full life cycle of plastics, addressing gaps that voluntary commitments cannot fill. It's critical to look into the various aspects around plastic pollution, from its production to its uses, from packaging to consumer goods, to their disposal, collection, reuse, and recycling. It's also imperative to work across regions, ensuring common standards and practices globally. Finally, in line with the ambition of the Multi-Stakeholder Forum, we would like the role of the private sector to be recognized as a part of the solution in future INC negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the representative of the UN Global Compact, and now I give the floor to representative of the World Health Organization.
Thank you, Chair. And we also wish to extend our congratulations to you for your appointment and our sincere thanks to the INC Secretariat and to our hosts, Uruguay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, WHO and the Secretariat of the WHO Convention, Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, an entity hosted by WHO, welcome the opportunity to make a statement to inform the discussions of the INC for the development of an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. The WHO Constitution tasks WHO with, among other things, serving as the directing and coordinating authority on international health work and maintaining effective collaboration with the United Nations and specialized agencies with the objective of attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. The INC's mandate intersects with WHO's work across different programmatic areas, such as chemical risk assessment and regulation, including of chemicals of concern and endocrine disrupting chemicals. Air pollution, particularly from the open burning of plastic and unsound waste management practices, and during the stripping and recycling of e-waste. Food safety, including plastics in food packaging and contamination of food by microplastics. Water sanitation and hygiene, including plastics, nano and microplastics in the water cycle and contamination of drinking water. Access to essential medicines and medical devices, and in tobacco control, including plastics in cigarette filters and nicotine delivery products. WHO recognises that plastics play an important role in healthcare, also that the health sector can and should do more to reduce plastic pollution and encourage sustainable consumption, and that doing so will promote and protect both human health and the environment, contributing to sustainable development. The WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the first treaty negotiated under Article 19 of the WHO Constitution, recognises the interlinkages with environmental issues in addressing health concerns. WHO recommends that any legally binding instrument on plastic pollution recognise, first, protecting human health to be an essential element of any sustainable approach to address plastic pollution. Second, the need to consider health in all policies to maximise the benefits to human health, to prevent and minimise risks to and adverse impacts on human health, and to promote and prioritise issues which provide co-benefits to both health and the environment. Third, that scientific knowledge will continue to develop over time concerning the health risks associated with plastics, their production, use and disposal. And finally, the need for approaches to addressing plastic pollution to be modified as scientific knowledge of risks develops. WHO and the Secretariat of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control look forward to a fruitful and productive negotiation and stand ready to contribute as necessary. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the World Health Organization. Ahora le doy la palabra al representante de Red Paz, Integración y Desarrollo.
Estimado Chair, Member States, Youth Delegates and Stakeholders, yo soy Felipe Gómez Gallo de Colombia and I will be speaking on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group. Given the unique and cross-cutting nature of the issue of plastic pollution, young people from different constituencies and movements have come together to form the INC Youth Focus Group, a universal structure under the youth constituency, bringing together youth organizations and advocates worldwide. We have worked virtually in the last weeks to prepare our interventions and policy positions, and we would like to thank donor member states and institutions that have made possible the fully funded participation of 8 youth delegates to INC1. Through this intervention, we want to explain how this is an issue of intergenerational justice, one that deeply affects children and youth. First, we want to encourage the INC to bring bold strategies in the implementation of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, one that addresses and stimulates a cultural paradigm shift on single-use plastics, a life cycle approach to plastics, sanctions for the biggest polluters, and scientific research to find solutions for the current plastics crisis. Secondly, children and youth around the world are pushed into waste picking, especially plastics. While multiple factors contribute to this, the main issue is the disregard for the rights of the child, fueled by the non-implementation of laws relating to the protection of children. We urge this process to take note of this serious issue. Third, plastic is not merely a waste management issue or a lack of it. It is about health, the health of our planet, humans, animals, and plants, the health of our environment. To address this, we must ensure coordination with BRS conventions similar to the joint liaison group between the Rio conventions. Fourth, we want to highlight the link between plastic manufacturing and the usage of fossil fuels. This directly leads to weakening our fight against climate change, and we cannot afford this anymore. We see this instrument as strengthening our defense against climate change. Therefore, we call upon member states to establish a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to immediately stop all further expansion of fossil fuel production. Finally, dear member states, we also want to call your attention to the sign behind which I'm speaking today, the Children and Youth flag. We formally request that this sign stays on for this INC and future ones, as this sign recognizes and represents the voices of countless young people who are otherwise unheard. We further request that the informal and contact groups once established remain open to the participation of observers. Muchas gracias, Chair, for the floor.
Agradezco al representante de la Red Paz, Integración y Desarrollo y le doy la palabra al representante de IPEN.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, I am speaking on behalf of IPEN, the International Pollutants Elimination Network, a network of 600 health and environmental organizations in 126 countries, largely based in the Global South. Our goal and mission is a toxics-free future for all, and plastics threaten our health. The INC process should guarantee the broadest possible participation of all involved stakeholders, as stipulated in Resolution 5/14, and in line with the practice from the Minamata Convention INC. As observers, we would like to highlight that references to the UNEA major groups structure should be deleted going forward, as the INC is a country-led process and not a subsidiary body of UNEA. IPEN believes the Plastic Treaty is a vital step to make significant progress on the protection of human health, the health of other living beings, and the environment from the toxic impacts of plastics throughout their full life cycle. The treaty should focus on plastic pollution throughout the full life cycle of plastics and address both the visible and the invisible impacts of plastic materials. In order to do so, the delegates should consider building the treaty on 3 basic principles. First, to best understand what plastics pollution is, one must understand what plastic is: a material made from carbon, mainly fossil fuels, and chemicals, a complex group of mixtures of tens of thousands of chemicals, many of which are toxic. Second, the treaty should address the harmful health effects from plastics throughout their life cycle, including improving the transparency on their composition. Third, plastics contain toxic chemicals. We must recognize that toxic chemicals make plastics incompatible with a circular economy. We look forward to an ambitious and protective treaty. Our future is in your hands. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank representative of IPEN. I now give the floor to the representative of World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, colleagues from the United Nations Environment Programme. I'm speaking on behalf of the Business and Industry Major Group, which is a collection of UNEP-accredited non-profit industry associations representing the voice of the private sector globally. Business and industry represents many different companies, large and small, across all industry sectors and geographies, and throughout the full plastics value chain, from raw material producers through to consumer brands and waste management companies. We are, therefore, very well positioned to share a wealth and breadth of private sector perspectives, knowledge, and expertise. Delegates, business and industry is a critical stakeholder to help in the design and implementation of the internationally legally binding instrument. Business and industry stands ready to be fully engaged in the negotiations over the coming years and mobilized to play its full role in turning an ambitious agreement into effective action. Business and industry is here to be a constructive and active partner in this process. We would be pleased to showcase business innovations, proven solutions, and associated investment opportunities from different markets, including emerging economies, and stand ready to collaborate in the design of policy proposals. We therefore welcome the call to actively integrate the business community into the multi-stakeholder forum, the INC process, and to help shape a complementary and inclusive action agenda. Business and industry also encourages the INC to offer a structured approach for business and industry, along with other stakeholders, to contribute to the negotiation process, including the intersessional work periods. We reinforce the potential in the agreement for business and industry partnerships with governments and all other stakeholders to deliver on defined objectives enabled by effective policy, including incentives and common rules for all market participants. Through taking such a collaborative approach in the drafting and delivery of the global agreement, Member States have the opportunity to accelerate the scaling of business and industry investment and innovation to deliver on its goals. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in the multi-stakeholder forum, and we look forward to the discussions of INC1, including the scope, what should be included in the legally binding instrument, and the structure. How can the process be best structured to reach an effective agreement by the end of 2024? And one final observation, establishing a common understanding and robust definitions is incredibly important. This will create a strong foundation upon which Member States can drive a collaborative process in partnership with civil society and business and industry. Business and industry stands ready to help. Thank you, Your Excellency, and we wish you successful deliberations in the coming week.
I thank the representative of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I give the floor to the representative of the Center for Oceanic Awareness, Research and Education.
Gracias, Señor Presidente, and good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, and all gentle persons. I have the honor to address you on behalf of the NGO Major Group, and we would first like to thank the government of Uruguay for its hospitality in hosting this meeting. Our understanding of plastic and its polluting impacts on the environment, climate, human rights, and human health has evolved greatly over the years and has led us to these negotiations. One of the things that has become ever more clear is that we do not have time to waste. We are currently producing more than 400 million tons of plastics per year, and we are already drowning in plastic pollution. And that production is planned to double or even triple to many hundreds of millions tons per year. This scale of production is already creating an urgent crisis, a common concern of humankind, and our very future hangs in the balance of these proceedings. Let's be honest, 99% of what goes into plastic is fossil fuels. Plastics are essentially fossil fuel in a different format, and we cannot address plastic pollution without addressing plastic production. We must put limitations on the amount of plastics being produced because we are already drowning. The fact is, our society is overflowing with plastic, and we have allowed this to happen. It is more than just an indulgence, however, it is literally killing people. A clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a recognized human right, and a right for all, not just a privilege for some. Dr. Marcos Oriana, UN Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights, has noted that there are human rights infringements across the entire life cycle of plastic, and we've seen and heard that these effects are most dire for vulnerable communities. Industry must stop producing toxic materials and stop using toxicants in the production of plastics. We need transparency so we can identify and avoid hazardous substances and additives, not only in the production and use of materials and products, but also in their reuse, disposal, and end of life. There is absolutely no room for circularity when potentially poisonous substances are hidden in the waste stream. Innovation will most certainly be necessary as we pursue a future free of plastic pollution. However, innovation should include scalable systems of reuse and refilling, for example, not simply new ways to try to sell old ideas. There's no room and no time for false solutions like so-called advanced recycling and chemical recycling. These terms are just a fancy way to mask the burning of plastic, and they cannot meet the scale of the onslaught of plastics production we are facing. With the very industry creating plastics and plastic pollution, weighing in so strongly in the discussion of possible solutions, industry's self-serving interest is painfully obvious. We can no longer continue to put profit before planet, and we can no longer continue to put profit before people. Previous processes on the environment, such as climate change, leave civil society tired of empty promises and goals that have not been met. The Plastics Pollution Treaty must establish the global rules, regulations, and support mechanisms needed to end plastic pollution and its harmful effects on the environment, animals, human health, and vulnerable communities. We will judge the treaty not by what it promises, by what it actually does. Gracias por la palabra, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias al representante del Centro para Asuntos de Océano, Investigación y Educación. I now give the floor to the representative of Women Environmental Program.
Gracias, señor presidente, excelencias y estimados colegas. El grupo principal de mujeres quisiera agradecer al gobierno de Uruguay por acogernos. Esperamos contar con el liderazgo de la región para garantizar la participación de los actores involucrados, proteger los derechos humanos e incluir la igualdad de género en las negociaciones de este tratado, reconociendo los compromisos adquiridos en el Acuerdo de Escazú. Nosotras estamos particularmente expuestas a los plásticos, al igual que a los tóxicos que albergan, tanto en nuestros hogares como dentro de los lugares de trabajo. Y cada vez nos vemos expuestas a un sinfín de químicos tóxicos dentro de los productos higiénicos cotidianos que vienen como aditivos a los componentes plásticos, cuyos impactos en la salud relacionados con los mismos siguen siendo invisibles o desconocidos para nosotras. La exposición a productos químicos peligrosos en procesos industriales y productos de consumo tiene graves consecuencias para la salud. Estudios han encontrado microplásticos y productos químicos nocivos en placenta y en sangre. Y por otro lado, entendemos que pueden ser causas de varios tipos de cáncer, abortos espontáneos y otras condiciones devastadoras que incluyen la muerte. Sabemos que así como la producción de plásticos va en aumento, los diagnósticos de enfermedades debilitantes y crónicas entre mujeres también. Para protegernos como mujeres y para proteger a todas las personas de dicha exposición, es esencial la transparencia y el acceso a información sobre las sustancias químicas en los materiales y productos plásticos a lo largo de todo su ciclo de vida. Nosotras no podemos reciclarnos para salir del problema. La escala de producción de plásticos a la que nos enfrentamos es abrumadora y se prevé que dicha producción se duplique o triplique en las siguientes décadas. Ya nos estamos ahogando en plásticos y sufriendo los daños de esta contaminación tal vez irreversible. Comencemos con producir menos y remover las sustancias tóxicas de los mismos. Queremos un tratado ambicioso, con obligaciones específicas y estamos ansiosas por contribuir. Somos las más impactadas en el terreno y las más vulnerables. Como mujeres tenemos que estar en las mesas de negociación y por lo tanto también vamos a solicitar que se mantenga nuestro nombre en las mesas. No queremos que este proceso se convierta en una expo donde vengan los contaminadores y presenten sus falsas soluciones como el reciclaje químico. El Tratado de Plásticos debe responsabilizar a las empresas comerciales y a las compañías por los daños causados y por alimentar la crisis de los plásticos, las cuales, a pesar de contar con la información hace décadas, no hicieron nada para solucionar o prevenir el problema que causaron. Este proceso de negociaciones, al igual que su implementación, debe estar protegido de la manipulación por estas industrias que se benefician del poco progreso en temas ambientales. Debemos resaltar que el convenio marco de la OMS para el control del tabaco es un modelo inspirador de esto, donde se ha establecido y mantenido los límites claros para proteger las políticas de salud pública de los intereses comerciales que van en contra del bien común. En este sentido, urgimos a los estados y a las futuras partes de este acuerdo a evitar sucumbir en los lobbies corporativos de compañías que eligen el lucro en desmedro del medio ambiente o el bien común, y que son las principales responsables de que estemos enfrentando esta crisis planetaria. Es hora de dar un paso al frente para cerrar el grifo del plástico. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco a la representante del Women Environmental Program, and I now give the floor to a representative of the International Science Council.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chair, and delegates. I'm Margaret Spring. I'm representing the International Science Council and delivering this statement on behalf of the Science and Technology Major Group. Our group welcomes the negotiations on a legally binding treaty on plastic pollution in all environmental compartments, including the ocean, which are a crucial step towards an increased protection of the global environment currently under massive strain and on the brink of disastrous tipping points. Addressing the problems posed by plastic pollution is a multifaceted and systemic challenge. Plastics, more than 90% of which are produced from fossil feedstocks and 99% from fossil sources, are found everywhere on Earth, including our bodies, and are responsible for a range of adverse impacts on humans and the environment. This global problem requires legally binding global commitments and action, and we call on governments to ensure that the intergovernmental negotiation process is informed by robust, independent, updated, peer-reviewed, and multidisciplinary scientific evidence, including traditional and indigenous knowledge to inform deliberations, decisions, and implementation of commitments. A systems approach is required to address the global plastic pollution crisis in a comprehensive way. Solutions and actions are required immediately, as plastic pollution is one of the most pressing human health, human rights, environmental crises we face. Action must be informed by integrated, multidisciplinary scientific evidence, looking at the different aspects of plastics across the full life cycle and its wide-ranging impacts. Indeed, UNEO Resolution 514, paragraphs 4D and F, recognize the importance of ensuring that the development of this treaty is informed by the best available scientific information, including traditional knowledge, knowledge of indigenous peoples, and local knowledge systems. We acknowledge the numerous statements in the process thus far that have emphasized that transparent and trusted advice from science will be essential to craft an effective treaty. Ensuring the effectiveness as well as the successful implementation of this treaty will benefit from the establishment of a scientific assessment and advisory mechanism for monitoring and reviewing progress, providing policy-relevant best available evidence and guidance from across the natural and social sciences, and assessing potential solutions in a diversity of contexts against a harmonized set of quantitative and qualitative metrics. This scientific assessment and advisory mechanism should be structured to facilitate scientific engagement and to ensure transparent development and delivery of the best available science in a timely way, starting with the INC process. Such activities could occur alongside or between INC meetings and include hosting science workshops, organizing delegate briefings, convening policymakers to solicit key questions, preparing scientific and technical summaries, catalyzing research and analysis on sources and solutions, and engaging the broader public in such discussions to ensure a strong science policy society interface. Finally, we wish to stress that there is enough scientific evidence to act now. For instance, the health effects of chemicals used in plastics have been extremely well documented in multiple reports by independent scientific entities. There will always be uncertainties, and the precautionary principle must be applied. Thank you very much for your attention, and we stand ready to contribute to the process and ensure that negotiations and actions moving forward effectively engage science and scientists around the world.
I thank the International Science Council. Now I give the floor to the representative of the Global Alliance of Waste Pickers, Observer 39.
Maybe not be Observer 39.
Is the Global Alliance of Waste Speakers? Please give him the floor. He's raising his hand.
Where is the hand raised? Gaia. It's Gaia. It's Gaia.
Sure. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, delegates.
Gaia is a network of grassroots groups, national and regional alliances representing more than 1,000 organizations from 92 countries working towards a just zero waste world. It is our opinion that a successful INC1 will, one, deliver a negotiations roadmap that prioritizes reducing plastic polymer production and a just transition. Time allocation is decisive, and only a negotiation schedule that makes ample time for reduction and just transition will deliver a treaty that is effective on those fronts. Secondly, INC1 should decide on a specific convention that blends binding global obligations, including reduction targets with national action. National action must build the reuse and toxic-free mechanical recycling infrastructure and systems needed to reduce plastic production, end plastic pollution and waste colonialism, and deliver a just transition for affected informal and formal workers. Thirdly, it should establish a framework to ban plastic polymers, additives, products, and waste management processes that harm human or environmental health or perpetuate waste colonialism, including those that worsen toxic pollution or circulate toxics in the economy, threaten water security, or deepen environmental injustice. Example, waste-to-energy incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and other so-called chemical recycling and plastic waste exports. Finally, it should ensure a meaningful and direct participation for civil society through financial and interpretation support for participation in negotiations as observers and access to contact groups for civil society to make suggestions that member states can support. Special attention must be given to waste pickers, fence line and frontline communities, indigenous and traditional communities, and women. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the representative of the Global Alliance of Waste Pickers. I now give the floor to a representative of the International Trade Union Confederation.
Gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es Carlos Aulet de Uruguay y representamos a la Confederación Sindical Internacional y a la Alianza Internacional de Recicladores. En este ámbito de negociación estamos representando a trabajadores y trabajadoras formales e informales de toda la cadena del valor del plástico, la producción, la clasificación y el reciclado, incluyendo a los más de 20 millones de recicladores de todas las regiones del mundo que recuperan alrededor del 60% del plástico que después se recicla. Los trabajadores de la cadena del plástico, especialmente los trabajadores más vulnerables, no somos responsables por la contaminación generada y no debemos cargar con los mayores costos de su eliminación. Los recicladores pueden describirse como personas que participan individual o colectivamente en la recogida, separación, clasificación, transporte y venta de materiales y productos reciclables y reutilizables de manera informal o semi-informal, como trabajadores por cuenta propia o en un entorno cooperativo o de la economía social y solidaria. Los trabajadores recicladores proceden de entornos pobres, humildes y marginados, clases trabajadoras supervivientes de abusos y violencia, castas oprimidas, minorías raciales, religiosas y étnicas y comunidades indígenas. Exigimos una transición justa, con definición clara para todos los trabajadores de la cadena del plástico, especialmente para los trabajadores recicladores y sus familias, que trabajan en entornos informales y cooperativos. Una transición justa que cree nuevas fuentes de trabajo decente, garantizando condiciones laborales adecuadas respecto de los derechos fundamentales del trabajo, garantía de protección social y garantía de ingresos para todos los trabajadores de la cadena, incluyendo los recicladores y sus familias, reconociendo su contribución histórica. Reivindicamos mecanismos de capacitación y formación que respeten los saberes preexistentes, apoyo técnico y financiero para todos los trabajadores afectados, especialmente los recicladores, Reivindicamos la participación efectiva de todos los trabajadores de la cadena del plástico en las negociaciones, especialmente los recicladores, y este reconocimiento debe comenzar por el financiamiento por parte de las Naciones Unidas de la delegación de recicladores en las próximas instancias del tratado. Esto es una enorme oportunidad, no solo para terminar con la contaminación del plástico, sino también para instaurar el trabajo decente y la justicia social como pilares fundamentales en la cadena del plástico. Y solicitamos además que hasta la finalización de esta negociación queden los carteles sobre la mesa. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias al representante del International Trade Union Confederation. We are arriving at, almost to the end of our session. Because of the time, I have to recognize that some stakeholders didn't have the opportunity to intervene, but during the week we will give them opportunity in the most focused discussions. They will have preference on this. Given time, I suggest that we open our discussions on elements for the agreement tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. However, I would like to inform you of how I propose to proceed. So tomorrow we will discuss in more detail the topics outlined in the scenario note yesterday in the following order, namely scope, objectives, and broad options for the structure of the instrument. Options for potential elements broken down as A, core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, including national action plans. B, support to the implementation, including capacity building, technical assistance, and finance. C, support to the monitoring and evaluation of progress in an effectiveness of implementation and national reporting. D, other elements including scientific and technical cooperation and coordination, research and awareness raising. E, stakeholders. Another point is standard articles on final provisions. Another one is sequencing. And finally, recommended further work to be undertaken. This list is posted in the UN online web page. My expectation is in outlining the order in which I am proposing that you consider these issues is that you will structure your interventions under each issue, rather than attempting to address all the issues in a single intervention. I believe that approach will facilitate our understanding of all the issues. So I look forward to our discussion tomorrow. I remind everyone that this afternoon, the plenary will be dedicated to a stakeholder dialogue, so I encourage everyone to participate actively. Now, we had a request for a right of reply of one delegation, so I give the floor to the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation has taken the floor in order to respond to yesterday and today's allegations against Russia made by representatives of the USA on behalf of JUSCANS, EU, and Ukraine. Mr. Chairman, please don't interrupt me if it takes longer than 3 minutes, taking into consideration that I have the right of reply to 3 interventions, which in total comes to 9 minutes. But I hope I'll be shorter. Moreover, Mr. Chairman, we noted that you have given the Ukrainian delegation possibility to present their statement twice with more than 3 minutes each. This is a violation of the norms of conducting business. We didn't raise the point of order for the second time in this regard, but we hope that such practice will be stopped in our forthcoming deliberations. Mr. Chairman, First of all, I would like to stress the international meetings on the environmental agenda are not the right place to discuss current geopolitical situation and armed conflicts. In accordance to the UN Charter, this is a prerogative of the Security Council. Most of the delegations have come a long way to Uruguay to negotiate new environmental agreement on combating plastic pollution, and not to witness a political show which had nothing to do with the only one which happened for the more than 50 years of UNEP's history. And I'm afraid it's not the last one. All conflicts come to end with a peaceful settlement. The conflict in Ukraine also will be over. But our common work on new environmental agreement on combating global plastic pollution is aimed at well-being of Mother Nature and many new human generations which will come after us. We simply have no right to jeopardize it. I would like to call on all delegations to note that it was not Russian delegation that started the political discourse at this meeting. Now we simply exercise our right of reply. First of all, we have to acknowledge the erosion of the multilateral environmental process for the sake of political interests of Western countries and the Kiev regime. We strongly believe that countries like US, their NATO and Juskan's allies simply do not have moral right to comment on what is happening now when Russia stood up to help people of Ukraine to liberate from the ultranationalist regime which came to power as a result of a constitutional coup d'etat in Kiev in February 2014, with an active support from the USA and some EU member countries. What we witness in Ukraine now is the direct result of illegal interference of USA and their European NATO allies in the domestic affairs of Ukraine. If USA and their NATO allies in reality want to stop the conflict, they must stop pumping arms and ammunition to the Kiev regime, which simply prolongs the conflict and multiplies the suffering of civilian population. In response to the statement of the US delegation, I can reproduce a very long list of illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified aggressions of the USA and then NATO allies, starting from war in Korea up to war in Syria. And in between them, there were more than 30 countries, including Vietnam, Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and many others. Millions of lives have been lost during these acts of aggression. But it is fine with the USA as long as it makes US dollar stronger at the international market. All these countries are 1,000 kilometers away from US borders, but they were labeled as a threat to US national security, as an excuse for the aggression. Russia has its legitimate interests in neighboring Ukraine. There are millions of Russians living in this country. All what Russia wanted in this country is peace, respect for legitimate rights of the Russian-speaking population, and neutral military status of Ukraine. But all our attempts to reach these goals by diplomatic means have failed. The armed conflict in Ukraine has started not 9 months back, as many believe, but almost 9 years ago. Starting from February 2014, the Kiev regime was pursuing the policy of ethnic cleansing against Russians living in the southern and eastern parts of the country. Since 2014, more than 5 million Russian-speaking people have emigrated to Russia in order to escape oppression and ethnic basis. More than 14,000, and among them 150 children, were killed by the Ukrainian armed forces in Donbas region alone. Many more people who could not agree with the policy of the Kiev ultranationalist regime disappeared without any traces. In these circumstances, Russia has no other choice but to start special military operation to protect Russian-speaking population and to demilitarize the Kiev regime. As far as general and plastic pollution on the territory of Ukraine, we have to say the following. At the liberated territories of Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions, which have decided to join the historic motherland Russia as a result of referendums in September this year, there was no system of secure general treatment of waste at all. Nothing to say about plastic. All waste was simply accumulated at the open dump sites without any treatment and separation. Only now, when these territories are liberated, along with the reconstruction of civilian infrastructure, Russia has started to introduce and build systems of separation of waste and treatment of plastic waste accordingly. For example, in the liberated city of Mariupol alone, we have supplied 88 garbage trucks and more than 9,000 garbage containers and other special machines to collect and treat waste accordingly, with one of the aims to separate and extract plastic from recycling. And to conclude, Mr. Chairman, one more time, I would like to ask all involved delegations to stop using our meeting as a venue for political accusations which have nothing to do with the agenda ahead of us. Mr. Chairman, our delegation will send this intervention in written form to the Secretariat to be uploaded on the website. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I have a request for the floor from the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I give Ukraine the floor and I urge, in exercise of the right of reply, and I urge you to stick to the 3-minute time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants. We have asked the floor to exercise our right to reply to a statement of the Russian delegation. Our delegation never had an invitation to raise political issues which goes outside of the mandate of UNEP. We respect the unique technical nature of UNEP and our common important mission to save the environment for future generations. However, ongoing attempts to the Russian delegation to politicize our important work require us to respond. We consider the interventions of the Russian delegations as nothing else but the attempt to spread their false propaganda and lies. As usual, their statements and requests have no legal grounds and no worth nothing. Again and again, the minions of Kremlin regime try to disturb our extremely important work. At more than 9 months, criminal authorities in Moscow have been trying to destroy the unique ecosystem of my country. By their actions, they are treating the largest environmental crisis in modern history. Even more, this cruel and insane regime tries to threaten the entire global community with the nuclear weapons. They want us to give up, to forget about our dreams and goals. They are ready to destroy the entire humanity for only one reason, to create their neo-colonial empire. Hundreds of Ukrainian towns and villages have already been razed to the ground by Russian soldiers. Many rivers were polluted, entire ecosystem were destroyed. The Russian Federation bears responsibility for that. Their invitation has shown the illegal Kremlin regime as well as representatives present in this room do not care about environment, about nature, about common future. They are worried only about politics, about justification of their illegal, unprovoked and unjustified invasion. But it's clear for everybody, there is no place for forced change of boundaries and impositions for someone visions to sovereign nations in modern world. Ukraine will never give up. The last thing I would like to add is that soon Russian regime will collapse. As you can all see, Russian troops are losing at the battlefield. Even Russian citizens are trying to escape for their own country. The entire world knows that Ukraine is fighting for its sovereignty and territorial integrity, for freedom and justice. Very soon the truth will prevail, and all those who support illegal Kremlin regime will be brought to the justice in The Hague. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. Before closing the meeting of this morning, I think the Secretariat has some information to provide us. I give the floor to the Secretariat. Well, the Russian Federation has a point of order. I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation would like to exercise our right of reply to reply.
Before giving you the floor for your right of reply, I would like to mention the rules we are applying is that the number of interventions in the exercise of the right of reply for any delegation at a given meeting should be limited to two per item. So I give you the floor with that understanding. You have the floor, the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, the delegation of Ukraine tried to further politicize the work of our meeting by accusing us of doing this. We call upon all delegations present here today to take note that that was not us who have started the political discourse. We were simply replying to false accusations, and we'll do it again. All the unfortunate events happening now in Ukraine are the direct outcome of barbarian actions of the Kiev regime, which took place in the former eastern and southern part of Ukraine during the last 9 years. One more time, I have to underline that the current Kiev regime came to power as a result of illegal, violent coup d'etat in February 2014, with the direct support of the USA and their NATO European allies. Before accusing us, we recommend to look at the actions of the Kiev regime accountable for massive acts of oppression, if not genocide, against Russian-speaking population. Russia is simply responding to the criminal actions of the Kiev ultranationalist regime. Let me remind you that one of the first barbaric acts of the supporters of the regime was to burn alive more than 40 Russian-speaking civilians in the city of Odessa on May 2, 2014, who participated in a peaceful demonstration against overthrow of the legitimate authority in the country. Nobody was held accountable for this barbaric act by the Kiev regime, despite the fact that the identities of the culprits were well known. Let me assure you that all aims of the special military operation are going to be fulfilled. And never again Ukraine is going to become a breeding ground for ultranationalist ideology. And at the end of my intervention, once again, I would like to call on the delegations involved in this exchange of views to stop politicizing the session and concentrate on the substantive matters which we have to discuss during this week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. So, as I mentioned before, I will give the floor to the Secretariat to give us some information.
Is it on? Yes. Informal consultations by the Chair on Rule 37 of the draft rules of procedure will take place from 1 to 3 in Auditorium 3, so it will be right after this session. This meeting will be in hybrid format and a Teams link is available. For GRULAC regional meetings today, it will take place in Auditorium 5 from 6 to 7 p.m. In order to facilitate the planning by the host country regarding the transfers to Montevideo after this meeting, please fill out the form with the details on returning flights at the transportation booth next to the badge collection area. The host country will provide the schedule of transfers to Montevideo Airport accordingly, and we will then announce it. The DSA desk is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. throughout this week, so sponsor delegates who have not collected their DSA are encouraged to do so as soon as possible. Because COVID-19 is still with us, it is strongly recommended that participants wear masks in the meeting rooms and common areas. The prayer area is left of the interpretation receiver distribution desk. The information sessions organized by the host country for today are the WWF, establishing common rules for an effective treaty on plastic pollution. This will take place at 1 p.m. The other session is the Business Coalition, from voluntary to mandatory actions, the business case for a global plastic treaty, which will take place at 2 p.m. Both information sessions will take place in Auditorium 2. Uruguay, as the host country, is hosting a reception this evening at 7 p.m. in the foyer of the conference center. The reception is open to all delegates, so you are all invited to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
plastics, but we receive a lot of plastics.
Mostly in such platforms.
Alejandro, son al final 6 los micros en total que precisas.
Son en total 6, 4 de mano y 2 de
Ok.
Sure. Yeah. Check. Hola, sí. Sí, 1, 2. Voy a hablar medio lejos. Sí, 1, 2. 2. Hola, sí. Hola. monitores? Sí, sí, hola, sí, hola. Igual está bien, está bien. Hola, 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 hola. A ver ahí. Hola, sí, hola. 1, 2, hola, sí, hola, 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 hola. No, habla un poco un mic. Hola, 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 sí, sí, sí.
¿Sabes lo que noto?
¿Cómo?
¿Sabes lo que noto? Se barre un poco, ¿sabes?
No sé qué decís.
Que se barre un poco ahí. ¿Probalo ahí?
Hola, hola, hola. Sí, hola, hola. 1, 2, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Es por RF eso.
Sí, estoy escuchando un poquito ahí. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola. ¿Quedaron conectadas las antenas? Sí. Sí, no tenía que andar.
¿Qué?
Hola, hola, hola. Sí. Hola, sí.
Ahí.
Hola, hola, sí, sí. Capaz cuando los bajan.
Probalo ahí.
Hola, hola, sí. Hola, hola, hola. Sí, sí, hola, sí. 2, 3. Hola, hola, hola. Pero el otro, este está medio bajito, ¿no?
Sí,
Más
aparte
bajito
el
el
tema
otro.
son esta columna gigante.
Sí, hola, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2.
Voy a correr la antena para allí.
Dale. Bueno, ¿va ahí? Hola, 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 sí,
Yo sé que creo que son los micros que son así nomás.
Yo acá no te entiendo. Hola, hola, sí, sí, sí. Sí, hola, hola, sí, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. Ojo atrás.
Danger.
Oh.
Hacían algo parecido. ¿Sabés que eso también? Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Eso es una segunda que son muy buenos, ¿no? O sea, no es que sean iguales de buenos, pero nada, son medios. Pasaban por una Sony, loco, y sonaban así. Fíjate, vení conmigo y... No quiere como... ¿No? Ahí empezamos. Tengo acá, ¿no?
Hola, 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 sí, 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 sí.
¿Escuchás ese? ¿Viste? ¿Viste? Cuando se empieza a abrir el gate, ¿viste?
Sí, 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 no, sí, entiendo, sí.
Claro, ahí. ¿Viste? Está más bajo. De ese lado. Ahí está la bocina. Pero viste, lo sentís el... Eso es lo que yo... Cuando ya vuelve a... I'm sorry. No, pero de antenas también, de recepción.
Giovanni Giorgio.
Yes. Can you pick this laptop?
Can you take all right.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And see you later.
For the fun,
Turn off your microphone.
I will switch it off as soon as I.
Think of the cameras on stage and the microphones on stage.
They tested already.
They are fine.
Yeah.
But we need the headset for the not the headset, the how do you call it? Mic for the moderator.
Like the one we had on
For
Saturday.
Penny, yeah.
Okay. Oh, hola. Hola. Claro. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Ah, con razón. 37. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Oh, oh. ¿Sabes qué, Benjamín? Quizás si puedes subir allá arriba con estas para chequear nada más que esté todo correcto. Ponete una directamente.
No, me llevo. Acuérdate que soy difícil de ecualizar yo. No te olvides.
No importa.
No te olvides que soy.
Capaz que le pedimos a Leandro que vaya con
Ah, bueno, dale. Hola. Hola, hola. Hola. Sí. Hola. Es un verde. Es un verde. No, mentira. Hola, hola, hola. Sí, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Voy a estar ahí contigo. Dame un segundo.
Probando.
Escúchame.
4, 5, 6. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, sí, 1, 2.
Escúchame.
Ah, ok, está cambiado, ahora lo veo.
Ah, está cambiando el sur.
¿Te animas a mutearme si se complica ahí? Son 3 y 4.
Hola, sí, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 4, 5, 6.
Voy a subir contigo ahí un segundo y ya me vuelvo, Benjamín. Hola, oh, 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 oh. Hola. Acá está lindo.
Hola, hola, hola.
Sí,
1, 2.
¿Viste que tiene buena voz?
¿Viste que tengo buena voz?
Ahí voy para la lateral.
Bien. Alejandro.
Sí. Oh, sí. 1,
No,
2.
viste que acá arriba, o sea, tranqui, no tienen monitoreo casi, te diría.
2, 3.
¿Eh? Sí, hay que mover de todo, pero sí, no hay problema. Trabajarlo en la esquinita ahí. Igual está esa ahí también que está... Ah, pero porque no está asignado, o sea, está muy chiquitito esto.
Ok, digo, pero esa es la bocina, no sé si me está abriendo acá. Es la bocina que tiene.
Sí, 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 sí. No, pues ponemos ahí aquellos...
¿Me ayudas para reforzar frente para esta sesión?
Ah. Ok.
No tenemos dos monitores.
Sí, sí. No, los corremos hacia allí y ya está.
Perfecto.
Muteame ahí, Giovanni, por favor, a los dos.
¿Podemos mostrárselo en pantalla? Es una hora. Igual son 2 reuniones de 1 hora y una de 20 minutos. Pero está a 0. 60, ponete. Ok. Claudia. Claudia, can you hear me? Alejandro. There is a timer on the screen. It's okay, the size, you prefer more bigger or... Claro, te lo digo de allá. Because this source is coming directly from another computer, not for the system. They lose the angle. We can put bigger over here.
Don't we have anything that you can put, like not a real timer, almost like something like
I don't.
timer clock?
I don't have here.
Because this is not gonna read it. And no, I'm sorry. It's not gonna read it.
I can make it bigger. ¿Me ayudas, Giovanni? ¿Podemos hacer un poquito más grande el timer en el monitor? Por lo menos el doble de tamaño. Hola. Hey, sí.
All right. Oh.
Estoy con Claudia, necesito ver el timer en el monitor un poquito más grande. El resto que espere a que terminemos esto, por favor.
Do not.
Igual lo voy a bajar. I'm gonna pull it down a little bit.
Yes.
That's the game for this.
Yes.
But if you look, it's
Esta no es la
changed
imagen que,
the
esta no es la
color.
imagen que necesito. Necesito tener en este momento
Very rare.
lo que va a pasar en la reunión.
Normally people don't
Necesito el timer acá
shout
arriba, gracias. Y puedo tenerlo un poquito
like
más
I
grande.
did. Yes. For example.
Discúlpame, pero si no vamos en un orden, no podemos terminar a tiempo con todo.
Telling you that it's overloading, you tell me and I pull it down a little bit.
¿Me podés agrandar el timer acá en el prompter?
But you're okay. ¿Qué cosa?
Ahora sí, no te escuchaba nada por el micrófono, lo que pasa.
Bueno, ahí tienes el sonidista al lado, ¿no?
No escucho nada.
¿Me podés escribir más grande el timer, por favor?
Acá en Ecuador, menos el dólar. Porque lo puedes poner de color verde.
Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Sí, claro. Oh, 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 oh. Bueno, nada, me lo llevo. Llevo tus micros y mi Racewatch. Capaz que una batería. ¿Qué?
¿Qué precio handy?
Ah, está re distintivo igual, ¿eh?
Enormes.
Bueno, es lo que tiene.
La Mercedes.
Ay, qué momento. Qué momento cuando se desaparece dentro de la boca.
¿De dónde sacaron esa botellita?
¿Qué botellita?
position is?
Will be in the al inicio va a ser acá y luego acá.
Okay, this position I need to test. And you?
I will be on the next panel.
On the second panel.
On the same place.
Yeah, at the same place. Same
Yeah.
place.
Can you sit here?
Yeah.
Okay, I will be here talking to you if you listen to. Hola, check. Do you hear me clear? No, not through the monitors on stage. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Sí, escucho bastante bien.
It's comfortable for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah? Can you speak a little bit?
Sorry? Sí, claro. ¿Me escuchan bien? Creo que se escucha.
Lo tengo muy opaco, al headset opaco me refiero sin nada de medio. Si lo podemos subir un poquito. Por favor, el headset del señor.
Sí, no sé, ahora me escuchan mejor. Está un poco más claro. Sí, espero que ahora me escuchen bastante mejor, con más claridad y que no haya interferencia y que todos nos divirtamos en la sesión. Sí, vamos a ver si ahora se escucha algo mejor. Muchas gracias al control por mejorar el sonido. Espero que se escuche bien.
Check. Yo tampoco estoy acá. No tengo retorno. ¿Podemos solucionar esto? No me escucho. Estaba el parlante apagado. El monitor estaba apagado. Ok. Vamos a empezar de nuevo. 1, 2, 3. Probando audio en escenario. ¿Puedes cerrar el PA si te molesta y arreglamos solamente acá arriba si no molestamos a la audiencia? Uno, 2, 3. Ahí estoy. Perfecto. Hola. Check. Sí, ese nivel está excelente.
Espero que también se me escuche bien, que haya retorno, probando audio del escenario.
Bájame un poquito el headset.
¿Ahora está mejor?
Pues está al límite de la copa.
Espero que ahora esté mejor, que ya no haya tanto eco.
Uno, 2, 3. Probando nivel de audio. Check.
Okay, can you talk?
Probando 1, 2, 3, si el audio está bien. Perfecto.
¿Usted no es hijo del señor Pulgar Vidal, que fue embajador de Perú en Colombia?
Sobrino.
Sobrino.
Estoy
ya
con
veo.
el audio prendido.
Perdón. Sí.
Sobrino.
Ah, bueno, no.
Dear delegates, no, it's not. Dear delegates, before we start, a housekeeping announcement. As you know, COVID is still with us, and we recommend delegates to wear masks and observe social distancing. Masks will be made available throughout the facility for your use. Hand sanitizers are available at the registration desk. If you experience symptoms or should you feel unwell, please isolate in your hotel room and inform the Secretariat at unep-incplastic.secretariat@un.org. Please also let us know if you should require any support at this point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will keep it short so that we can get to the actual dialogue. I'm delighted to join you all here today for this dialogue. This is a bit of an experiment, something new that we're trying. So please forgive us if we don't get it right this first time. But we are all eager to innovate where possible. As the Secretariat to the process, we've had a chance to speak with many of you in the preparations for this INC and to hear out what you'd like to see. The one thing that is clear is that stakeholders are deeply engaged in this plastics agenda, and I'm not just saying it. The numbers do. With nearly 1,000 member states registered and over 1,300 observers, the numbers say it. They were here before this mandate came to life, and alongside member states have helped shape the path that we are on today. Yesterday and this morning, we heard member states voice their thoughts on what they would like to see as we begin this work to draft a global treaty. And we will continue to hear these voices throughout the week. The Multi-Stakeholder Forum brought with it a creative, vibrant energy to jumpstart this process. It was a powerful demonstration of all voices brought together on the same table. Today, we hope to take this dialogue further and really make it a two-way dialogue, another unique opportunity for all of us to hear each other's voices, to make it a space for ideas and aspirations to be heard, especially for the INC to then take forward the initiation of a multi-stakeholder action agenda. Also, for full participation, this is in the 6 UN languages, in a plenary setting, and is available online through Interactio and YouTube. With that, I am pleased to hand over to our wonderful moderators, Mr. Manuel Pulgar Vidal, Ambassador of the Climate Action Agenda and champion of the CBD Action Agenda, and hopefully also will be an ambassador for the Plastics Agenda. And Anjali Acharya, lead on the global plastic portfolio for the World Bank, who kindly agreed at the last minute to jump in with great enthusiasm to support us. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoti, and thank you to you all for being part of this stakeholder dialogue. Friends, colleagues, this is a time to celebrate. This is the time in which, for the first time ever, in a multilateral process, we are including this kind of dialogue. It is the first time ever in which we are negotiating and discussing a legally binding instrument by including time to listen each to other, to share ideas, to share experience, to showcase actions, and that is fantastic. Probably some of you could think that we are losing time to discuss in plenary, And that is not true. We are gaining benefits. We are gaining time because the discussion that I am sure we will have because of today's sessions and the outcomes of today's stakeholder dialogue will not only benefit the process, but also its outcome, and for sure will build legitimacy and credibility to this process. So that is why the importance of the stakeholders dialogue. Jyoti mentioned, I've been in some way working for many years in the climate action agenda and currently in the biodiversity action agenda. And in both cases, those agendas have demonstrated how effective they could be, not only to negotiate and to discuss next steps, but also to implement. That is the idea of today's dialogue. So I animate you all to be an active actor and an active part of the stakeholder dialogues, because today's dialogue also it will complement what we have just had on the last Saturday, the multi-stakeholder forum. And also this dialogue will serve as the basis, as the foundation for the multi-stakeholder action agenda. Having said that, and before of entering into the two fantastic panels that we will have in today's session, let me first show to you a video that it is highlighting the importance of today's stakeholders dialogue. So please, the video.
We want to innovate and be modern and see how we can ensure that all voices are heard. So we very much hope that this will set in motion this process that we will have over 2.5 years. 2.5 years where in a sense we'll have 5 mini COPs, 5 INCs, where the world will be together to finalize this text. So in 2.5 years we have a text that we can see the world agree on. That's what we're doing here in Punta del Este.
And if a legally binding instrument is to be found by 2024 to either end or reduce plastic pollution, we need the best brains, which is why we have you online and why we have you here in this forum.
Coming from a small island like Niue, we do not produce plastics, but we receive a lot of plastics.
Mostly in such platforms where speakers have not been very much privileged to also be part of such treaty negotiation processes. So I think this is a very big, one of the most historic moments for us.
Now the solutions are there and they're going to be in this room, and I'm really excited to hear what they have to say, all the way from the people who are dealing with the design of those products, for example, the chemists in the laboratories, but also from the informal sectors who are actually trying to solve this problem in their community.
We've created a group recently, it's new, it's called the Science Network for an Effective Plastics Treaty, which is also offering independent peer review and support for member states throughout the INC negotiations.
In future stakeholder forums, if we could have outputs collated, for example, in INF documents, so that they're directly informing the process, that would be really important. One of the other really big concerns of civil society is the presence of plastic producers in this space. It's really difficult from our perspective to have an equitable stakeholder input when you have the companies that are directly driving the plastic pollution crisis having an equal seat at the table with those communities that are impacted by the effects of plastic pollution.
I think the whole premise behind the setting up of this multi-stakeholder forum was to hear different voices.
And to see that all the participants in every table were engaging into discussion and bringing their ideas and their positions to this debate.
There needs to be some sort of accountability of the member states to make this forum work.
Ideas and voices must circulate before plastics can circulate. We need each of our perspectives to identify those actions that can be most effective to end plastic pollution.
The idea of finding common solutions that we can implement right away and
starting to build that sense of what's possible through success.
If this treaty is not politicized, it is actually a key to a plastic-free future.
Now, we are not anti-plastic. We are anti-plastic in the environment.
La aspiración de un país anfitrión, en este caso, es que la reunión tenga verdaderamente un hito, ¿no? Y que verdaderamente suponga un camino para hacer cosas. Tenemos que dejar de hablar, dejar de conversar entre nosotros, dejar de anunciar cosas y comenzar a caminar.
Fantastic video. All the voices together towards a collective objective, towards a legally binding instrument to address plastic pollution. By working together, by integrating different voices, by walking towards that collective objective. So before entering into our two fantastic panels for today, let me introduce Sheila Agarwal Khan, Director of the Economy Division of UNEP, that will summarize the results of the multi-stakeholder forum that we had on last Saturday. Sheila, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, delegates. Over the next 10 minutes, I will go over the summary of what came out of the multi-stakeholder forum that was held on Saturday. We had about 1,000 participants, 500 or so of which were here in physical form, and the others participating online. And across the online and physical participants, we had a regional mix across all regions of the globe. We had a stakeholder mix across all stakeholders, from some 38% NGOs to governments, industry, intergovernmental organizations, scientific institutions, youth, civil society, and some were not listed to any specific group. The day started with Minister of Environment, Mr. Adrian Peña from Uruguay, who talked first about plastics being the biggest example of unsustainable consumption and production. He talked about our use and throwaway society. We then went into what the science tells us is needed for a system change. From one, reducing the size of the problem, eliminating unnecessary plastics, for example, single use, to removing hazardous additives in plastics. We talked about plastics that are built for circularity at the design stage upstream. And then once they go into the economy, how do they circulate in the economy in a circular manner through reuse, refill systems, through recycling systems? And then what do you do with waste when it comes to the recycling end? And if not recycled, what do you do with the legacy plastic that appears in the environment? So the stakeholder discussions that Saturday were revolving around three areas: eliminating and designing for circularity, circularity of plastics when they're in the economy itself, and then what you do with waste minimization and remediation. And the outcomes across these different roundtables that were held asked for a set of guiding principles that should land their way into the treaty. They asked for, one, the guiding principle of making the circle of plastics smaller by reducing plastic production in terms of, for example, the volume of plastics that cannot necessarily be turned into a circular plastic. They asked for another guiding principle, which was to use a life cycle analysis of plastics, and then a risk assessment of alternatives so that we don't end up with an agreement that then causes problems in another part of the atmosphere. And then lastly, as a guiding principle, they asked for regulatory frameworks that take into account human rights and that are built on science. Within each of those groups, there were a number of actions that were asked for within a global instrument. There was an ask for the elimination side of things, so bans in single-use plastic products, addressing the issue of toxic additives, and reducing the overall range of polymer types so that there is less of a problem to handle. There were then questions on design for circularity, and the groups asked for the global instrument to look at the kind of incentives needed for innovations in design, to have incentives for alternatives that are not harmful and that can replace the more harmful substances that we currently have. They asked for legally binding standards that would govern private sector action. And they asked for traceability and transparency. On the issue of circularity in practice, the groups asked for having more extended producer responsibility schemes that become mandatory schemes within the treaty. They asked for looking at international trade and how to avoid international trade in plastic waste, especially where there are no recycling capabilities in countries, something that the Basel Convention also deals with. And they asked for fit-for-purpose infrastructure. They asked for bans of exporting plastic waste where there's no capacity. They asked for public procurement and then looking at trade regulations. On waste management, there was a resounding call for including informal waste pickers into better and safer and more stable jobs. And there was an ask for policies to reduce illegal dumping of hazardous waste. And then lastly, on financial mechanisms, there were asks for innovative mechanisms from extended producer responsibility schemes, producer pay systems, taxes, and then lastly, accountability and bringing in consumers and the information they would need. In the second part of the roundtable discussions was a discussion on what to do with the multi-stakeholder action agenda. And the stakeholders here asked for a way of structuring an action agenda by sector or by polymer type and the different stakeholder groups, and that actions could be taken by each of the different stakeholder groups in tandem with the negotiation of the plastics instrument. They asked for also, in terms of further evolution of this process as the INC progresses, there were calls for looking at how to discuss agenda items of the INC or specific technical issues that the INC faces prior to each INC, so that the member states could benefit from the advice and suggestions from different stakeholders. And they asked for opportunities for then these stakeholders to communicate some of those challenges and gaps directly to policymakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Good summary of a fantastic multi-stakeholder forum on last Saturday. So before moving into our first panel, let me remind to you all the objective of today's dialogue. First, it is to identify needs and interests in the intergovernmental negotiation, something that it is key if we are building trust and confidence to this process. It is to facilitate a two-way dialogue to allow a diversity of voices during negotiations. And finally, it is to provide a space to share ideas for the future of the dialogue and how to initiate a multi-stakeholder action agenda. Those are the three objectives. So in the two panels that we will have today, discussions, conversations, the dialogue itself, it will move around three main elements. The first one, it is showcase. We are not starting from scratch, for sure. Many organizations can show how much they are working towards our now collective objective for this legally binding instrument. So we will see action, and also we will identify contributions and needs. The second one, it is to listen about expectations around the treaty, structure and content, because as you know, tomorrow in plenary, you will discuss those topics, and it is important to listen the voice of the different stakeholders in relation to the treaty itself. And finally, we will discuss how to keep this dialogue as an open dialogue in a permanent basis within all the INC process with intersessionals and how to organize the multi-stakeholders action agenda. So those are the three main elements for today's discussion. And I hope that by the end of these 3 hours, we can conclude in each one of those elements with strong outputs. Let me also highlight the values of this kind of dialogue. For sure, this is an innovative way of working in a multilateral process, something that it has been demonstrated to be so effective when we are negotiating for a legally binding instrument. Also, it is a way to convene different actors, to listen voices, and to promote credibility and legitimacy. But also, this dialogue could promote convergence and integration. We are having this INC just in the middle of 2 COPs. The climate one that it has just finished in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and the next one in Montreal, in which we will discuss the global biodiversity framework, the post-2020 framework. And we are in the middle of the 2. And everybody is looking for convergence. Everybody is looking on how can we be more effective by integrating pieces. So this dialogue, I am sure, will promote that kind of integration. So having said that, it is now the time to move into the first panel. We will have 2 panels. Each one of those panels will take exactly an hour. We will have 30 minutes by our panelists, and then 30 minutes to have you physically here in the audience and people that it is following the INC1 online to participate. So we will have a full hour for each one of the panels. I will moderate the first one, and my colleague Anjali Acharya, that leads the global plastic work at the World Bank, will moderate the second one. And after that, we will move into wrap-up and conclusion. So, the first panel, it will be a discussion between stakeholders and member states on the upstream and downstream stages of the plastic life cycle. And the second one, it will be the same dialogue in between stakeholders and member states in relation to the midstream stage of the plastic life cycle. So now let me introduce our panelists for the first panel. And I would like to invite to the stage to the following panelists. Representing the youth, Suhair Ahmed Kaushik, facilitator of the Children and Youth Mayor Groups of UNEP. Welcome, Ahmed. From the academia, Bethany Carney Almorth, Associate Professor at University of Gothenburg. Welcome, Bethany. From the petrochemical sector, Stuart Harris, Senior Director of Global Plastic Policy, Plastic Division, American Chemistry Council. Welcome, Stuart. From the informal sector, Maria Soledad Mella Vidal, from the Global Alliance of Waste Pickers from Chile. Welcome, Maria Soledad. From environmental NGOs, Yuyun Ismawati from Nexus 3 Foundation from Indonesia. And then from the small island developing states, 6, Mrs. Bernie Beseves, Project Coordinator of Environmental Quality Protection Board from Palau. Welcome, Bernie. And finally, from the government, Dani Radiancia, Deputy Permanent Representative for UNEP and UN Habitat at the Embassy of Indonesia in Nairobi. So welcome to you all, and please join me with a big applause to our panelists for today. Okay, friends, so I will move now to here. You know that we have a couple of questions for each one of you. And I would like to encourage you for 2 things. Try to take no more than 5 minutes in your intervention, and I hope that we can do it very interactive. And also put the mic close to your mouth to listen you all clear. So to you first, Suhair Ahmed. So the idea for today it is to discuss what is the role of your stakeholder group and what will be your actions to end plastic pollution by 2040. But also if in your answer you can also address what do you need to see in the treaty What should the treaty cover?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello everyone, I'm Zuhair from the Children and Youth Mature Group. So first of all, young people are driven by emotion and feeling, and they feel that the entire society is impacted by this plastic pollution. And they are obviously concerned about it, and they have taken actions in many spaces. First of all, the role of young people. Young people are the most innovative ones. We are innovating a lot of eco-friendly alternatives of plastics, and we are trying to introduce to the market and to the people so that they use that and reduce the plastic pollution. And another role that young people is playing very good is that we are raising awareness among other stakeholders. We are bringing the voice of other stakeholders, because young people, they don't think, I mean, they are the less selfish one. They think about other stakeholders, and most of the time they also bring the voices of other groups like indigenous women and others. So what I believe that a lot of people, they are impacted by plastic pollution, but they don't know how they are being affected. So young people, they should play a very important role in educating fellow youth and raising awareness about this INC process and the ongoing process for the global treaty on plastic pollution. And they should, make governments, businesses, and other stakeholders accountable because it is affecting our life, and the decisions being made here will be impacting our life and the future generations as well. And I just want to cite an incident from Dhaka that in many cases we have seen the young people from the low-income group, they are forced to live in a very hazard-prone area. And in many cases we have seen that in the fire incident in plastic producing industry factories, and that actually caused death to young people and children. So we have to share this message with the people that the factories that should be moved in different places, not the places where people are living, and the low-income people are forced to live. And the second question was, can you just go through the second question?
The second question, it is more related on what do you expect, what do you need to see in the treaty? What should the treaty cover?
Okay, the first one, young people, we are coming up with a lot of innovative solutions, alternatives to plastics. And I believe that the treaty should have the provision of supporting young people's innovations. Governments should provide supports, finances, technologies, and incubation for the green entrepreneurs. And I believe that taxation benefits and the tax waivers for the eco-friendly entrepreneurs should be given. And also this treaty should recognize the technical capacity building of youth and young people, so that young people can come up with a more innovative solution for making sure that the plastics are more recyclable, and we are eliminating toxics from the entire life cycle of plastic. And also we want another thing is there's a transfer of technology. We know there are some of the technologies available in different countries that is not, maybe we didn't try to scale that up. We need to scale that up, and we have to make sure these technologies are transferred into where we don't have the technologies. And one thing that should be mandatory is that we should impose, tax on the polluters, because these polluters are affecting our life. It's killing our people, and that's why we have to impose taxes on the people, on the polluters. And this treaty should also have one very important item, that is the grant-based funding provision for the LDCs, so to make sure that the circular economy approaches are, operated in the low LDC countries. And we through this treaty we have to address the humanitarian rights based approaches, and we also should recognize the role of young people, because young people are playing a lot of roles. most of the time young people are often seen as the very homogeneous group, but young people are the most diverse one. We are early career scientists, we are educators, we are activists. So we have a lot to play, but it's not often recognized by our older generations. So, I mean, this treaty should recognize the power of youth, the role of youth that we can play to eliminate plastic or end plastic pollution by 2014. And also, I mean, obviously this process is ongoing, and what I believe that young people should have their voices heard, because in most often we don't have any, we cannot provide inputs to the negotiations, right? We have Children and Youth Major Group, we provide general remarks, and for the policy positions that our countries are coming up with here, I think that they should also, you know, operationalize their national processes for accumulating information and recommendations from different stakeholders. And most often we have seen that some of the member states, they prefer to sit with the experts for, you know, for maybe forming their policy position, but they also need to sit with youth and children for that. I think that that can be done. And obviously, we also need to think about cleanups. I think funds should be available for cleanups because we have dumped a lot of plastics in the ocean already. So we need to care about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suhair. So now let's move into you, Bethany. The same questions, so the role that you are playing, that your group is playing, and how much your actions will contribute to address plastic pollution by 2040, and also what are you expecting, what are your needs in relation to the treaty. But let me add one more question, sorry for that. What is the add value that you see on this dialogue, this kind of dialogue as part of the INC?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start by saying that I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here and to speak with you today and just...
No. Please, could you...
The microphone is working.
Yeah,
yes.
now it's working.
Okay.
Yeah.
No? Yeah. My name is Bethany Carney Almroth. I'm a professor at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. I'm a researcher with expertise in environmental science, and I'm here as a member of a network of science.
Could we have a second mic, please? You have it. Thank you.
Okay, is this better? Yeah, okay, we'll try this one. I'm here as a member of a network of scientists with very broad expertise in plastics, ranging across the globe in different regions, but also across different disciplines of science. We're interested in looking at describing the aspects of problems associated with plastics, but also solutions. And the reason that we're all here right now is because of the planetary crisis associated with plastics. And the UN recently recognized the triple threat that the planet is facing, which is the nexus between climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. Science is helping us to understand those problems and how plastics plays a role in the interconnectedness between the threats that we're facing. Scientists can help support this process, this treaty process, by drawing on our expertise and our knowledge and helping to provide robust scientific evidence and expert opinions on the problems that we're facing, as well as on potential solutions, and helping us to try to avoid conflicts where we might see regrettable substitutions or conflicts in goals in the solutions that we're trying to put forth. But if I specifically address our task here on the first panel, upstream and downstream, I'd like to recognize that plastics are largely today produced from fossil fuels, and we have an unsustainable practice of extraction. And already at that stage in the life cycle of plastics, we're seeing environmental damage impacting environmental health and human health. And that plastics are very complex materials, and the markets that we see today are very complex, which has already been referred to, that we have many different polymers on the market, many different chemicals, tens of thousands specifically, and we know that many of these have hazard properties. And if we're going to connect upstream and downstream, we need to be very aware that we have to consider end of life already at the design stage. So we have to understand the products that we're producing, how we're producing them, what is going into them, what kinds of materials that we're working with, what kinds of chemicals we have there, because this will greatly affect how we're using the materials, how we might be reusing them, and how we're managing waste for those things that cannot be recycled. So the circular economy that we're striving to achieve does not really exist yet. And there are no recycling techniques today that are both safe and scalable to help us really address this problem in a meaningful way. We might be able to get there if we can design for that, but we're not there right now. So plastics and chemicals pollute the entire planet today, and science. Try that one again?
Yeah.
Science has helped us to understand that we do have global spread of plastics and plastic chemicals. So we find them in every niche on the planet, in water, in land, in the atmosphere, and in human bodies. New evidence is coming out constantly that is showing us where we have exposures, but also where we have effects. And while I'm an environmental biologist with expertise in fish, I know there are other scientists here that can help us to better understand, for example, human health impacts. There are members of the Endocrine Society here. I know Dr. Leo Trasande is here. He's an expert in human health impacts of plastic-associated chemicals that can speak to that. Can we do that? Maybe we can do that later.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay, so in finishing my opening comments, I would just like to say that the aim of science and scientists here is to work with capacity building and knowledge exchange so that the leaders in negotiating this treaty are able to make their decisions equipped with the best available knowledge and science. I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bethany, and sorry for the technical difficulties. But let me move to you, Stuart. You are from the petrochemical sector. And Bethany mentioned well the triple threat. No, we know IPBES a couple of years ago when mentioned the drivers of nature loss or biodiversity loss. One of those is related to plastic pollution. It's clear. And when we think about the climate debate, we know that one of those big challenges it is related to phase out gradually of fossil fuels. So the role and the actions of your sectors are key when we think about end plastic pollution by 2040. So how can you, your sector for sure, can contribute to that objective and also what you are expecting for the treaty? I am not sure if it is a problem of battery or antenna.
Thank you. Check. Thank you. Perhaps. Thank you. So the petrochemical industry or the global plastics industry plays an important role in addressing the problem of plastic waste. We are the industry that has the ability and is actively moving forward with projects to become more circular and to address the issue of plastics in the environment. In terms of what we're doing and to address that goal of ending plastic waste in the environment by 2040, many of our companies are investing and deploying technologies today to become more circular. And when we look at this issue, we really look at the opportunity that our sector has taken to transform our industry. And so in the past, we've produced plastics for the value chain, it's moved through the process, and we end up at the end of life with disposal and some recycling options. But we've taken a new look at that linear system, and we've already started to transform and really remake our industry to become more circular. And so when we look at plastics, and you mentioned most plastics come from fossil fuels, we're looking to diversify that. And so of course we have plastics from bio-based sources that have been implemented, but when we're looking to address the issue of plastic waste, the opportunity and the innovation that we've seen in our industry is to take plastic waste and use that as an input, as an alternative feedstock for production. And so across many recycling technologies, we have seen the opportunity to take this plastic waste and pull it back into the system, back into the economy, creating demand and being able to capture that value from end-of-life plastics. And many of our companies are already investing in this technology. As I said, there are announcements, it seems like every day. A recent project actually was announced in a joint venture in Indonesia. There are many projects in the United States and Europe. And so as we look to transform the industry, we have a plan to become more circular. The opportunity in the global agreement is for governments to help accelerate that plan. And again, we're seeing a tremendous amount of investment in the developed world and not as much investment in the developing world. And so how can a global agreement help us to unlock private sector investment, private sector innovation, especially in the developing world, to accelerate this transformation that our industry is undertaking to become more circular? How can we create the supply chains to make sure that plastics at the end of life are able to come back and become inputs for new production? And how can we as an industry design those products better so that when they get to the end of life, they're able to come back through the system? And so both the opportunity is to find a way to make that circle and that transformation to the circle move more quickly, but especially to have that transformation happen across the world, not just in the developed countries, but also in the developing countries.
Okay, and Stuart, because we have some more time, what is for you the add value of this dialogue? How much this dialogue could contribute to the INC process?
So I appreciate it. And I think the added value of this dialogue is exactly what we see here on the stage. It's bringing the diversity of voices and the next panel as well. And as the youth speaker said so eloquently, none of our sectors are homogenous or monolithic. We all have diversity within our sectors. And so bringing the business community in isn't just bringing in the petrochemical industry, it's bringing in the different voices of the value chain. And so we need to find a way to connect those voices together. We need the global agreement, and the value of this dialogue is enabling member states to really see how our individual actions are operating and find those opportunities where we can start to connect those supply chains and connect those voices. And so drawing from children and youth, drawing from science, drawing from the informal sector, from governments, from the environmental community, as well as the business community and petrochemical industry, which I represent, is a critical element to this agreement. We're all doing things to address this problem, but the one thing that we all lack right now is a North Star. We each have our own, but the global agreement provides the opportunity for governments to set that target, that North Star, toward which we can all focus our efforts and then work to really help to align our efforts toward that.
Thank you, Stuart. And now let's move into Maria Soledad. Maria Soledad, you are from a key sector. No, you are representing the Global Alliance of Waste Pickers. And Stuart referred to the circularity, so you are the agent of circularity in some way.
Sí.
So how much your actions, your strengthened actions, also based in a treaty that we are seeking or aiming to achieve in 2 years, could contribute to your actions, and how much your actions could contribute to the treaty? And what are you expecting in relation to the treaty?
Sí, ok. Muchas gracias por permitirme estar acá y poder hablar desde nuestro escenario, nuestra mirada del mundo de los recicladores. Yo represento a más de 20 millones de recicladores en el mundo. Y cuando pregunta cuáles son las acciones que vamos a hacer frente a este escenario tan complejo y frente a este tratado por los plásticos, yo les puedo decir que nosotros llevamos cuatro generaciones de recicladores haciéndonos cargo de esto. Ya hemos hecho aportes prácticos y concretos y lo seguimos haciendo. Hemos recolectado más del 60% de los plásticos que están dando vuelta en el mundo y nos hemos hecho cargo de una contaminación que ni siquiera sabíamos que íbamos a tener que hacernos cargo. Sobrevivimos con los residuos y nos alimentamos con eso. Pero hoy día entendemos que la labor nuestra es sumamente importante y es fundamental. Hemos logrado organizar a los recicladores a nivel internacional, construyendo una alianza internacional donde realmente podamos tener voz y podamos también poner nuestras peticiones en este escenario. La contribución de nosotros es histórica. Tenemos recicladores que tienen alrededor de 90, 60, 80 años recolectando residuos y viviendo de ellos. Y creemos que el aporte de nosotros es sumamente claro y concreto, pero sabemos que tampoco es suficiente. Entonces también hoy día hemos levantado un grupo de amigos de recicladores, acercándolo a cada una de las delegaciones internacionales para que también sean representantes de nuestra voz en este espacio, para que realmente digan que nosotros somos tan importantes como todos los actores que están acá y como lo acaba de mencionar el caballero acá al lado mío, que creo que es importante que cada uno de nosotros aporte en este proceso, pero entendiendo las responsabilidades de cada uno y qué aporte debemos hacer realmente. Somos, como le digo, más de 20 millones de recicladores en el mundo que no hemos hecho cargo de esto, sin pago alguno. No hemos recibido nunca un pago por lo que hacemos. Vivimos del material, de la venta de nuestro material, con pagos muchas veces miserables, que no alcanzan ni siquiera para poder sustentar nuestros hogares. Pero es lo que nosotros aprendimos a hacer y nos inventamos este trabajo. Hoy vimos un escenario completamente complejo frente a las políticas que se están implementando a nivel nacionales. Y sobre todo también en este tratado de plástico, ¿cuál va a ser el resultado de esto? Si realmente van a tomar en cuenta a los pioneros, a los que partimos haciéndonos cargo de un residuo que nadie se quiso hacer cargo, que fuimos nosotros. Nosotros le dimos valor en la calle a un material que nadie le quiso dar valor. Y aquí estamos, tratando de entender y comprender y cómo podemos ser parte de esta negociación. Necesitamos también que sea un momento importante para nosotros, que se reclame realmente la transición justa de parte de nuestras delegaciones. Nosotros representamos a cada uno de los países que están acá. Y necesitamos que ustedes también hablen de nosotros y que digan que realmente se va a hacer un proceso de transición justa donde realmente podamos ser incorporados los recicladores en este proceso. Que se reconozca nuestro trabajo, que se pague por nuestro servicio. Y tenemos ambiciones muy grandes en este proceso, que sea realmente vinculante, que realmente sea participativo, que sea equitativo, que no tengamos muchos de uno y pocos de otro. La sociedad civil tiene que decir mucho. La sociedad civil es parte de la consecuencia de las contaminaciones. Ojalá que la petroquímica también se haga cargo de los contaminantes que tienen cada uno de sus plásticos. A nosotros nos afecta en nuestra salud, nos afecta directamente. Porque vivimos en los vertederos, reciclamos dentro de los vertederos. Y la emisión de gases junto con los plásticos se genera una toxicidad muy grande que muchas veces ustedes desconocen. Hay que estar en un vertedero para entender realmente lo que sucede ahí y la contaminación de gases que hay dentro y cómo se mezclan los distintos residuos y se genera un gas muy tóxico que hoy día nos está enfermando de cáncer, problemas renales, problemas pulmonares. Entonces creemos que tenemos que estar acá, creemos que podemos hacer un aporte importante. Somos de verdad los que no hemos hecho cargo de esto, somos de verdad los que hemos recolectado los residuos, mucho antes de que empezara la situación crítica de lo que es el calentamiento global, la huella de carbono y sobre todo la contaminación por plástico. No solamente recolectamos los plásticos, también recolectamos todos los residuos que se generan a través de las grandes transnacionales que sacan al mercado y que nosotros consumimos y que responsablemente las tiramos a la basura. Deben haber políticas claras y concretas con respecto a la gestión de residuos. Y por eso instamos a las naciones a sumarse al grupo de amigos de recicladores. Necesitamos que ustedes también sean nuestra voz en cada uno de nuestros países. Las políticas que se implementan en nuestros países también nos están dejando fuera de la cadena del reciclaje. Y lo hemos hecho por toda nuestra vida. Entonces es importante, ¿quiénes son realmente los que estamos aportando en cosas concretas? Somos nosotros. Y lo hemos hecho inconscientemente. Pero hoy día más consciente que nunca. Así que hacemos un llamado a todas las naciones a hacerse cargo también y sobre todo a las petroquímicas, hacerse cargo realmente de lo que está ocurriendo con respecto al calentamiento y sobre todo el impacto que están generando los plásticos en los vertederos, en los campos, en los ríos, en los lagos. Solamente eso. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, María Soledad. It is true that the waste pickers has been so historically important in promoting circular economy, recycling, and also a bit sad that historically it's a sector that it has been rejected. So that's a key point, because when we think about this treaty, inclusiveness, participation, equity are three key elements that we have to consider. So Yu-Jung, based on that, based in the role that environmental NGOs has had in promoting the end of plastic pollution, how do you think that role it could be strengthened now when we are moving into a treaty? So what are that level of contribution? What is that level of contribution that environmental NGOs could bring to this process?
Yes, thank you, Manuel. First of all, thank you for inviting me in this panel. I'm Yuyu Dismawati. I'm from Nexus 3 Foundation, Nexus for Health, Environment and Development, Indonesia. And I'm affiliated to IPEN, a global network, and also Break Free from Plastic. So for this, your question made me think about a couple of things. First, plastic is a marriage of carbon and chemicals. And I believe our panelists here can attest that too. That's why we we've seen the productions of plastics, but also the growing of a chemical and petrochemical industry. So over 99% of the plastics production is made out of carbon and fossil fuel. And that's also contain a lot of harmful chemicals that some of them maybe we don't recognize it. The second, at the end of life of the products or plastics, we were told that plastic can be recycled, but in the last 50 years, data showed that only 9% of plastics have been recycled globally. So, so this made me think about the third item, the third point that come to my mind, that chemicals used in products are not easily recognized or identified by consumers. So when it's recycled, we don't know what kind of chemicals being recycled as well. So this is also what I've seen on the ground, that a lot of plastics that exported to developing countries was supposed to be recycled. But on the ground, I've seen different situations. Probably half of the exported waste being burned by the communities because it has no values, or it has no, cannot be recycled. So no brokers wants to buy it from them. Our findings in Indonesia and also in several countries shows that these toxic chemicals also accumulated in food chains. For instance, in Indonesia, we found in chicken eggs around the dumping site containing dioxins, the second highest after a village in Vietnam that was affected by Agent Orange during Vietnam War. So these kind of chemicals are spread out even more because it's unknown. And when it's down to recyclers like Soledad here and her friends, it's affecting also their health and the communities around it. So we found also in other studies that we collected more samples, kitchen utensils, children's toys, that's also containing a lot of harmful chemicals. So in short, what we are going to do in this forum or contribute to the next 2040 is we keep doing what we are doing, collecting samples, empowering civil society, informing publics and our policymakers that the impact of plastics, and it cannot be recycled without ridding off the toxic chemicals. So non-toxic circular economy, that's what we would like to see.
Thank you very much, Yu-Jung. And remember that after the panelists, we will have the opportunity to listen to you, member states, stakeholders, and also people online. So now let's move into you, Bernie. You are from SIDS, from a small island developing state, from Palau. You have just gotten a fantastic step forward in the COP27 with the loss and damage financial mechanism. So this treaty is also about ambition. So what does it mean, ambition, for a small island in relation to this treaty? And also, how do you think we could keep this dialogue open within the INC process, and how useful it would be for the process?
Thank you for that question. Ambition. I'm sure my colleagues from the other Pacific SIDS realize and understand the meaning of that word. We are small island developing states. However, we are at the receiving end of, we're at the downstream of the life cycle of plastics. And because of that, most of us have the legal framework in place, and we have facilities in place to address plastic pollution, to address our solid waste that we produce in our own islands. However, all of that is being overwhelmed by the plastics that do wash up on our shores. And I was very encouraged by your comments, Mr. Harris, about addressing or ending plastic by 2040, and your goal to become circular. And using plastic waste to put it back into the economy. Those are, I believe, ambitious goals as well. And I hope that as you develop those goals, a part of your goal is to come visit any one of the Pacific small island developing states. Because as it is now, and it is our reality, we are at the downstream. So as you finalize, as you put your goals, implement your goals, you are on the upstream. You have the power to design. So as you start designing, come visit us, come see how our islands are, come see our facilities. So as you design at the upstream, you can ensure that when you design, you make sure that from production, as it leaves your factory and your facilities, keep in mind that we are at the downstream. We will receive it in the end. So keep that as you design. So make sure that as it comes, as if it does wash up on our shores, and I hope that will stop very soon. But if it does continue, the numbers will be reduced, and when it hits our shores, it'll be something that we in Palau can actually handle with the facilities that we have in place. And as for to continue, how do we continue this type of conversation? I hope that we continue to have intersectional working groups on themes, especially activities and clusters for each stage of the life cycle to promote dedicated conversation on the design of the instrument as well as means of implementation. And this is because when focusing on means of implementation will enable Pacific SIDS like Palau to fully implement the objectives of this legally binding instrument that we are working on developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernie. So Danny, the same question to you. How ambition looks like in relation to the treaty, and based that you're representing a government, and also how can we keep this dialogue open within the INC process?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. At the outset, I would like to thank UNEP for inviting us to be a panelist, and for the organizer to put me at the last speaker, because it's always beneficial as the last speaker. You have the perks of listening to the previous speakers, and I can just pinpoint. I agree with what Zuhair said. I agree what Bethany said. I agree what Yuyun just said. So I mean, it would be easier for me. But ambition, yes, indeed. And we are living in a world of very rich information, And I remember the president of Uruguay during his opening statement, he mentioned that we live in the era of information, that we cannot be, again, everyone has to be known, has to know everything, because information is very easy. And having that information open up level of ambition for all of us here. But of course, it's always a $1 million question, whether we are ambitious enough, whether those information are enough for us to continue to the next phase. But I would look at it this way: what we are doing now is charting the uncharted. We are doing, we are trailblazing. Boldly go where no one has gone before, right? I know you know that reference. So I think we as member states, we always cherish and value the input and advice and information from other stakeholders, because it informs us, it advises us, it becomes reference for us as member states to go to negotiation. And with having as many information as possible, we can be more ambitious, and I think we as member state, I personally have reaped the benefit of engaging with stakeholders. So I think this is something that is very beneficial, and we would like this to continue in the future. In Indonesia, we have our national target and indicator for waste management. Like we 30% waste reduction by 2025 and 70% waste handling by 2025. And those undertakings will feed into our national target of reduced 70% of marine plastic by 2025. And this panel discussion also discussed about upstream and downstream. And without going into the details, I just want to say that in Indonesia, those undertakings are conducted holistically, and it involves various ministries. So it happens across the board, so there is no silo mentality or silo thinking in doing so, because we understand that this issue of plastic is cross-cutting, so we have to do it together across the board, not only at national level, but also at the local level. And here, I would like to emphasize the role of stakeholders when we go into local community, because I do believe youth is very crucial, and they have very important role in awareness raising, in educating the local people about, how not to waste rubbish and to collect trash and everything. So I think, I just agree what our first speaker just said in the beginning, because I cannot emphasize more the important role of youth in this undertaking, because in the next 20, 30 years, they will be the one who leading the country. They will be the ones who become, executive director of UNEP, president of Indonesia, prime minister of UK, whatever. But they will be the one who lead this, the world. And of course, this type of conversation should continue. We cannot stop it. And we can do it in many, many avenues. First, we as member states, Indonesia as member state, is always open for discussion with any stakeholders. Come to me, come to us, we can have a fruitful discussion over lunch, over coffee, whatever we do it, right? And then in the context of INC, I do believe that the multi-stakeholders what we have done on Saturday is very beneficial. I think it even though I did not participate myself, but I read the report. And I just want to say that this is a best practice that we can continue in the future, provided we have the governance to do that. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Danny. So now, it is time for you to participate. So, yeah, please press your button to ask for the floor, and somebody will bring to me the order of the participation. So, the first one, it is the observer number 15, action on smoking and health. And I would like to encourage you to take 2 minutes, no more than 3 minutes for your interventions, because the idea it is to promote more interventions and to have member state and non-member state participating and contributing to this dialogue. So observer 15, action on smoking and health, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for this important forum and the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Bostic, and I represent Action on Smoking and Health, or ASH, the world's oldest organization dedicated to ending the harm caused by tobacco, and that includes environmental harm. ASH is also a member of the Global Stop Tobacco Pollution Alliance, a coalition of tobacco control organizations created to participate in these negotiations. I want to make two specific points that I believe are important for framing our future collective work. The first is to echo what has been said by many delegations and members of civil society. Not all plastics are the same. They vary in several dimensions. Some are more problematic than others, some are more toxic than others, some are less necessary than others, and some are single use. Some plastics should be regulated, and some should be banned immediately. A singular example of the latter is cigarette filters. I emphasize that the word filter does not have the same meaning as other filters we have and will discuss in this process, because it implies that they filter some of the harms out of cigarettes. To be clear, they do not. Cigarette filters are made of plastic, and the release of tiny plastic particles during the act of smoking causes additional harm. They make cigarettes more deadly, not less. Cigarette filters are wholly unnecessary. Once cigarettes are smoked, the filters become cigarette butts, which are full of toxins and carcinogens. A small cigarette butt may seem like a little thing, but one butt dropped into a goldfish bowl will kill the goldfish. Filters are extremely toxic. Cigarette filters are also the most littered item on Earth. Approximately 4.5 trillion filters, yes, trillion, are discarded into the environment each year. As you walk down the street tonight or on the beach, look down. You will see them everywhere. Other forms of plastic are also problematic, toxic, and unnecessary. They should all be banned, and we should spend our time discussing more difficult topics. My second point is this. Just as not all plastics are the same, not all stakeholders are the same. I urge delegations to account for inherent conflicts of interest as they weigh input from observers. To return to tobacco as an example, the tobacco industry is excluded from participating in the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control because of the inherent conflicts between their interests and the interests of public health. Not all conflicts of interest are as stark, but I urge you to consider those conflicts. The emphasis on inclusivity is laudable, but the problem we address is too severe to worry about ensuring continuing corporate profits. The overall good of society, environmental, health, human rights, and yes, economic, should be our overriding goal. Thank you very much, and best of luck as you move forward. The world is depending on you.
Thank you very much for your participation. So now I would like to give the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia, following for some participation online by Vital Strategy. So Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Hello. I want to start off by thanking all distinguished speakers for providing an important perspective to this discussion. My question, and it's not necessarily a statement, but more of a question, is to Professor Bethany. You had mentioned unsustainable processes for extraction, and I truly believe that all countries should make it a responsibility to make all feedstock extraction more sustainable. But more specifically, I would like to ask you, what would be your suggested alternative? And I would really appreciate it if you could highlight for us all to know the effects on land use or land loss and water usage, starting from upstream to downstream, while highlighting the end of life cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for promoting questions, for doing this more interactive. So, Bethany, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, that was a multi-part question, so I'm going to try to remember all the bits and pieces. I can't see you. I don't know where you are.
I'm right here.
Okay, thank you. So at extraction, we do have some environmental damage, and there already is leakage of oil to the environment. There's a lot of evidence already at that stage of spills, for example, of burning of some of the products that are being extracted. So we have emissions to the environment already at that stage. And if we're looking at how we might improve that situation. I mean, I won't speak to those technologies specifically. It's not my area of expertise. But if we're going to look at the life cycle of plastics, I think one of the major steps that we can take is to reduce production and use of plastics. So already there, we'll see changes in how much we're extracting and so on. And we heard from some of the others up here that we need to find other sources to start producing the plastics that we do need, because we do need plastics. We will not completely remove them from our societies. They're important in a lot of sectors. That being said, I think we need to be very careful when we're replacing other materials for plastics production. So if we're moving into a circular economy where we're using plastic waste to make new plastics, we have to be very conscious of the chemicals inherent to those products. We need to have increased transparency about what chemicals are being put into plastics through their entire life cycle, so that we can better control where they are and make sure that they're not ending up in places where they should not be. And preferably, we should simplify the market as much as possible to have a smaller number of polymers on the market, a much lower number of chemicals, and especially reducing toxic chemicals and plastics to make sure that we're better able to protect human health and environmental health. And I'm sorry, I forgot the last part of your question.
Oh, thank you. It's more specifically to address suggested alternatives to those plastics and what that means to land loss and water usage, as well as highlighting the end of life cycle.
So you make some very important points here in terms of land and water use, because if we are replacing fossil fuels, for example, with other materials, we need to be very conscious of the fact that there might be conflicts there in terms of, for example, food security. If we're looking at using different plant-based materials, for example, to make plastics. So these are things that we need to be very aware of. And this is a place where science can help us to try to understand where these conflicts might lie, so that we can avoid creating new problems and finding solutions. And when we're talking about end of life, ideally we should get to, if it were possible, a zero waste scenario. And right now that seems very insurmountable, but we're taking first steps to move in that direction. And if we could achieve true circularity, we wouldn't have as much waste as we do now, and then we would move away from end of life issues. And as we've heard from a number of our speakers today, we have very large problems at end of life and mismanaged waste that are affecting both humans and the environment. So these are big problems we need to address.
Thank you, Bethany, and thank you for the representative of Saudi Arabia. So now we will have a participant online, Jorge Alday from Vital Strategies.
Thank you to the UN Environment Program, delegates of member states, and esteemed civil society colleagues for the opportunity to contribute. My name is Jorge Alday. I'm a director at Vital Strategies, working with STOP, a global tobacco industry watchdog and part of the Stop Tobacco Pollution Alliance. Plastics are taking a devastating toll on our planet and on human, animal, bird, and marine life. We have passed the point where cleaning up plastics on our streets and beaches, rivers, and oceans is enough. Recycling is not enough, and we can't rely on powerful companies that produce and profit from plastic to do enough on their own. So we need a firm and binding global commitment to reduce all unnecessary plastics. We recognize that not all plastics are the same. Some are necessary, many are not, and some are much more toxic than others. Some clearly harm people and our environment. On each of these counts, as my colleague from ASH recently said, cigarette filters stand out as both harmful and completely unnecessary. Cigarette filters are designed to make smoking easier, and that same design contributes to massive plastic pollution. 4.5 trillion cigarettes are discarded every year, making these products the most littered item on Earth. The tobacco industry suggests it's a positive force. It is not. That is why we already have an entire treaty, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, in place to try and reduce the devastating toll this industry takes on health. We now have the opportunity to reduce that same industry's impact on our planet. Cigarette filters must be removed. They are toxic, single-use plastics that only provide profits to already wealthy and questionable corporations. For this meeting to deliver a future with less plastic pollution, tobacco should not be afforded any exemption. A decision to ban filters in cigarettes, most of which are made from plastic, is perhaps the fastest and easiest way this meeting could contribute to global public and environmental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jorge Alday. Now I would like to give the floor to the representative of the European Union.
Thank you, and thank you to all panelists for the extremely interesting presentations and comments. From our side, as we're sitting here and trying to understand how a global treaty could best contribute to making the plastics economy circular, I noted that a number of you were talking about the effects of chemicals, notably on downstream, on the need for upstream and in the design phase to take into account what are the capabilities at the downstream stage. For example, the representative of Palau was very clear about that. Now, as we're looking at that, what I would like to hear the panel maybe elaborate on a bit more would be to understand what is it that we can do nationally, what can we do through voluntary measures, and where do we really see then the need for global rules that would also support your efforts and that would enable a truly circular economy worldwide, given the fact that in the national context, you may understand what the capabilities downstream are, but very often you would not be able to do that in a global economy. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Who would like to take that question? Stuart? And then you? Start you, Stuart.
Thank you for the question from the distinguished delegate. I think there are a lot of opportunities in the global agreement, and we've heard through the discussion today about the need for flexibility from governments to develop tailored actions based on their local circumstances. I think the opportunity in the agreement is for measures that would require the development of national action plans and then guidance and other tools that can be provided to governments so that as they develop those national action plans, they can improve, for example, the transparency on the use of additives throughout the value chain. They can also look to make sure that the systems that they have in place on the ground are designed to enable the material to come back into the economy, come back to the producers, to be turned into new plastics, and most importantly, can identify the gaps in the supply chain so that interventions, whether it's an investment, whether it's a policy, or whether it's some other action, can be taken to help to complete that circle.
Bernie?
Bueno, desde mi mirada de recolectora, creo que lo primero, antes que suceda todo esto y se cumplan con los tratados y realmente podamos mitigar el impacto, primero que nada, creo que todas las naciones deberían empezar a pronunciarse con el exceso de la producción de plástico. No sacamos nada con tener leyes en nuestros países como la ley REP, la ley de responsabilidad extendida al productor, si siguen produciendo y produciendo plástico y sacando al mercado. Creo que esa es una forma de poder aportar realmente a la contaminación por plástico. Y mientras eso suceda, entregar herramientas e instrumentos reales y concretos a los recolectores que tienen en cada uno de sus países, que nos podemos hacer cargo por lo menos de seguir mitigando de alguna forma todavía muy artesanal, muy arcaica sobre el tema del reciclaje. Creo que es una oportunidad también para poder realmente implementar y aportar hacia los recicladores. Hay mucha gente que cree que el reciclaje no sirve para este proceso, pero quiero decirles que gracias a ese proceso de reciclaje que hemos hecho nosotros, hemos mitigado de alguna forma u otra el impacto medioambiental y es sumamente importante que también se valorice eso. Creo que esa es una forma que también pueden aportar los estados, que las leyes realmente limiten la producción de plástico que hoy día están saliendo al mercado.
Thank you very much for that question. And yes, for Pacific Island countries, we are the ones who actually absorb the cost of the end of life of plastic. And that is because of transboundary movement. It comes to us by the ocean currents. And as I said, many of the Pacific Island countries, we have legislation in place. If it's not in place yet, it's in development. We have facilities in place to address solid waste management. It is these plastics that wash up on our shores that are issues because exposure to sunlight, exposure to the salt water, by the time it reaches our shores, there's really nothing else you can do with it. You cannot recycle it, you cannot repurpose it, you cannot reuse it. The only thing you can do with it is put it in the landfill. And for Palau specifically, we just opened a national landfill last year. And based on surveys done on the island, it has a lifespan of 25 years. However, with all of these plastics that end up on our shores, that adds to the capacity of the landfill, which in turn shortens the life of the landfill. And for us in the islands, our land actually have names. And that's because they're tied to families, they're tied to ancestors. So if we continue to get these plastics coming to us by the ocean current, it's more than likely that Palau, in the next 20 years, we will have to close the landfill and we will have to find land space to open another landfill. And again, that's family land that will be taken away and dedicated to the management of waste. So that's why we are here. Some of us traveled 30 hours just to get here, so we can be at the table, so that we can be part of the negotiation and to ask countries that develop plastics, close the tap, stop producing single-use plastics. And when you design with us in mind, because Pacific Island countries, we are isolated. It's very easy to say, we put it in a circular economy, you collect it, bring it back to us. To bring it back to you, I'm gonna have to put it in a segregation and transfer station. It's still a pipe dream for us. We're working on putting facilities in place to do that. And then we would have to load it on shipping containers. And from Palau, figure, do we ship this to the US? Do we ship this to Japan? Do we ship it to Korea? And again, the cost will come to us to shoulder. And we are small island developing states. Our main source of economy is tourism. And this plastic, it's killing our environment. It's killing our marine life. It's killing what the tourists come to Palau to see. And therefore, it is killing our economy. And that is a true situation for most Pacific Island states. Excuse me, this is close to the heart. But again, as you design, please come and see us. Come and see our islands. Understand our capacity at the downstream, so that as you design upstream, design with us in mind. And I promise you, I'm sure you'll make a lot more money, and you will be blessed because you're taking care of not only your environment, but our environment as well. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernie. Yuyun, short intervention because we have just gotten to the hour. So short intervention, and let's do this. After Yuyun, unfortunately, we won't have time for the other participants that have already asked for the floor. Okay. But what we can do it is to move those interventions into the second panel, if you agree. No? Because we would like to respect the time and also to respect the time of the second panel and the panelists. So, Yuyun, please.
Yeah, my closing will be very short. The plastic crisis now is not plastic crisis, but it's a carbon and chemicals crisis. And we need to have this treaty to regulate and control the productions of plastics. And right now it's out of control because there's no one tell them what to stop and what to do. So we would like also this treaty recognize that plastic recycling is only employed to make more plastics. And lastly, I just want to remind delegates that we cannot have the same failure as the climate treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Yu. Okay, so let's do this. Let's give the floor to two more. I have Observer 14, one for corporate accountability, and then the representative of Zambia. And with that, we could close the first panel. So Observer 14, corporate accountability, you have the floor.
Thank you. We thank the opportunity to participate in this forum. I'm Agustina Luque with the Coalition for America's Health, and I'm attending these sessions on behalf of Corporate Accountability, an international organization with more than 40 years' experience challenging the abuses of transnational corporations that is also a member of the Global Stop Tobacco Pollution Alliance, a coalition of tobacco control organizations created specifically to participate in these negotiations. I wanted to respectfully address an issue of great urgency related to the INC process, the need to develop strong and comprehensive accountability framework. As the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights recently pointed out, the whole cycle of plastics is now a global threat to human rights. We must ensure free, active, meaningful, and informed participation in the new plastic treaty negotiations. We need clear boundaries on conflict of interest to ensure the new treaty puts people before profits. It is deeply alarming that this critically important treaty will legitimize and even welcome industries such as the tobacco, fossil fuel, food and beverage industries that have for decades profited deeply from the manufacture and sale of plastic products by initiating negotiations absent any safeguards against the influence, interference, and outright obstruction of this vested interest in negotiations. That is why we are respectfully encouraging member states to align the INC process with accountability precedents from other UN mechanisms. Several strategies implemented in various international mechanisms ensure that conflicts for industries are disclosed, curtailed, and prevented. Industry remains accountable to the people and the planet, and the transnational corporations and their proxies are held liable for the harm they cause, with reparation obligations. Taking lessons from the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and Conflict of Interest, Article 5.3, Liability, Article 19, participation of non-governmental and other members of civil society not affiliated with the tobacco industry, Preamble and Article 4.7, and also from the legally binding instrument on business and human rights, can be instrumental in developing a comprehensive accountability infrastructure to protect the plastic treaty from the long documented and dangerous trend of corporate capture in other international fora, such as the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. To offer but one example from the UNFCCC in particular, more than 630 fossil fuel lobbyists were registered to attend negotiations sponsored by a host of corporations that profit richly from the extraction of fossil fuels. This treaty needn't invite the foxes to guard the henhouse in the same manner, especially with the health of our collective publics and the planet at stake. Such precedents are built upon accountability principles, which, mutatis mutandis, should guide the requisite provisions that the INC must adopt to meaningfully advance people-centered solutions. Member states shall be the ones taking the leadership and not let industry undermine their sovereign participation by influencing their position. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. And to finalize the first panel, I would like to give the floor to the representative of Zambia, with our apologies for the other 5 participants that have requested the floor. You will be prioritized for the second panel during the intervention. So, the representative of Zambia, you have the floor. Representative of Zambia? No? Okay, so what we can do is to give the floor to one of the other 5. So let me now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Yeah, thank you, moderator and panelist. My comments is regarding the contribution from informal sector, particularly the waste pickers, because they are on their own risk and they have no health measures when they are picking the waste from the garbage and the dumping site. And sometimes there is a open burning of plastic that creates dioxins and furans. And there is no safety measures. And they are surviving for their own livelihood on the basis of these plastics, and they pick up and to provide this to the recycling industry. My point is this, that the companies should encourage to provide the health and safety of these waste pickers, because they are supporting to the recycling industry. And second thing, they are contributing to the environment as well as to the recycling industry. And finally, the companies should take the responsibility to pick their products from the different sources, from the dumping sites, and collect it properly, and then recycle or dispose of in environmentally sound manner. Thank you.
Very much to the representative of Pakistan. So friends, we will have a wrap up by the end of the second panel. So now I would like to ask you to join me with a big applause for our panelists and for a great discussion. And I would like to invite you to go back to your seats in the front row. And now also let me introduce the moderator of the second panel, Anjali Acharya, that leads the global plastic work at the World Bank. So Anjali, now it's your turn.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic first panel, which really brought around the different voices. When Manuel started his session, he said, this is a time to celebrate. And I would argue this is also a time to come together, because we all have a common goal here. There's a lot more that unites us than divides us. What we need to find is a way to recognize that what we are trying to leave is a legacy for future generations, but not a legacy that's full of plastic. With that, we move to the second panel. And we've talked in the first panel about the upstream and the downstream. And what we're going to talk now about is the midstream, right? And it connects both the upstream and the downstream. So with that, I'd like to introduce our fantastic panel. Representing NGOs, Erica Nunez, Program Officer working on plastics for the Ocean Foundation. Tricia Forelli, representing academia, Associate Professor, Massey University, New Zealand. Representing Brands, Jody Roussel, Senior Public Affairs Manager, Packaging and Sustainability for Nestle, which is a member of the Global Business Coalition. Representing an environmental NGO, Ms. Elaine Lucero, Eco Waste Coalition, Philippines. Eileen Lucero, sorry. And from industry, we have Dominique Warre, advisor to the CEO, World Business Council on Sustainable Development. And from government, we have Oliver Buachi, Special Advisor to the Minister of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation for the Republic of Ghana. So with that, I will move over. Okay. Oh, that was loud. All right. So welcome to you all, ladies and gentlemen. And this promises to be an exciting panel discussion. I want to start slightly differently. I'm going to ask each of you one question. And then I'll come back and ask you a second question. So the first question is going to be really about what each of you from your unique stakeholder group bring here to the treaty. What do you bring? What do you bring from your perspectives on actions to end plastic pollution, on that ambition? And then I will come back to you to ask you, what specific do you want to see in the plastic treaty? And I would really encourage you to be specific on what you want. The first question I'm going to push you to answer in about 2 minutes, the next one in 3 minutes. And I'm going to be draconian on time. All those in the audience, we had a huge pile-up of people wanting to intervene. So please start now pressing your buttons so that we have you line up, delegations as well as other stakeholders. So Erica, let me start with you. In the Ocean Foundation, you've been working a lot on plastic policies, and indeed the Ocean Foundation emphasizes the importance of research and policy contributions to this entire process. So from your perspective, what is it that this stakeholder...
Pleasure to be able to speak with you all today. So for me, this is a broad question because civil society provides an immense amount of expertise within the process to end plastic pollution. One of the first voices to create momentum within to plastic pollution was from civil society. So I want to recognize that. And what we bring, and for me personally, from my Ocean Foundation, is very much of a policy focus in international policy, like in forums like this, like the INC, really being able to engage directly with stakeholders and especially member states. But also in terms of the broader spectrum of civil society contributes and supports to the scientific knowledge on plastic pollution. It is the source of the advocacy on plastic pollution and the movement building that has created the momentum that has gotten us here today. Public outreach and innovation is also something that really comes from, and well, I won't take all the credit for that, but I'm saying civil society plays a really great role in that. Thought leadership on policy and innovation is also a space where civil society provides great input within this process. Direct engagement, obviously, with governments is critical. There are varying perspectives that civil society is able to give when you're talking about women and children and youth and indigenous peoples and marginalized peoples that are those that are the direct and most impacted by plastic pollution. Those are the voices that are within civil society that are able to give you the perspective to make the decisions to stop plastic pollution. On the ground work and capacity building is also something that civil society really excels in, to be able to fill in some gaps where there is no possibility or there's not capacity to be able to do certain things to move the needle, so to speak, on plastic pollution. And again, I want to emphasize the elevation of the voices of those in marginalized communities. The environmental justice movement is a critical I'm going to say critical a bunch of times because I can't think of a better word, but just bear with me. That voice has been so drowned out by many others within the stakeholder group, and I'm proud to elevate the fact that civil society really does emphasize the need to engage, to look at this from a perspective of all stakeholders. And when I say all, it's not just industry, it's not just governments. There is a broad range of people within civil society that have something to say, that have ideas, that have a contribution to this process. So that would be my sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. So absolutely, I think we heard from the first panel also the importance of hearing all voices and not just a few, drowned out by a few. And I think the reference was also made to a fair and just transition, which means recognizing the different communities, etc. But you also talked about, policy elements, but then also research. So let me turn to you, Tricia. And, you have been working on plastic pollution in islands, doing research in that area. And we heard from the first panel, Ms. Burney from Palau, and she had a very impassioned argument about plastic pollution. Now, islands represent a microcosm of what would happen everywhere because they have so little land, they're remote, they have unique solutions that are needed. So from the research side, how can your group provide real inputs to the actions that this is, which is coming out of this global treaty?
Thank you for that. And I think this is a very good segue actually from Erica's contribution, because what we're also looking for is full and meaningful participation in the science as well as the process. So plastic pollution scientists and knowledge holders should work together to primarily engage with and support member states. This is what we're looking for through the INC process. And that of course includes our Pacific Island states in that response too. So mobilising international multidisciplinary network of scientific experts and knowledge holders, including the knowledge of Indigenous peoples across the Pacific and elsewhere, to provide evidence-based, robust, independent and transparent full lifespan approach, but also traditional and local knowledge. So we're also talking about waste pickers, informal waste workers, and also informal waste workers working in formal economies, or vulnerable people working in informal economies as well. So local systems, practices, and innovations. We want to identify, analyse, and address biases, misunderstandings, and misrepresentations, and there has been many up until this process through UNEA, that may be promoted in attempts to weaken this new global framework. We need to seek out and encourage full, democratic and meaningful contributions, again from the Global South and all those communities I mentioned, to enhance, deepen and broaden and to give further context to systems approaches to the science of plastics, which speaks again to multi and transdisciplinarity. We're also looking for qualitative and quantitative science. And of course, the science and knowledge, again, as Erica pointed out, from those who know best, those who are at the coalface, those who are at the fence lines, those who are right there and feel this and know this every day, from an intergenerational perspective, in situ, in place, better actually than formally trained scientists know. And to reiterate the intervention made by the science and technology major groups, that there is enough scientific evidence to act now. We need to take the precautionary principle, as there will always be uncertainties. Scientists will continue toward identifying and responding to those uncertainties. And we also need to also include the prevention and polluter pays principles, because we're having social scientists and natural scientists and all of those others engaged in this process. Thank you.
So much, Tricia. Bethany in the earlier group had talked about, the triple threat of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, and that's sort of an important element. And also we had Sheila Agarwal Khan, who talked in the opening about the importance of science. This has to be science-driven, and I think you've emphasized that very clearly. Now, from science to a brand. So, Jody, from Nestle, can you talk a little bit about the role of your company in terms of these actions to end plastic pollution by 2040. What have you been doing? What's the exciting news?
Sure, happy to answer. Thank you, Anjali. Firstly, I'd like to say that we as a company believe we cannot recycle our way out of this. We need to cap and reduce virgin plastic production. We need to focus on a circular economy approach that keeps all the materials in the economy and out of the environment to safely circulate the plastics that we use. And we need to do so in a way that ensures a just transition and takes into account the human rights of all of the communities impacted by the full life cycle of plastics in production, in use, and in end-of-life management. We've launched the Fair Circularity Initiative jointly with Tier Fund, with the support of Shift, with a number of other companies, specifically to develop guiding principles to support respecting the human rights of informal waste workers in line with the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights. Now, in terms of the actions that we've taken, I'll share 5 different areas of action. The first one is reduce. We're on track to reduce our use of virgin plastic by 1/3 by 2025. Overall, we've reduced our plastic footprint by 35% since 2019. We passed peak virgin plastic use and peak carbon in 2019, and we've decoupled our business growth from virgin plastics use. On reuse and refill, we've launched over 20 pilots in 12 countries. We recognize there's a lot more to do there, and we're looking to expand with our retail partners, some of them who are present today. In terms of redesign, we're focused on designing all of our products that use plastic packaging, and actually all packaging, for recycling. 80% of our plastic packaging is designed for recycling today. We're working to get to 100%. And we have a negative list of materials to phase out voluntarily. We also, on the product design side, adhere to the Consumer Good Forum's Golden Design Rules, which are guidelines to ensure that plastic packaging can be designed to facilitate recycling and have value in the recycling process. In terms of recycling infrastructure, we have over 220 activities globally in collection and sorting to support reuse and recycling. Today, we've already phased out 4.5 billion plastic straws and replaced them entirely with paper straws, as a specific example of the work we've been doing. And lastly, I'd say we're focusing on rethinking mindsets. This is inside the company with training for our employees, it's with our retail partners, and it's also with our customers, using the back of our packages to communicate about recyclability. We're focused on changing the status quo and doing what we can that's directly in our control.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Jody. I think why this is something that touches us all so closely is because we all have a personal relationship with plastic. And some of us, maybe not the youth, but some of us remember a time when plastic was really not that freely available and not so prevalent in our society. So I think what you're saying also is you're working through your company, your brand, but others here on the panel are also representing how we must all collectively change our relationship with plastic in a way. So thank you for your points. Let me turn it over to Eileen from EcoWaste. Now, Eileen, in EcoWaste, you've done a lot of work on labeling and standards, and we heard Jody just talk about, using products to help towards behavior change, to provide information through the labels, etc. You've also worked on, advocating for zero waste solutions and chemical control. And finally, what came out in the earlier panel was also the transboundary context, right? So on regional waste trade, you've also done some work on it. So from your perspective, and given the areas of focus, what do you feel you will bring to this treaty?
Yes, no? I came from a middle income country in Asia. And our country are always been bombarded, and there's a tremendous production of plastic, importation, and as well as consumption and disposal. And this pattern has paved way to the rise of quick fix and false solutions that is being peddled as recycling. Okay, so not just as a solid plastic, not just as also a solid waste management issue, but also chemical hazards, because we have lots of testings that we have done that from recycled products that has toxic plasticizers that are endocrine disrupting chemicals. No, some has bisphenol A, some has heavy metals, some had cadmium, and others have phthalates. All designed for new products and labeled as made from recycled plastics. Even the Rubik's Cube that maybe some of your children already have, beware, they have brominated flame retardants. And these are what we are been talking about. No, they haven't had any labeling on it, and manufacturers are not accountable for it. That is the falsehood of recycling. No, but then seems like it is not enough. Our country has been dumped with plastic designed as recyclable plastics. So again, it's not really good. No, so what I would be will be contributing to this treaty is we intend to contribute, no, we to the treaty development processes. We are the living evidence. We are the living voice. Our people are the ones suffering from all of these recycled plastics that we had, from all this waste trade of disguised as recyclable plastics. No, so what we will be bringing in this is the essential data, scientific and critical insights, not just from the ground, but also from all the studies that we have conducted, evidence-based, and the concrete recommendations that will help address the real source, the real meaning, definition of plastic pollution. That would, what action could we contribute also is to provide and demonstrate there are viable solutions, genuine solutions, and not for quick fix solutions to this problem, and not focus on greenwashing or short-sighted remediations, no, remediations and solutions that will not affect the health and the environment of our people. So that is for me.
Great. Thank you so much, Eileen, for your points. So one thing I heard you bring out was also the issue of accountability. And with that, I want to turn to Dominic from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Now, the World Business Council has been doing sort of a lot of work on bringing sustainable business to the forefront and, you know, joining in the fight against plastic pollution. Now, and there's several information that's come out in terms of corporate accountability and disclosure metrics, etc. But let me give you the opportunity to say, sustainable business, what are you bringing? What do you bring to this treaty and to this dialogue process?
Thank you, Anjali. Two things. The accountability is a key word and action is the other key word. Now, on the accountability piece, there's a kind of a phrase that our president, Peter Bakker, likes to use, which rather boringly, but accountants could save the world. If you can measure something, you can manage it. If you value it in the right way, you're not going to create the problems that have been created. So for those of you who operate between these different areas, for 22 years, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which was created by leading businesses of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development with the World Resources Institute and this network of expert scientists, is now the de facto standard for measuring and being accountable for greenhouse gas emissions. What we need in this space is that whole accountability system like has been developed in climate change. So first of all, what is the target that one wants to set, which is science-informed, science-based, like there are science-based targets now, and over 4,000 companies use them in climate. Number two, what's the transition plan to meet that target with CapEx figures, with R&D, with human capacity? Where can organizations like yours, the World Bank, help for those companies in emerging or developing economies? Number three, where do you measure and account for your progress? The greenhouse gas protocol equivalent for plastic. Number four, where do you report and disclose publicly that that is what you are doing, so people can say, you committed to something and I can see that you are now going ahead and doing it, like a colleague from Nestle was explaining. All of those pieces exist in the climate framework, but they do not yet exist for this challenge. So the accountability system is something that has to be built and needs to be built with experts from the science community, and from those who've got expertise on the ground, and from those leading businesses who understand the processes that one needs to go through. The second area, because you asked for two, ambition. As we've heard, this is such a complicated problem, but across the whole value chain of business, from making, from turning it into something, from turning it into something again, to selling it, to capturing it, to closing the loop and bringing it back, there's a huge, thousands of pieces of that jigsaw. So there's not one piece of business or one company or one civil society organization or one science department. It's a system change. And we've seen that that has been working. We've seen that that has been working in the climate space. Manuel triggered such a process, a Lima Paris Action Agenda, in the run-up to COP21, which came up with the Climate Agreement of Paris, with national plans feeding into broad norms at the top level, the 1.5 degrees. That's what we can do, an action agenda for plastics across key value chains and key areas, not just accountability, but there are all sorts of things like a scaled investment in waste management. I mean, you know this from your job, but one needs to bring the balance sheets of the private sector to bear. One needs great planning with civil society. It's got to work on the ground. And people like the Alliance to End Plastic Waste are pretty good at that. You've got things like national planning, which are multi-stakeholder. So you have the equivalent of an NDC, but for plastics, involving other actors. The Global Plastic Action Partnership is pretty good for that. All of these and many more organizations like the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and others have got hundreds of companies, progressive companies, leaning in on this. So there's a huge ambition and approach to tap into across the equivalent of what an action agenda has emerged for the climate space. It became coined the Marrakesh Partnership because a moment like this in the climate debate enabled that action track to emerge. And I think from our experience collectively, I would suggest that would be the ambition that could be unlocked from the beautiful kind of multi-stakeholder space that the organizers have created. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic, and I'm sure the organizations you listed appreciate the shout out. Of course, there is the climate change work, the climate change agenda and how it's built. But not everything necessarily would be applicable to the plastic space. We have a shorter timeline even. I mean, it took a while for the climate change convention to come forward, etc. We are trying to be even more ambitious because we're saying 2 years, we get there. How can we do it, right? And Mr. Olivier Boachi, I will come to you in a minute because I want to hear from you what you've heard from the panel. But before that, I'm going to go back to the panelists here and give them a second chance to just say specifically, very, very specifically, what do you want to see coming out in the plastic treaty? So I'm going to start randomly. Eileen, you get to go first. What do you want to see from your perspective in the plastic treaty?
Yes, thank you. The plastic treaty should be, for me, it should be appreciated and understood as a global health agreement. For one, concurrently, we want this treaty to put a cap on plastic production, highlight upstream solutions with the binding timelines for the phase out of the production, and have manufacturers of plastic materials follow chemical ingredient and hazard disclosures. Second, Please, we want a prohibition on recycling and other waste management processes. You cannot call you cannot call recycling the alternative fuel burning because it emits it emits dioxin So from our perspective, toxic in, toxic out. If you put toxic in plastics, definitely all that you will be covered resulting from that whenever you recycle it will be the release of toxic. So please, no more recycling in the form of several waste management processes. There's waste to energy incineration. There are RDF, and I know all of you knows that, and recycling into another product because the toxic plastic chemicals it will be circulated as a new byproduct that is also toxic. Okay, that maybe just maybe it is already in your hands. Okay, um, and then we want a ban on waste exportation of plastic waste to be enforced with limited exemption for small island states and make manufacturers, not the local government units, not the country, liable and accountable for all the environmental sound management of plastics materials through the entire life cycle. I know most of you are always on the burden side on how to manage these plastics and how will this be disposed of. But that is not your problem. That should be the responsibility of the manufacturers. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen. And that's a long list of things you'd like to see in the treaty, and we hope that through this process and the subsequent INC meetings, that these ideas can be built in, negotiated, talked through, and bringing in the perspective that we have from different people. Let me move to Erica. What do you see as the key things that you would like to see in the treaty? Key things.
Well, if you thought Aileen's list was long, mine is long. So, I want to start with when we're talking about full life cycle is from extraction to final disposal or end of life, whatever it is that you want to call the end. We need to look at it from that perspective. This process needs to be centered on human rights and human environmental health to include mechanisms for a just transition. We need to address and mandatorily address chemical simplification with standards with regard to transparency, toxicity, additives. There also needs to be a priority placed on the reduction of plastic products in production. A financial mechanism is critical, especially for developing economies and SIDS, to support the implementation of the agreement. This would include things like polluter pays, EPR systems, taxes. I think a whole breadth of options should be discussed by member states on what the appropriate is, and that could be considered with national circumstances, but it has to be a critical piece of this puzzle. And speaking of national action plans, I think that in regards to national action plans, they should be mandatory, but also have mandatory measures within them. It shouldn't be something based solely on a voluntary mechanism, because we see time and time again when it comes to environmental issues, voluntary mechanisms have not
one I've just mentioned. Let's get building that and then feed that back. So 4 or 5 areas, swim lanes, attack zones, where we can mobilize our combined efforts, because it is a multi-stakeholder challenge, but we can actually get on and start tackling some of these things now, rather than waiting for 2 years for a treaty to arrive. So that's what I would like to see out of this set of discussions.
Excellent. So let's do it. Let's get started. Let's not wait 2 years down. Tricia, what do you think?
I think rapid response is really a key here as well. We need a start and a strengthen approach here. 2 years, I can't even imagine how much more damage we're going to do in 2 years' time. We have to hit the road running. And so I would suggest also and even an interim scientific body, which is specifically dedicated to plastic pollution, is needed until we perhaps have a science policy interface more formalised out of the INC. Absolutely a full life span approach is needed, which principally focuses on prevention, reduction and redesigning problematic plastics. However, and I think that really is in part up to the scientific body, whatever that may be, early, to determine what those problematic plastics are based on sound, independent scientific evidence. And to redesign and reduce and prevent those and get them out of the global economy. Local and traditional knowledge, innovations and practices, as we see in the mandate for this treaty, Indigenous peoples, local communities to meet the global scale of the plastics crisis at hand is needed. We can't actually do this scientists alone. We need to establish a credible, salient and agile body, whatever that body might be, hopefully in the interim, but also after the INC, to provide scientific, socio-economic and policy evidence and guidance in a democratic and open access manner so that everybody can have access to the science, no matter who you are or where you are, and there shouldn't be any firewalls. You shouldn't have to pay for this information. I'd like to see rapid response for everybody in terms of, again, accessible and summarised and synthesised information available to everyone. To ensure the human right to science and freedom of information. Such a body that we're talking about here is also to ensure local and traditional knowledge, innovations and practices are shared. And in some cases, this will need informed consent from Indigenous communities. So that is also extremely important. We need to specify universal definitions and indicators and harmonise data collection and analysis protocols, because there's no real agreement about that yet. Establish a standardised global framework for monitoring and reporting, from prospecting for extraction all the way through to retrieval and remediation, alongside monitoring of plastic pollution, with support from sustainable global funding mechanisms. And this is again of going back to this, Pacific Islands, our partners in the Pacific. That's what they've specifically asked for. They need scientific support, they need capacity building, and they need financial assistance. And that will be extremely important, not only after the INC, but all the way through this process, so they have a seat at the table. Addressing product design and the use through rigorous safety and sustainability criteria for chemicals and products, including the prohibition or regulation of the use of those monomers and additives and plasticizers and so forth we've already discussed. This is also for bioplastics, biodegradables and compostables, I would say. We need to support the enduring durability, enhancing durability for reuse and putting reuse at the top of the page as well. Bio and eco-safety will be incredibly important, and allowing for recycling only, and this is speaking to you as well, only when it's safe and only when absolutely necessary and effective and environmentally responsible, whatever we decide environmentally responsible means at the INC. Specifically, I've got 2 more points. Specify technology transfer to support the implementation of the agreement, and to promote research and development into innovative reuse, refill, traditional and plastic-free solutions, while ensuring a sufficient evidence base to avoid regrettable substitutes and false solutions, and make choices grounded in robust, independent scientific evidence.
Thank you, Tricia. It strikes me that you all have said so many points, and I do hope maybe you can write it up and also transmit it to the INC Secretariat and available to the delegations, because I was trying to take notes, but now it's impossible. There's too much, a wealth of information. So, and I think it's important to capture those. Jody, what's your list? Who's got the microphone?
Great. Thanks very much, Anjali. We've heard a number of great ideas for what should be included in the treaty, so I'm going to limit my comments specifically to those in our sector, in food and beverage. Because as a food and beverage company, for us, a clean and healthy environment is absolutely critical so that we can grow and produce healthy food that will nourish families. That's the baseline. We have to have a clean and healthy environment. So I'll share a couple examples of where harmonized legislation can help. Firstly, phasing out harmful additives and hard to recycle materials. We've framed some of those in our negative list. Creating space for defining design standards for products, like the Consumer Goods Forum's Golden Design Rules. Framing incentives for easy to recycle materials and disincentives for materials that cannot be recycled. For example, by expanding extended producer responsibility legislation and ensuring that it adapts material by material so that the cost of recovering and recycling products can be fully covered. Fourth, recognizing and protecting the human rights of communities along the full life cycle of production of plastics in accordance with the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights. And fifth, supporting the creation of enabling conditions for reuse and refill, a pathway for reducing the need to use virgin plastics. Now, I'll say a couple words more on this because we do have the experience from the 20 pilots that we've run now in 12 countries. Reuse needs a full system at scale enabled by legislation. This is not a system that any one actor can create alone. Any new system needs time to reach economies of scale, particularly if it's competing against an economic system that is highly efficient, well-established, and remembering that any new system has to undercut the emissions of any existing system so that we can get to net zero by 2050. So a couple examples of enabling conditions. Firstly, legislation at the national level for packaged goods with a category by category approach, recognizing the differences between food, beverages, personal care, etc. Second, a decarbonization of logistics to enable reuse and refill to lower the emissions overall of consumer goods. Thirdly, reflecting on competition laws in each of your countries that may hinder a collective approach to standardize pools of packaging that can be shared by all companies. Fourthly, regional or global standards to ensure systems hygiene and safety. Fifth, investments to modify industrial capacity. Those may be packaging filling lines, it may be pools of standardized packaging that companies large and small can use. And lastly, alternative delivery systems offer a path that's complementary to recycling. Any package that's reusable has to be recyclable in the end, whether that's after 20 cycles or after 50 cycles. And so in closing, I'll say, governments can help us move from voluntary best practices that you see today in industry to mandatory systems that ensure we have a sustainable packaging system for the future. And we believe the global rules are extremely important and that national action plans cannot cover all of the needs that we have ahead of us. So we hope that the negotiation process with all of this feedback will be able to set an initial limited set of priorities and build from there. And we're happy to work with you where our expertise and experience may support the process.
Thanks so much, Jody. So, Mr. Boachi, what a huge amount of knowledge, information, and wish list for what they would like to see. But in Ghana, you're already doing a lot of work through a national action plan and different ways of estimating the amount of plastics and looking ways to look at business opportunities, etc. So from what you've heard from all these stakeholders here, do you feel that you've heard sufficient amount of information that you can enter into the negotiations? And then do you think that, let me add the second question also, how do you think this sort of breadth of stakeholder dialogue you will replicate in your country when you take it back and think about your own solutions? How would you bring that multi-stakeholder dialogue process in?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I think it is very important for all of us to recognize that this legally binding instrument that we want to come up with is one that is incumbent on governments. So at the end of the day, all the inputs that we have gotten from industry, from academia, from CSOs and stuff, they are extremely useful to us. But at the same time, we look at them, or we look to them as stakeholder partners who are going to help governments to be able, first of all, to negotiate a treaty that deals effectively with the menace of plastic pollution, but more importantly, also enables governments to do or meet their obligations under the instrument. So having said that, what is the role of government? Traditionally, governments set policies, and hopefully if you are doing the right thing, Jodi's wishes will be met, right? Because you mentioned the kind of policies that you want governments to set, okay? So that this treaty becomes effective. In order for us to be able to do that, first, we need to have very, very good scientific knowledge. We have to understand the full life cycle of plastics, what occurs at each stage of the life cycle, what effects on plastic pollution those activities come up with, what mitigation efforts do we need to put in place to address them, who are going to be responsible for making sure that those mitigation actions are taken effectively, and so on and so forth. And so I see that even before the treaty gets enacted, we need very, very strong, I would say, engagement with academia for them to be able to let us know what is really happening, okay, so that we can negotiate this treaty effectively to make the obligations of government known and easy to address. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that in all the discussions that we are having with regards to this legally binding instrument, the elephant in the room is industry. At the end of the day, what we come up with, they are the only, or perhaps the most important stakeholder that is going to help us to be able to implement this treaty effectively. I believe that it is very, very important to have them sitting at a table with us right from the beginning to the end. By the time we are through with this instrument, they need to have put in everything that is in their minds and in their hearts so that they will buy into its implementation. That's number one. Number two, we are going to have to enforce, what comes out in the treaty. That means that extended producer responsibility schemes and other things have to be very well understood by both parties, both governments and industry, because they are the ones who are going to be held accountable for everything that happens during the implementation. And so I believe that right from the beginning, we need to engage them, make sure that we have defined their roles very clearly, that we have empowered them to sit down with us and talk, and also to ensure that at the end of the day, what we come up with is something that they can live with and will enable us to achieve the objectives of this global instrument. So that will be the first set of comments that I would like to make. Now, so who are these key stakeholders? First, I've mentioned industry, and I've mentioned academia. And with academia, I've mentioned their role during the negotiating process. But they have a very, very important role after the negotiation process. You talked about the scientific body that this resolution asks us to establish within the treaty. It is key to the success of the implementation of this instrument after it's been enacted. And what do I see as their role in it? First of all, they are the ones who should define or develop the standards, the global standards that we are all going to have to adhere to. And those standards should cover the entire full life cycle. At each stage, there has to be a set of standards that all parties must adhere to. That's number one. Number two, I think they have a role to define the reporting, the monitoring, evaluation, and reporting mechanisms that was talked about. It is very, very important to know whether after the instrument has been signed and is being implemented, whether we are making progress or not. It is academia that is going to help us to do that. I happen to represent, the Africa region in terms of all the focal points who are going to be part of this negotiating process. And sometimes we have to look at things from the regional perspective as well. In our region, one of the key things is the lack of knowledge and awareness among our citizens. The role that they play in making sure that dealing with this plastic menace that we are successful in doing that. And so education, awareness creation, and community engagement is extremely important. So the CSOs are going to have to work with us very, very closely to ensure that we are dealing with those challenges. The last thing that I would like to talk about or mention before maybe I come back to you is the integration of the informal sector. In developing countries, if you come to Ghana, for example, as much as about 70% of the actors within the plastic value chain are in the informal sector. And to be honest with you, the plastics that we think are the most troublesome may not even be the ones that are used in packaging by companies like Nestle and Coca-Cola and all that. It is those that are produced locally by very, very small enterprises who are hiding in all corners of our country, and we are not even aware of them. We don't know who these people are. They come up with plastics that are used in all kinds of applications, including what in Ghana we call sachet water, what they use in doing shopping. These are thin plastics that nobody is even interested in collecting them because if you are collecting and getting value based on its weight, you have to work for about 10 years before you get 1 kilogram of plastics. And so they are the ones that whatever we come up with should deal with. And so how to bring them into the mainstream, that we know about them, what they are doing, the volumes and types of plastic that they are putting on the market every day. We need to be aware of those. And I'm hoping that there will be mechanisms within this instrument to enable developing countries to do that. So we're talking about funding, we're talking about technologies, we're talking about knowledge about EPR schemes, and so on and so forth. And lastly, I want to mention something that may not be very interesting to Jody and the rest of the business community. And that is what we call the legacy plastics. If you look at most developing countries, we have huge dumps of plastics that have accumulated over years. The question is, are we going to come up with a treaty that is not retroactive, but only looks at what is going to happen after the treaty? I think if we do that, we are going to have a very huge burden on our hands, because we might think that we are dealing with plastics, the full cycle and so on. But the problems that have been caused and is still in existence, we might have to live with them for the rest of our lives. So those will be the things that I would like us to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Boachi. I think you have very effectively not only heard the different perspectives, but also reflected back on how these different stakeholders will fit in and what role they have to play and how they must be tapped on, both at the national level, but also at the global level, so that you can drive this agenda in terms of effective actions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a short amount of time and we have a number of people who are asking to speak. In that context, could I please ask you all to please limit your comments to 1 to 2 minutes and get to the point so that we can cover as many people as possible. So first, I'd like to call on Malaysia. Yes, it's red, so please.
Well, thank you, Anjali. I think the request was made for the earlier panel, but I think I can chip in on the current discussion, where we can see this ambition in addressing the issue. And we can also see the practical approach that the industry is promoting. Now, can we then have a balanced kind of way forward? Well, compromise needs to happen. And maybe the ambition needs to be on the practical side of things, and industry have to maybe strengthen the pledge or even the initiative, the promise, so that we can have a more harmonious way forward in addressing the issue collectively. And we cannot be denying the fact that the issue at hand, and we need to address the issue at hand urgently. So that compromise needs to happen, so we can show impact to our future generation. And that is just my comment. Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you, Malaysia. Can we hear now from Sri Lanka?
Yes, sir. Thank you, moderator and the panelists, for your information and the insight that was given to us. Now, regarding these island states, I think the waste that runs through the water currents was mentioned, and our country has faced serious problems. Like, we have not received only general plastics, but the medical waste. Plastic syringes have been received heaps onto our shores. So then just imagine the cost that we have to incur on treating them. So that is the waste transboundary movement has gone up to that limit. So I think the panel will look into that as well. And regarding the waste pickers, I think for the countries in economic crisis, waste pickers are an asset, because when they can reach the very rural areas, when there's no transportation, they do a very big service. So now in our national policies, we have included the informal sector, and together with the Environment Ministry and the Health Ministry, we are educating them to safeguard themselves and on occupational health and safety. And we are trying to promote them as green jobs. And also, I think some are improving up to the level of entrepreneurs. So I think that is a very important sector. And then the civil society, it was mentioned about the civil society, and I think especially the youth, we have to be considered, because now our older generation preserved the environment so well that we enjoyed a very good environment. But as adults, have we done our duty? I don't think we have not done. We have done so, and we should be ashamed that we have not preserved the environment for our younger generation. So now the younger generation is trying to take up our responsibility, which we have failed to do. So I think in such cases, I think the treaty should have some options to build the capacity of the young generation and get them involved in some national committees and get them involved in most of the activities. So I think then they will be able to safeguard the environment. And also regarding the industry, I'm very happy to hear that industries are also part of our society. And if the environment is polluted, and if it is there are health and environment impacts, not only they also have to face the same consequences, and making and understanding that so well. I think they have gone up to responsible production, and I really like to congratulate the industrial sector for bringing in such responsible production and trying to safeguard the human health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now call on Marshall Islands, followed by Japan.
I am really glad to hear the inputs from the panel and looking forward to learning more from stakeholders as the process evolves. The Republic of the Marshall Islands is a chain of volcanic islands and coral atolls impacted disproportionately by plastic pollution. Because of this, we have a national legislation banning the importation, manufacture, sale, or distribution of styrofoam cups and plates, disposable plastic cups and plates, and plastic shopping bags. We have already implemented a container deposit law to encourage recycling. In the Marshall Islands, retailers only promote reusable bags and reuse cardboard boxes, yet single-use and other plastic pollution, including from the fishing industry, dominates our shores, breaking down and choking the marine life. The atolls of the Marshall Islands are less than 2 meters or so above sea level at high tide. They are flat. However, we now have a new and growing mountain in our landscape, a mountain made of trash. Different nations, individuals, and groups attending the INC have expressed their concerns on plastics. They have brought detailed evidence that describe what has been happening in their communities. It must be mentioned, this conversation has been going on for many years, while business continues as usual, yet little progress has been made. I have 2 young sons back in the Marshall Islands. I ask for your help, all of you present here. Let us work together to develop this instrument to reduce the overproduction of plastics and address plastic pollution, including marine plastic pollution. Help me ensure that my sons do not grow up on an atoll island made of mountain of plastics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is why we're all gathered here today, to jointly work towards that commitment. Now, I'd like to turn to Japan for your statement.
Thank you. I wanted to thank all the panelists, many of you who have come from very far, and I wish I could visit Palau to see the reality. But thank you for bringing the reality to us, and we will take all those that knowledge into account. I'm an international lawyer, but I was I'm not a plastics expert, but I learned a lot through this dialogue. I thank also the high expectations on us, and also the long bucket list, which we'll have to take into account. I particularly thank the two academia experts. I think solid science should be at the base of our negotiations, and so I look forward to continuing discussions also with the academia. Thank you.
I would now like to request Observer 36, Mujer para la Mujer.
Hello, this is Diego de Leon, and I just wanted to take a quick minute to congratulate and commend the efforts to organize this and last Saturday's multi-stakeholder forum. Certainly more can be done, but this sets a great precedent to build upon on how to bring different voices. I also want to thank member states that have joined and stayed throughout the session. This helps us close the policy cycle as it makes us feel heard in our endeavors. We want to further reiterate the importance of this type of forums, and we hope to see them continue throughout the next INC meetings. And of course, look at some of the good examples that exist in other conventions. The Marrakech Partnership was mentioned. I would also like to bring attention to the Private Sector Forum that will be celebrated in the sidelines together with the UN in the LDC5 conference in March, which brings, it's a great opportunity of bringing private sector directly to the LDCs and try to, as some of the panelists mentioned, to close the global circular economy. Again, thank you very much to everyone, also to the panelists and the moderators. This is a great effort. It was very interactive. And again, we do hope to see this evolve into something stronger and that brings us together and really have an impact on the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now give the floor to Indigenous Peoples, also Observer 36.
Good afternoon and thank you. I just want to mention that sometimes history is very important too here in this perspective, and that if you look at some of the mitten sites in North America, there's no plastic in it. So I just want to make sure that you understand and we include the Indigenous peoples in the conversation as much as possible. A lot of it because of our writings and our paintings that are prophetic, that are found on all the rivers along that area, and I think it's important to continue looking at those prophecies that my people have left.
Very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. I'd now like to ask the United States for your comment.
Thank you very much to the UN and for the panelists on this panel and the previous one for such an interesting conversation and for supporting the stakeholder involvement and engagement in this process. I see that we're completely out of time, so we were interested in talking more about accountability and really appreciate the comments from this panels and would love to continue that conversation about how to ensure accountability in this agreement. So thank you very much again for all your work on this.
Thank you. And I think the purpose of this interaction is also to facilitate further conversations beyond what we're hearing today. I'd now like to ask Observer 22, Business Coalition for a Global Plastic Treaty. Observer.
Dear moderator, dear delegates, my name is Ed Shepherd. I work for Unilever, and I'm attending INC1 as part of the Business Coalition for a Global Plastics Treaty. Our coalition includes over 80 different organizations across the plastics value chain, including SMEs, global businesses, and financial institutions. We would like governments to know that there are a growing number of businesses that acknowledge that this treaty needs to deliver a systems change to our current plastics economy. As Inga Anderson, UNEP Executive Director, said in her opening remarks yesterday, let us be informed by the past and innovate for the future and step out of our comfort zone. We already have many of the building blocks for a solution to end plastic pollution. For example, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation UNEP Global Commitment now covers 20% of global plastic packaging volumes. But, as highlighted by the distinguished delegate from Ghana, there is still 80% missing, and it is now clear that voluntary initiatives alone cannot solve the problem, and we need to move to mandatory policy. For the treaty, we cannot rely on national action plans alone. For these plans to be effective and for faster implementation, common global rules and harmonized standards will be fundamental to help create a level playing field for businesses and prevent a patchwork of disconnected solutions. We wanted to share with you today 3 critical areas where we need the treaty to define a clear and coordinated set of targets and obligations to support progress throughout the value chain. Our coalition believes that we will not recycle our way out of the plastic pollution crisis. We need to reduce plastic production and use through a circular economy approach, including to eliminate problematic plastics. To circulate the plastic items that cannot be eliminated and keep them in the economy at their highest value, and to prevent and remediate the leakage of the remaining hard-to-abate micro and macroplastics into the environment. Whilst improving waste management infrastructure capabilities around the world is an important element of this agenda, reduction is the most important element. If plastic production and use continues unchecked, we will not be able to meet the objectives of this instrument, ending plastic pollution. Dear delegates, we welcome the opportunity we are given to engage in this process and are willing to help in the most organized possible way, sharing our insights from the journey that businesses in our coalition have already undertaken, including successes and lessons from voluntary initiatives. We believe it is important that we hear from a wide range of interested and affected stakeholders. We hear and agree with the strong call from the informal sector to be both included in the negotiations and for the treaty to support a just transition. In addition, we must include voices from civil society, indigenous peoples, youth and academia. The Business Coalition for a Global Plastics Treaty is ready to engage and support you on this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're getting down to the wire. IGO2, UNESCO Chair on Ocean Sustainability. So somebody's put their hand up. IGO2. Yeah, please, it's red. Please speak.
Hi. So I congratulate the UNEP Secretariat for promoting this multi-stakeholder dialogue. However, I feel there's still an important part missing, which is the media or some kind of communication with society. So I would like to pose a quick exercise to all of you, both panelists and delegates. Please think if you truly believe that your family or friends could easily explain to others the important work you have been doing here this week. What I would like to ask you is how can we better communicate this process out of our bubbles and bring it closer to the general public? Taking as example the climate change agenda, it was necessary decades of science alerts and multi-stakeholder negotiations before society actually engaged with the Convention of Paris and pressing for results. So I would like to hear your thoughts on that. How can we bring society on board in that discussion, not 1 decade from now, but right from the beginning?
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude the second panel, after which Manuel and I will just do a very short summary of everything that we heard. I apologize that we were not able to get to everybody, but the second panel had a huge queue of people, so we tried to get through as much as possible. So with that, I'd like you all to extend a hand of applause to our fantastic panel here. So, Manuel, why don't we, while people are walking off the stage, let's just stand together and see what we have heard so far. I mean, there's a tremendous wealth of information that has been shared across the two panels. And let me share some of maybe my thoughts. And please come to the front. You have to stand. And so, you know, there was so much that was talked about today, so many ideas. What I feel really is a sense of optimism. If people are willing to come on stage and speak clearly their mind and speak from their heart and speak to many of the issues that are being pointed, it is a positive step in the direction. And I hope that through such dialogues that we're able to bring together the various perspectives. Because, you know, for some of us, it's a matter of inconvenience, right? Don't get a plastic bag when you go to a store. For some of us, it is a matter of aesthetics, like, oh, you go to a tourism location, you don't want to see things floating around, etc. For some of us, it's a matter of life and death. It is, as the lady from Marshall Islands said, she doesn't want to leave a future where her kids are growing up on an island built on waste, right? So this perspective of seeing how each of this interacts and how we can find a balance and move in a common direction, I think I'm optimistic from that. What do you think?
So do I. Look, Angelique, it is optimism and enthusiasm. And that is key, because what it is clear, it is that we all are moving into the same collective purpose, without any doubt. Everybody knows that we are working here towards the legally binding instrument to address plastic pollution. There could be some differences, for sure. But the idea is that when we have clarity on the purpose, it is extremely easier to move things forward. And this dialogue is helping a lot to promote that transformational change. I think it was Dominic that mentioned that what we are addressing and what we are trying to achieve means a system change. It should be transformational. It is key. And that is why we do need to move our elements to that transformation. You know, Angelique, that I am used to using the analogy of the formation of the solar system. If we are able to define our main star, what is that ambitious objective that we are looking for? After that, we should discuss what are those gravitational forces that could put all the actors well aligned in an accurate orbit. And today, at least in the first panel, but also in the second one, what I have heard it is, first, social considerations, a human rights-based decision, inclusiveness, participation, equity, but also many interventions in relation to health. So that is one of the key elements that it should be included or considered in the treaty. A second element that it is always an important gravitational force, it is the role of science. If something I have appreciated in the climate debate, it is the amazing work that the IPCC is doing to inform not only decision makers, but the public audience to understand and to model what it could happen if we are not able to really transform our economy. Here it's the same. We do need to have well-informed science that it is able to tell us, to create more awareness to the public audience, but to say to the decision makers, that is the way in which we should proceed, and also the what if not, because if not, there could have consequences.
Actually, Manuel, that's actually very similar to what I've written, and we haven't actually exchanged notes because you've been sitting at the other end. But really, I think I completely agree about this whole issue of a just transition, of inclusion, etc. But I also heard the other side from the business side, right? And there was a lot of, calls for, well, we have the business community here, we have industry, there is a certain responsibility, but we also heard about sustainable business initiatives, how they're moving forward, how they're coalescing, how they want to be part of the solution, right? And also the accountability issue, how to hold businesses responsible and accountable. And this is all embedded in the process. We need them to also be at the table to be able to devise a solution.
And it is true, because what we have heard, even from the business sector, what it is extremely important, It is that we have to mitigate. We have to work in an ambitious mitigation target. And that is a key element. And also something that it has been highlighted, it is that we have to close the gap. And the gap in the plastic pollution means the single-use plastic. And we do need to close that gap, because if we work in the upstream, but we forget Palau, no, and if we don't connect, no, probably we are not bringing a full solution, but a partial solution. So that connection in between mitigation, the upstream and the downstream, it is an important, and for sure, circular economy. Circular economy, it has been raised by many of the participants. And let me say something else in relation to what you asked about accountability. If we have clear objectives and clear targets, the idea of using a good science-based target mechanism with mechanism to track progress, to report back, that would be a fantastic way to promote accountability, something that it has been asked by the representative of the US. No, it is something that for sure we can discuss more deeply in some other occasion, but those are the ways in which you promote credibility. Something that it is happening in the climate debate, it is the credibility to the net zero. No, that is a key element, because accountability, it is related to credibility. How much do we trust on the system? And what are those mechanisms that we have to work on?
I think it's important also to make sure that this doesn't get only into the packaging sector, that there is this opportunity to also look at plastics in other sectors. Are we looking at plastic in textiles, plastic in the fishing industry from abandoned and lost fishing gear? Are we looking at plastics in agriculture? So there is a space to open it out, the discussions, and start to weave that into the Global Plastic Treaty, because packaging, of course, is always seen as the sort of the biggest contributor, but there are all these other sectors that have the same sort of entry points for this dialogue and discussion to feed into.
And somebody is saying to me that, I don't know what exactly does it mean, but I think that we have to close. But let me finish with something important. And tell me if you agree, Anjali. I have felt really more than seen, the willingness of all the actors to keep this dialogue as an open dialogue. To work with this mechanism, a really innovative mechanism, within the INC process. And also to fulfill with what it has been mandated by the UNEA 5.2 resolution, a multi-stakeholder action agenda. Dominic referred to that. No, as I mentioned in the beginning, it has already shown to be an effective mechanism to bring the actors to help in taking decisions, but also to implement. And that is something that in this discussion of plastic pollution, we have to promote. And I think that we can conclude that the willingness of all the actors, it is to keep the dialogue in the forum and to start to work in the action agenda for the plastic pollution treaty.
Absolutely, and I think I completely agree with that. And, you know, one of the panelists said, and I think we understand that we don't have to wait for the science to be perfect to move to the next, It doesn't have to be sequential. The time to act is now, and everybody seems to be ready to enter into that space. So let's move towards action. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And have a good evening.
Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Bye.
Yes, now, if possible.